Live from the Thomas and Mack Center in Las Vegas. This is, of course, the 2023 Call of Duty Challengers Finals. And if today is your first time joining us for all the fun and games, you missed out on an epic first day of action yesterday. We ended the weekend with 16 of the best Challengers teams from all over the globe fighting it out in groups. And as always, the Passion to Pit treated us to some huge moments, from grudge matches to massive upsets. By the end of the day, our field of 16 teams had been cut down to just 8, and now only North America and Europe remain as we move on to the championship bracket. Today, we're going to have our final 2 teams at the end of the day, guys. It is going to be an epic penultimate day of the 2023 season. And joining me on the desk, shocker, I know, huge plot twist. We don't have Andy. We got rid of him. We binned him off. We're bringing Eye-Hold Shift in. Alan, it's good to see your face, mate, first.
Yeah, I freaking love you idiots. You guys are always fun to hang out with. So I thought I'd come crash the party just for at least the opening matchup today. It's been unbelievable here, though, flat out. I mean, the teams have been obviously playing for their lives, and we've seen a lot of hijinks and hilarity kind of ensue over the course of the last 48, 24 hours. So I'm pumped to see what happens with our final 2 teams when we get to the end of the day today.
Yeah, of course, and bringing him back from yesterday, of course, we couldn't not do it. He's just so wonderful. It's Austin Visions. How you doing, mate?
I'm doing great. We're also starting it off nice today, so we'll see if that trend continues by the end, Brody. But either way, I'm feeling great, man. We have our top 8 teams here in the world competing, and I think every single match is going to be an absolute banger. It's really hard to put your finger on who our top 2 are going to be by the end of the day.
Yeah, it's we never know, right? I think especially the way this season has gone down so far, we don't have that one dominant team, right? I mean, maybe you could argue it's a Weber Bobs from Toronto, but I mean, even that, I mean, it's just one event, right? I mean,
exactly.
Who knows, man? Who knows? Just a lot of questions, I think, as we go into today. What we don't have questions about is what our prize pool looks like. We should give everybody a reminder, if you weren't here yesterday, to look over it. We have $150,000 in prizing to give out over the top 8 placements here. Austin, 60,000 going to first place.
That's right. So everybody's able to get themselves at least something, right? They're coming away with a little bit of cash in their pockets here for day number 2 after qualifying from the group stage. But everything will be paid out up to top 3, where you can see at the top there for first and second place. That's just about $100,000 that will be fought for tomorrow when they do play on main stage. But there is a long day of games before we get towards that top 2, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of dough on the line here in terms of the prize pool. You might be asking, though, what happened yesterday, of course, because as I said, we are down to our final 8 teams. So I think we'll give you guys a quick refresher. We'll show you guys what all of those groups look like, of course, because yesterday we did have our group stage. Let's start off that conversation by taking a look over at Group A, because, Alan, Group A, mate, I mean, we knew it would be a bloodbath coming into it. You had the likes of a Weber Bobs, Anarchy Gaming, and Decimate sharing a group. So somebody, I think, was always going to come out a little bit short-handed.
Yeah, I mean, when the groups were announced and you saw your grand finals from Toronto also represented in the same group, we knew that someone was going to be unfortunately eliminated maybe a bit too early. And I think the most impressive thing about this group is the fact that Weber Bobs made it through not dropping a single map. Now, granted, the Anarchy Gaming matchup was a real tight one, but still, nonetheless, Weber Bobs looked really clean yesterday, and then of course a thriller for that final qualification match between Decimate and Anarchy going all the way to 5. Yeah, it's one of those that's unfortunate to say farewell to one of those 3 teams, but unfortunately for Anarchy, they just not quite able to get through that map 5.
Yeah, for sure. Whenever a Weber Bobs go flawless in any bracket, I think teams start to feel nervous, right? So, good start there for the French roster. But as we move forward in towards Group B, this was one where obviously we had a few antics, I think we'll say, is how we'll reference it. ESG Rocker, they made their way out of the upper side, Austin.
They did, yeah. They made their way through. I think this was a little bit surprising because we've had a lot of questions, throughout this year about ESG Rocker, especially since Fame got brought up to the CDL. So it feels like they've answered a lot of those woes for us. I think a big 3-1 victory over Omit, taking a lot of the respawns, shows that they are certainly a very fierce team. And not only that, but they got a little, grudge match going there with Goddard X kind of on Omid. So we'll see if we end up getting that matchup again at some point in time throughout today.
Yeah, that was the big one, right? Rocker coming out of that grudge match looking a little bit better. We had questions about what that new Rocker lineup looks like. No longer, they look pretty good. Over in Group C, though, this was one where we almost had a massive shock looking down towards the lower side. Team Notorious, they managed to make it out of the group, Alan. But the Atlas Lions, they almost made it out as well. A Game 5 against Millennium 7 where they got reverse swept.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation because to start the day, I was actually right behind Neptune for a lot of his matchup versus the Atlas Lions, and he was absolutely dominating to start the day. But then all of a sudden, it was like, wait a second, what happened to M7? They looked so clean and polished. And then versus Team Notorious, there was a couple of delays on main stage, and it almost felt like it checked them just a touch. That led to a very, very tight matchup with the Atlas Lions. I mean, we had a lot of questions about that full Spanish roster. Would they ever be able to really fully clean it up and be a major contender? And wouldn't you know it, they were also just a couple of rounds away from possibly proving us all wrong. Also, I just want to give a big shout out to Lore Gaming, the second team out of APAC. Boy, I'll tell you, they played fierce yesterday. So it's a little unfortunate to say fair one of those boys, but they played well.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as well, maybe going a little bit unnoticed here, the Team Notorious coming out on top of this group. I mean, they look really good. I don't think we've seen Team Notorious looking that convincing in a very long time. So, really scary Team Notorious roster coming out alongside Millennium 7. And then to round out the groups here, we have Group D. Austin, I mean, I'll keep on saying it, mate. We knew this was going to be the weirdest group coming into it because there was just so much upset potential. Boy, oh boy, did they deliver.
Yeah, I mean, this was probably the best group from day number one, right? There was a lot of big upsets that happened. I think Mindfreak obviously being the biggest one, taking out Deviants Gaming, that is with Gizmo, Lucky & Co. Those guys not making it to the groups or past the group stage is a little bit surprising, but they haven't been able to put it together. And then not only that, but Mindfreak also, put up a great fight versus Aphelion Esports in that final match of the night. There were a lot of tight maps, but in the end, it felt like Aphelion Esports had their classic hotel search and they were able to get the job done. So Mindfreak just falls short, but man, did they ever put up a hell of a performance.
Yeah, for sure. I have to give him props as well because if I remember correctly, there was like a Hydro hardpoint.
Yeah, it was.
It keeps on happening to Aphelion Esports where they get come back on a Hydro hardpoint.
Right.
I don't know why. Happened at Toronto as well versus Anarchy. But yeah, Mindfreak forced that game 5. You have to give that APAC squad props. It's not a surprise. I think it's fair to say Mindfreak are the most veteran team of the lot here. They've been playing for well over a decade in Call of Duty Esports. So to see them come out, push Aphelion to a game 5, it's unfortunate we won't see them in championship bracket, but nonetheless, they deserve their props. On the other side, as you said, mate, Clutch Rain also there with that game 5 victory over Aphelion Esports. They made a statement coming out of Group D. They are not to be underestimated, and that certainly is the case as we look over towards the championship bracket now. We've got our 8 teams. We know who's made it to the second stage of competition here, and boy, oh boy, I mean, we always knew it was going to be a stack bracket, right? I mean, these are the 8 best challengers teams in the world. 50% Europe, 50% North America. That's the thing we immediately kind of noticed here, Alan, as we get in towards this one. In looking at this kind of generally here, what immediately jumps out to you?
Well, I think the easiest way to say it, the first thing that jumps out is that, again, there's no clear-cut favorite here. I mean, all these teams looked really, really solid throughout their qualification matches, in particular yesterday, which leads us to be in a position of pick your poison. Who do you like? Who's hot on the day? And I think that's the other big thing. We talk about this a lot when we come down to these LANs, these open tournaments. It's a 3-day event. And the difference here is the fact that you had to go through a grueling group first. You didn't have an easy first day like a lot of these teams often do when they play at these opens. So now you have to follow it up with another rigorous second day. And then on top of that, whoever makes it to that grand final, you got to come out and play one best of 7. You don't have a chance to play a winners finals and then play recovery. You have to be perfect throughout the entirety of the weekend. That's a tall ask.
Yeah, it's a lot to ask, and as you say, mate, we just do not have a favourite coming in towards this one. Austin, for you then, looking across this group, we don't have a favourite. Is there any big matches that immediately jump out here as the one to watch?
I'm really looking at this ESG Rocker and Decimate Gaming matchup, I think, just to see exactly who is maybe looking the best, because we had a lot of questions coming in. It felt like Decimate was probably one of the better Respawn teams out of North America, but, as of late, it feels like maybe they've been dropping a few maps here and there, maybe aren't as consistent as they were in Toronto. And I feel like ESG Rocker on the up and up, especially with 2Real as well as Real kind of hitting form as a sub duo. So I'm really curious about that matchup to see who comes out on top, because they very well might actually make the run and could match up against a team like a Wobblebobs or like Omid here, maybe even M7, right? It's again, pick your poison, like Alan said. Feels like there's a lot of teams that can make a run.
On top of that,
no easy matches.
I just want to jump in real quick. I think the other thing that kind of is a question mark, I don't think any of us expected Clutch Rain to come out through the winner's side of the bracket on their group. I'm curious to see if they play well again today. And then on top of that, keep in mind Aphelion is filling in with Wardy instead of Furious. This is still kind of another question mark team. And both of those matchups I think are particularly difficult. But at the end of them, I think we'll have a pretty good answer to see how formidable those two rosters are going to be today.
Look, I'll say one thing, mate. Millennium 7, they looked beatable yesterday.
I agree.
And Clutch Rain, they've already shocked a lot of teams. They certainly shocked Aphelion yesterday. So, maybe Clutch Rain can put it off. It would be a heist for sure. But that's a look over towards our championship bracket. What does the schedule look like for today then? What do we have first? Well, we could not start with the Toronto Open champions, Awobabobs, going head-to-head with a new look Omit, of course, Godorex. Happy birthday to the man joining the lineup here for this event. It is going to be a banger matchup. Will really set the tone for the rest of the day. And of course, as we said, folks, we are going to be storming through this bracket. By the end of today, we are going to have our final 2 teams for that championship matchup tomorrow on main stage. It is going to be an epic battle, boys. I cannot wait. But we said it, Awobabobs Omit, that's going to be our first match of the day here in round number 1. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to let you boys do your thing. You do it so well as always. Alan, Austin, enjoy the match, mate.
Cheers, Birdie. Appreciate it, brother.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, right? Because, I mean, he hits it perfectly.
Yes, it is.
The fact that Godorex is, he was the belle of the ball. He had 90,000 challengers points. Everybody wanted him to auto-qualify. Omit was the winner of that. They had the golden slipper. And so now all of a sudden, you have this team that's, recently put together. But, they were tested yesterday, but I still think they provided looks and instances that you could figure this team could make a run towards a possible Grand Finals appearance.
No, I like that shout. I think they look really well-rounded is where I would put them, right? They have like a lot of great game modes, I think, in the mix right now. They're a really good search and destroy team. Based off what we were seeing, it feels like Godorex is fulfilling that same role that Phantoms would have fulfilled with an AR, right?
Agreed.
So I don't think a whole lot's probably changed, and he's probably brought maybe a little bit of insight as well to try to touch up and iron out, polish out some of those strategies here for them in some of their game modes. And I think the respawns, yeah, they dropped a couple maybe versus ESG Rocker, but that same note, I feel like they were playing some very clean respawns. On top of that, Gwyn was going a little bit nutty yesterday as well, man. This guy is here to try to make a run. He was like starting off like 7-0, 8-0 in some of these maps. It feels like he has that ability to take over at any given moment as well.
Yeah, we were watching in the green room with all the CDL talent when they were playing on main stage, and I had my finger right on Gwyn. I was like, keep an eye out for this guy. He's playing well right now, and he very well could be an X factor. And then on top of that, like Birdie mentioned, yeah, maybe 25 of the birth certificate here for Godorex, but boy, in the server, he's looking 18, man. He flies on land. The guy's just different. We talked about it a lot last year. Every single time we had a chance to watch that squad square up on land, they were going to be a potential Cinderella, or if not, maybe a favorite when they were running into different types of brackets. So Gwyn, Godorex already talked about, but how about Purge and Yeez? I thought Yeez played lights out yesterday, and it's definitely going to be, I think, a main reason the Submit team could find I would say, a small surprise here if they were to take down Awobabobs.
Yeah, I think Yeez was really complimenting the team well. I think it's, by this point, we know that Yeez probably likes to play on the objective a little bit more while Gwyn kind of plays the roaming sub role. But I feel like Yeez still has his moments, right? He's still popping off. He had a couple of clutches as well throughout the search and destroys, but I feel like his biggest improvement really has been the control for me. I think that he has really slowed down. We've talked about some players, especially sub players, just maybe trying to find the right tempo when it comes to that game mode. I feel like Yeez was really able to find his groove throughout yesterday's matches, and well, you kind of need that when you're going up against Awobabobs, especially when it comes down to that game mode.
100%. And, Purge is the one that really, I think, has the kind of fire lit underneath him, too. Kind of a younger player, not a lot of challengers competitive experience, even less LAN experience. So, if Emit were to make a run today, I think you look to the two guys on the right side, because we know what we're going to get from Gwyn and Godorex. They've proved it over the course of the entirety of the season, if not longer than that. So, I would be really curious, I think, to see how those two guys kind of fare, especially in the midst of what this Awobabobs team looks like, because, yeah, you're dealing with the Toronto champions, but here's the thing. Every single playoff bracket that this Awobabobs team has been a part of, as this group before, they rarely drop maps when it comes to bracket play. They didn't drop very many.
True.
Actually, they didn't drop any in Season 2. They barely dropped any when it came down to the most recent season of Elite. And then in their run through Toronto, they were also really clean and polished when they beat down that Decimate team in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, 3-0 in the losers final and then a 4-0 in the grand final. Like, talk about adjustments, talk about cleaning up the play. And, well, you can see it here. Cobra, Brezzy, Linz, and Abuza. These four, man, I mean, we talked about it at the beginning of the season. And like you said, like, they've had a lot of great placings, top sixes throughout the year. But it feels like they've been getting better and better. And ever since they kind of broke apart, they split up there for that one elite season and then came back together, it feels like the bond and the connection has been even better, even stronger here between a lot of these guys. So this is the team, I think, that if you were to try to pick somebody based off of what we've seen at Toronto and based off of what we've seen in day one, you have to really step up to these guys because they're also very well-rounded across the board.
And I think the really cool thing about this team, if you were to just look at them from a broader sense over the course of the entirety of the year, you had a particular chance to watch them specifically in Raleigh when it felt like that final day something just wasn't there anymore. Like, Cobra didn't have a great day. Linz is like, oh, is the pressure getting to him? Second event you start to get to, it's like, okay, well, we're starting to see that these guys can compete for a major championship. And then you mentioned the roster kind of breaks up. Who knows what was kind of lingering in terms of doubt about what these four could maybe do as far as where their ceiling is. But everything has been squashed when it comes down to that run to Toronto without question. And yeah, I think if you were to, like, on a more general sense, pick a favorite, this has to be the team that you're looking at. 6-0 in the first day through groups. They're coming off of the recent win at Toronto. They're definitely one of the hottest teams in challengers. And, you got a lot of experience built into both Cobra and Brezzy, but you've got a lot of promise, I think, into the CDL prospect of someone like Abuza, and maybe even a sleeper pick for that in Linz, kind of following along that same kind of Hydra mindset and play style.
Yeah, I absolutely like that. We'll take a look at a couple of our players here leading into this matchup. And, well, how about Abuza, right? I mean, 1.67 KD. This is, like, at this point in time, it's standard for Abuza just to have this kind of a KD, which is pretty ridiculous to say out loud, isn't it? But this is what we've been seeing the entire year. But on the other side, we're talking about Gwyn, talking about his influence, especially with the sub. He really does lead the charge. He is kind of the spear tip for this roster, and you can see it here as well with his KD.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, by the way. It is ridiculous that every single time that we look at Abuza's stats, whether it's in Elite, whether it's on LAN, I don't even know whether he plays against the best players in the world. I feel like he's just guaranteed to pull a 1.6, if not overall, at least in the respawn. Yeah, it's a tough matchup for anybody without question. But I like the fact that you were kind of alluding towards what Gwyn was able to do, especially to start maps yesterday. Because very regularly, especially with the team that's more recently put together, you kind of want to see that little spark to get yourself going. And Gwyn provided that a lot yesterday. So don't sleep on the fact that there's a 0.4 difference between these two. A 1.27 in hardpoint is still immensely impressive.
Absolutely the case here. Well, we'll see if they have a way to try to shut down Abuza, or vice versa. See if they have a way to kind of shut down Gwyn. We'll take a look at the team head-to-head as well and see where the strengths really do lie. And while you take a look at Hardpoint, well, Bobs, they did play a couple of, close Hardpoints, I will say, throughout yesterday. But a couple of them were also, blowouts as well. So they have a 100% win rate coming in, but Omid playing pretty decent, just about 60% for them as they played a lot of close maps too.
Yeah, it was just the one loss that they really fared against Rocker, right? Like, they played Embassy. It wasn't not a great start to the series for them. They bounced back on the Hotel Search, and then it was a really tight Hotel Hardpoint that they lost to that ESG Rocker squad. Whereas for Wobblebobs, you're absolutely right. They also played Embassy first against NRK, and it was a tight one. I feel like we often see this Wobblebobs team, like, the one key factor about their Hardpoint is that when it gets down to those 200 to 220 games, these guys just hit a different level, man. It's like they go Super Saiyan and they just play polished, controlled respawn. So with that in mind, that's kind of our initial head-to-head. Let's take a look to see where exactly this best of 5 will be played. And small teaser alert, we are going to see some very, very favorable maps for both sides. The Embassy Hardpoint first and foremost, I just kind of alluded towards. Both teams played it in their marquee qualifier matches yesterday. And then on top of that, the Hotel Search and the Hotel Control are not unfamiliar. So these first 3 maps, depending on who comes out on top of these, I think the series will lean towards that team, whether it's 2-1 or obviously 3-0, easy for us to say then. But I think in particular, I know you're going to say it, it's a Wobblebobs with 2 out of the 3 hotels. That's never a good sign for who's on the other side of the stage.
I mean, it's so true, right? It just feels like this has been their map mode combination since the start of the year. They've been very good at it. They've been so just polished, like you were kind of referring to. But we'll see what's going to change for the Embassy. This is something that Omid did lose yesterday. They lost it by quite a bit versus Rockers. So we'll see what they're going to be able to kind of clean up coming into today. That scoreline was 250 to 164. Wobblebobs are very punishing. They have that ability to shut down your playmakers. We'll see what we're in for, though. Omid are looking good in respawn.
Yes,
can they bring it today? I'm so ready now, and I'm also really happy we stole you away. I'm glad I get a match for you, brother.
You can steal me anytime. Not for anything, because I know you can be very devious, but anytime. Here we go. It's day 2 in Vegas for Challengers Finals. Winners round 1 action. Your Toronto defending champs and Omid squaring up. Brother, let's get it on.
Yeah, I am ready. Already P1 coming on through. We'll see if, there's going to be any kind of pressure coming through the high ground right away, because the Wobblebobs were kind of known putting a lot of points on the board off of P1. We'll see if that comes through. Already high ground being fought for. You can see it. Brezzy, Abuza both up top. Second kill good for Abuza. Going to make sure the hill will go neutral, but Yee's ready to make a play. However, kill's looking favorable for Wobblebobs.
I love this for Wobblebobs. Very, very collected as far as just what is the objective over the top of this first hard point. It's not necessarily to win time. It's to vie for this positioning on the bottom side of the minimap, and they've done so pretty darn well. Although, once again, I feel like every time we watch this Wobblebobs team on this map, the game clock ends up winning on P1. That is, again, going to be the case here. The majority of it doesn't even get looked at, let alone taken, as Gwyn will open up some space to work with here. Topside awning, and the battle for P2 rages on.
Oh, Cobra, big shutdown. He's going to hold on to some of that positioning in the back. Yeez, big battle himself onto Linz. Won't get the best of him, so AR is starting to already kick it off here. A lot of ARs in play, as Yeez is now going to get another, Linz going to get a read on the back, and Purge just going to beam him. Shots inside from Gwyn, trying to set up a double push through. Brezzy's got a lot to look at.
Yeah, this is a really good setup for Amit, and Brezzy is going to be under immense pressure. Cobra makes life a little bit easier, deals with the pinch. Now it's all focusing on the front. Gwyn contesting from inside the doorway, catches Brezzy a little bit by surprise, and Purge just goes to town. He gets 2. Ooh. Purge gets 3. Oh my goodness, still looking for more, but GodRx will say, job well done there, buddy. I got you. Let's get in the hill.
Beautifully done, right? 4 kills in a row now for him. Make it 5. Another tough gunfight there onto Brezzy. Is still weak, doesn't want to fully commit to the challenge, but now going to start to force the Wobblebobs to rotate. This is going to be a little bit of freedom through the back alley. Purge just looking for this 6 kill. Spots Linz, but will be shut down. The scrap time going the way of Omid, but the setup looking okay for Wobblebobs.
And this is where Wobblebobs are really, really disciplined, and you really see the expertise come in with this group of 4. They know exactly where their wins and losses are. They know how to keep pressure away from the hard point to make a bit, really have to focus on multiple things before they break. And now Abuza can get to work. He knows exactly where this hit's coming from, deals with the first. Semtex to keep him a bit safer. Cobra trying to assist up close and personal. Purge, falls off the roof, actually. He was looking for the trade, but he gets denied, and Wobblebobs are still in. GodRx has to make the play, and as he's turned around, Wobblebobs will secure the hold.
Yeah, that's just beautifully done, right? Just not fully committing to gunfights. Abuza being a huge part of it. Now he's also building up a bit of a streak himself. 4 in a row, looking for what could be 5 and 6 as there's 20 seconds left for scrap time. And Omid are trying to hit through, but now you're starting to get numbers on the other side of the map here for Wobblebobs. They're fighting on both fronts. Gwyn giving it a go for 10 seconds. Yeez will help out, and it's just a small 10-second reward for Omid on the old time.
Oh, but GodRx, he's 18 again today. He's already making the play around the back. He's blocking spawns. Linz knows he has to try to play his life, but he is under immense threat. Brezzy also drops just inside, so now it's just down to Linz. Gets the first. Tries to keep his life by bouncing out. Well done. Gets a read on to Yee. Second kill's in. Yo, Linz! He's working through it. Gwyn, the last one left over towards staircase side, but yeah, he can't contest this, and Linz will clean things up and keep Wobblebobs in the hill.
And this is what I talked about, right? Just having that ability to move a little bit faster, finding those kills through the back of bridge allows Linz to get set up early. And while he has a big moment to try to lock in some more time. Still waiting for all the support to get here for Wobblebobs. Linz trying to get some more work done. 3 in a row right now, but finally shut down. He's there for 1. Trade's looking decent for Omid. Can Cobra get anything? No, he cannot. And now a chance maybe to lock in time.
That is beautiful from Amit. That is a very, very veteran move to make, just kind of surrounding, keeping a Wobblebobs under pressure from multiple points of ingress, and then as soon as you get one good look at somebody, everyone floods in. You take care of the kills quickly, you secure a solid break, and Amit able to stay in the game because of that break. Now we go back over towards the kitchen hardpoint, though. Yee's on 3, dead silence, tries to make his way in, trade on the Cobra, but not able to get the second. Brezzy will open up the hill for the Wobblebobs.
This is where things get a little bit scary. Have to find a way to bait and switch here effectively. Because Abuza has himself just positioned at the front of Laundry, can find a kill and then just exit safely. But how about that engagement for Yeez? He finds 1. Linz gonna get a read on this push as well as Brezzy through the back, but Purge now is able to break in. Linz needs to go big and needs to get a read on Gwyn, but the trade's looking okay. 1v1 for the point, and well, how about it? Purge gets 1. It's just back and forth, all-out brawl here in this side of the kitchen. 30 seconds still up for grabs.
Gunfight after gunfight, trade after trade. Brezzy just trying to wait for a little bit of reinforcements. This is a key 20 seconds to finish our first set of hills. Cobra not going to be allowed to entry. How about that little pinch from Amit? Well done. They will secure the break, and this time it's for the better part of 30-plus seconds. So not just chipping away at the lead on these break attempts. Now a chance to put this to a dead tie, reset, and go again as we hit to our second set of hills.
Oh, Brezzy will find 1. Make sure GodRx isn't able to contest some of the high ground, but you said it. A 2-point differential. Both teams playing each other extremely close. P1 going to open up. He's in position for the chow, but Brezzy just obliterates him, and everybody else is going to drop at the same time. This is going to force an awkward situation for Gwyn. He's going to have to play for high ground here. He's got a lot of gunfights in front of him.
And he can't make first contact because then all of a sudden Abusa knows that there's a trade here. But no, Gwyn still gets the W. He's not done. Gwyn's going to get the 3. Oh, he wants Cobra, but once again, GodRx says, nice job, team. I'll get the 4th. Don't worry about it. A chance to clear out the point and maybe even earn some time here for a bit as they continue to win the kill feed.
I'm telling you, man, this kid is for real. I've been gassing him all year long, and it's moments like that where he just completely blows open the game potentially. A chance maybe to start a snowball effect, especially if the streak can come into play. Still 2 off of the cruise missile, and we start to look towards this rotation as P1 time is being soaked up for Omid. Gwyn just trying to get a read on where some of the Wubblebob members are.
Nice.
He will find one, 5 in a row, just looking for that final kill here for the cruise missile.
Yeah, he's just playing trades at this point. You know, he's just calling to his teammates, yo, make contact, I'll come in and flush out the kills. He'll clear out backside hallways, pops the door, oh boy, over the left, it's Abusa, tough opponent here, spam shots coming through, Abusa gives the challenge and takes him off the streaks. Wubblebob's a chance to at least contest this hard point, not feeling comfortable enough to get in as of yet, and he's going to try to reinforce that feeling, but no, Linz, once again, good over the top of the heady, and Wubblebob's a chance to reclaim their lead.
Chance is still the break here, though. GodRx and Purge both in a pretty good position, and GodRx is now also up to 5. We've had probably about 3 or 4 or 5 sprees, but
yeah, we have.
Not a whole lot of cruise missiles have been turned as of just yet. But there it is. GodRx finds it. Won't be ready for that challenge in the back. This is a lot of time to potentially give over. Linz doesn't have support. Everyone going to start to rotate again for Wubblebobs, but Omid going to have a slight lead.
Ooh, nice shots from Linz. Tough challenge coming out from Gwyn, but still deals with it nicely. And that essentially allows this whole second hardpoint to essentially go 50-50. Small lead here for a bit, to be fair, but honestly, considering the set of circumstances, Wubblebobs did not fare out too terribly when it came down to how the hardpoint played. Cruz was getting called in early here. Cobra does not have, I don't think, a trophy system here, so you would assume that this will at least flush him out, if not guarantee the kill. And actually, no, he does get a trophy down late. Doesn't matter. Yeez Purge trying to take him off the heady. Cobra! How does he go 1v2? Linz follows up from behind, and Wubblebobs are in.
Oh, this is a scary moment because you can already see Wubblebobs. They're thinking steps ahead. Linz is already rotated to office. They're going to put a lot of trust in Cobra and Abusa to try to hold up top. Trophy system will be down. Have to hit this time, and well, GodRx getting some good damage in, but no one's really able to get a push through Orange. That's being blocked from Brezzy, who then actually deals with Purge. This has been a perfect hold. Once again, Wubblebobs looking solid as ever on P3.
It's just the trust, dude. It's so freaking good. Everyone's watching something. Everyone's pressuring the submit team, and Cobra still takes the final 1v1, now on 4 in a row, but I'll tell you, that is an unbelievable 1v2 from Enzo. Leading now to Wubblebobs up by just about 30 points. They also have rotation to do. Cobra, late gunfight with Gwyn, who just slinks his way in. It's like not a snake, it's more of a slug. Still works out for the kill, and a mid all of a sudden go cleaning the kill feed to break the hard point early.
A much needed break. Omid needed to make sure they got numbers in office, and that will be the case. Can they hold on? Last time it was a pretty quick break, and it's looking like that could be the same case again. Yeez from the inside, needs to find 2. Now GodRx forced to try to go big. Shots on the Cobra. Doesn't finish off the kill, but will back down from the nade. However, needs to wait for his teammates here a big 25 seconds, and that's a great break. Now they just need to hold.
Massive push through from Gwyn, no hesitation, just jumps into the fray, knowing GodRx has done so much damage. Great duality there from Amit. Right back into, again, reclamation to put us into essentially a dead tie game. Let's go back to kitchen, shall we? Get your Vazzies out. It's going to get mixy. Gwyn, first one in. Shots from Abusa, baits him out, finds the first kill. Yeez trying to play surprise. Pops the doors, no surprise here. And that will be enough for Wubblebobs to try to set themselves up with kills to follow through mid.
Oh, but look at Cobra right now. He is finding kills through mid again, and it's going to force some deep spawns by Tennis. And Yeez hasn't been able to get a clean look at this hill. He has to wait for his teammates here to set up a team hit. Big moment here. Wubblebobs running away with a bit of a lead. Need to find a way in. Cobra for a trade. Gwyn ready to follow up, but is unfortunately going to get himself pretty low with the trophy system, so still struggling to step in and fully control it, and there's still presence from a Wubblebobs.
I mean, Wubblebobs just softened up this hit so much. Now it's just down to the final couple of gunfights. GodRx with attack inside the hull, trying to get a little bit of help from Purge with Cobra on 6. All shut down. Gwyn just there to assist at the exact right moment. 20 seconds to fight for. Brezzy, Linz trying to come through the back door, but Brezzy gets completely shut down. The follow-up not good. Last one to get his Abusa, and yes, GodRx. Happy birthday again, brother. Blow out the candles, take the scrap time. We're tied again.
Yeah, that was a much better hill there for Omid. They were able to get some presence in, a lot of patience being shown from Yeez. A lot of players just fly into that hill, try to get the job done all by themselves, but the teamwork works out. So 205 to 204. This very well could end on the next hill. A lot of this P1 time has basically gone neutral. High ground being controlled from Cobra. It looks like Gwyn is onto it, and now he's got to find the kill, but Cobra, what a shutdown that is.
Massive win. That means that Purge has to step up here through mid. Try to contest this Wobbubbab's hit that's coming right from the inside of the windows. Cobra sneaks through. Nobody sees him. Gwyn, how is he ready for that? Gets the elimination. Lynn's trying to follow up, and Purge resets it. All of a sudden, Amit have control of the hard point with numbers as they try to rotate over.
This is big time, and look at it. I mean, the Wobbubbabs, they know they have to contest this, but Yeez gets some great team shots assistance, and that will be good for a triple. A huge 14 seconds now to lock in here for Omid, and look at Yeez. He has flying to new. Wobbubbabs are nowhere to be found, and they are now spawning inside of Tennis.
Yeah, and he's got a rifle to lock down this back alleyway. Wobbubbabs have to break this through mid and from the front side. A couple of kills will make this transition a bit easier, but if Yuzi gets shut down, he's now on 5. Oh, God, Rex holds the line. Cobra in, next one up. 245, though. He's got to go. He's got to touch. Big shutdown. Can anyone get here, though? No, not going to happen. Amit's going to take map number 1 in a thriller.
Oh, man, how about that from Omid, man? We said it. Going up against one of EU's best when it comes to hardpoint. They have clearly fixed a lot of their mistakes from yesterday, and that was after being down by about a full 60 heading into the office hill. There was so much map control there in favor of Wobbubbabs, but it really is that P1 hill when we go back into the reset, isn't it? They get a good 30 seconds off of it, and then they have a clean rotation to P2 because Wobbubbabs had to contest that P1 time but couldn't find the kills.
Man, I mean, that is as good as you're going to see at any level of Call of Duty when it comes to how to play hardpoint. And I got to start with where we really had the conversation exist throughout the majority of the first set of hills. Everything Amit was doing was playing recovery. Wobbubbabs was beating them on rotation. Their setups were really good. They were putting pressure ahead of the hard point, that buffer zone, that little bump to try to keep that line of scrimmage forward. And Amit, even though they were pushed back and tested, their final attempts on breaking were so unbelievably good. And I think in particular, the biggest moments you look at are the last players that are left alive. One of two roles they are fulfilling, either finessing, staying alive, staying concealed, wait for the rest of your team to hit from an opposite angle, and then you just all of a sudden surprise from the back, or moments at the end of this map for both Purge and Yeez, your teammates are falling around you, you have to lock down a long lane, and both of them provided 3-4 kills straight. Godarex doing the same thing from an anchor position. Just really good fundamental hardpoint by Amit to keep themselves in the game early and then turn the tides as we got later and later in that tied 200-200 game.
Yeah, a very tight one. We are in for a good series here, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness, but some of these P3 hills, that's where you thought there was a chance to run away with it, wasn't there? Especially with Lynn's already flying to new. Like, he was rotating to office at like 40 seconds when you talk about that trust, right? Incredible stuff coming on in, but listen, if there's a way to beat a Wobbubbabs, it's by taking one of the hard points, because beating these guys in map number 3s is very difficult to do consistently. So that is a great start for Omid to try to cut out 3 maps here to try to win and move on to this next round.
And keep in mind that Wobbubbabs were Team B, which has been kind of the meta over the course of the back half of the season. That gets you your 2, 3, and 4. So map 1, honestly speaking, if you're playing it just by the way the vetoes are going, that needed to be a win for Amit, because now that we look back to it, now we've got back-to-back hotels. And even though Wobbubbabs are a very solid Embassy hardpoint team, they actually may be the best P3 Embassy team in Challengers, if we're being honest. Now you have to suddenly find a way to beat them on hotel, which is very difficult to do, especially when we get to control eventually, because, I mean, come on, they are chef's kiss on hotel control. We often say it's like Brezzy was born in one of the hotel rooms there, dude, and he just dominates that space.
Yeah, I don't think there's a team that plays, you know, better hotel control right now in Challengers than a Wobbubbabs. So we'll see if there's maybe been any prep there, considering that they're willing to, you know, square up against them on it. So we'll have to see. But obviously, you have to take a look at this map number 2. And, you know, coming back to my point I made a little bit earlier in the day here was the fact that Omid were actually looking really solid when it came down to search and destroy, right? I think that they have just kind of a great duo-ship with this front and back line that I keep constantly talking about. You have Yeez and Gwyn that are ready to be the playmakers, ready to get inside of bedroom. But on top of that, it felt like they were kind of also doing a really good job of splitting the map at times and trying to enable other players. And GodRx, I feel like, might be kind of one of the play callers, shot callers for some of those, because he's like, listen, I'm going to watch over you. I will beam anyone that challenges. Let's try to hit something out. And it feels like that was working a lot for them throughout some of their maps yesterday.
100%. And we look at the scoreboard from the last match, that's the one key point about GodRx. He did it in the hard point already. So even if you were kind of second guessing, like, oh, you know, newer team, what are they going to look like cohesion-wise? You just came off of a map number 1 where GodRx had 30 kills and 25 were non-traded. And there's not a category for this, but lives saved by GodRx had to have been like 10 plus, man. Every time that someone was weak, GodRx was right there to make sure they stayed alive. And when you talk about what you're looking for out of a search and destroy, that is an inherent thing that you're not necessarily ever going to see, but you will feel, I think, as a player. So, man, it's one of those things that GodRx didn't just have the 90,000 pro points. He's also just an absolute legend when it comes down to his storied career and what he's been able to do throughout at least this year, if not the last 2 in particular. So, yeah, really good stuff for a bit. They have to be feeling really confident about what they just did on map number 1, and a lot of those same residual emotions, I'm sure, will carry on into map number 2 here.
Yeah, I hope so. Just kind of playing with aggression. I think teams really struggle against the Wobblebobs when you see them start to fall into those situations where they don't want to challenge, they don't want to take that risk. And I think when you start to play like really default gameplay versus these guys, I think that's when they pick you apart. They have really easy reads, right? You talk about the veteranship from someone like Brezzy to be able to kind of calm and communicate what we should do. Again, being the main shot caller here for this squad, you feel like that's where Wobblebobs really start to find favor. But definitely see a little bit of frustration on some of the faces, right? Don't often see maybe Abuza kind of having his head in his hands, not trying to look into it too much. But I think there has been a little bit of tilt maybe throughout this weekend. We talked about that with Andy and some of their scrims leading up to it. So have to find a way to certainly regain here, but they're more interested in what's happening behind them and what's ahead of them, right?
Like, I was just saying, like, what are we looking at behind us right now here, boys? And on top of that, just to kind of, you know, speak onto the roster, it's not just the veterancy and a lot of the consistency we get, but the playmaking from Linz and Search has been unbelievable when it comes to a lot of the storied runs that we've had from this Wobblebobs team. He has been so clutch. A 2.4 in the Search just over the top of the weekend. Yeah. And look at his opening duel win percentage. He gets into a winning gunfight 2/3 of the time. That is so key when it comes to starting yourself off into early 4v3s, especially on a map like Hotel, where that first blood is usually going to guarantee you a ton of map control. So that's something for us to keep an eye out for Linz in particular. As we look back over to this best-of-5 series, they've already kind of flirted with the idea of this Hotel backup, but you also got to keep in mind that that playmaking that we're kind of alluding towards with Linz could really be a big pack of what we could get out of a Mercado hardpoint, pending, of course, that Wobblebobs could take one of these next 2 maps.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just feels like Wobblebobs have this map mode down to a T where they know where they want to plant, they know what they need to take control of, and it really is up to Omid to try to contest that and make sure that there's just no free plants, I think, first and foremost, when you're going up against these guys. But even then, you talk about Linz clearing space, being able to open up maybe sites like Kitchen. And I think something we've also seen evolve a hell of a lot more this tournament is the ability to try to use that island player to push through Kitchen after the opponents kind of know that the play is actually at A, right? They're looking at this area right here. They have a lot of pressure, a lot of nades and stuns are being thrown. Linz kind of known for being that island player from what we saw yesterday, trying to push through. We'll see if that happens here. Map number 2, though, underway. Ome grab map 1. We'll see if the Wobblebobs can bounce back.
And this is something that we often see with the Wobblebobs on this map. They love to put pressure across the entirety of the map and then gut check, hit something. But, ooh, Cobra's sniping through mid. Looking for first contact. Purge will provide it, but the shot goes wide, and it's Gwyn who shuts down Linz. So there's 1/3 of those opening duels that don't quite go his way. Whoa! Oh, my goodness. Takes off the right foot of Gwyn. Cobra responds, and we're in a 3v3 early.
Yeah, I kind of hope that Gwyn was a little weak there as he made that Dolphin tap into Red Strong. He definitely hit the backside of his thigh or his leg, but it's good enough for the kill and good enough for a 3 versus 3. And this is what I talked about. You can't really let these guys get the bomb down. Buza gonna stick it. He will get it through. Brezzy tries to take room away up top, and that's gonna be a great kill. Numbers advantage now for Omid.
And you look to Purge here. He's the one that has to make the next play. Sniper rifle up for Cobra. Comes a bit wide on it. GodRx challenge from up top. But he's get shut down to the flank, and now all the focus has to be on the front. Cobra drops now just down to Abuse. He does have a Semtex and Dead Silence. He wants to face up 1v1 with GodRx, and he goes to the drop shot. Ah, dirty stuff. And Amit will take the first round.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been a much different round. Cobra, I think, missing a lot of shots throughout that one, right? He had a lot of opportunities to find that first kill onto Purge, and that could have maybe enabled the play over by Kitchen. found the shot at least onto Gwyn to even the numbers up, but I will say very well done here. GodRx finding 3 kills in the round. We already talked about him after the map 1. It feels like he is lighting it up right now on his birthday as he's already off to a nice fiery start.
And that little drop shot is just so sneaky, right? I mean, he's Neo in
yeah.
the Matrix right there. You see the bullets whizzing by in slow motion, the bullet trails rippling through time and space, and he's just slithering down. Okay, 3 kills for GodRx. Cobra sniper rifle, though, does become at least a cognitive thought into what you want to do here in this next offense. And it will be at least some pressure towards mid. Nades are out. Trophy system down, and Yeez has already made his way up towards the front side of the staircase. If Yeez is playing top bedroom, he may not see Yeez. Yeez is in a great spot to open up space here.
Yeah, this is great aggression coming through. He's going to be able to give just a lot of information. Hey, you might be able to drop this bomb. I have bottom bedroom control. Not going to stick for it just yet. A lot of nades and studs coming out.
Good.
Abusa not ready for that shell whatsoever. Space already taken away. Cobra now forced to start looking at the site. And, well, he is going to catch Gwyn. Not ready for that angle to be watched. 3v3 we go again.
But Yeez is still a problem here. I mean, you're saying that Brezzy has to go try to flush him out with a tap. And Yeez, yes, perfectly done. That is so freaking brilliant from Yeez. Gets the space, knows that he's going to be a problem, doesn't force anything, waits very patiently. And now the bomb can rotate. You just stay away from Cobra's sniper rifle. You take your 3v1 to the other side of the map, and Linz is going to have to do something miraculous here.
It's a great read. This is going to be your only play if you're Omid, so you have to trade him effectively. Linz, eyes on the first, no problem. 31 HP, won't get the second. And now it's up to Cobra. It's going to go all the way to the back. The question is does he have attack? Does he have a nade to open up these doors? It looks like the answer is going to be yes. Can he work for some angles?
Such a tough peek. I mean, Omid, again, they know he's got a scope, so just stay down. Let him take his trail shots. No secondary, just a pistol for him. So he did not collect any of the weapons downside in bottom bedroom. Cobra makes his way in. No contact yet. GodRx surely has heard this, though. Still playing in the 1-for-1 corner. Here's the check. The drop shot wins it in round 1. Now it's a little pop-up bunny hop to take away the scope angle for the second. Omid 2-0 up.
Yeah, it's like a little shot between the legs there, isn't it? And
yeah.
GodRx, that also puts him like on 5 there. So very nicely done. I mean, Yeez probably has that trade anyway. So a lot of patience being shown in the setup. A great call on the rotation. I mean, let's work around the scope, right? After you lose Gwyn on that plant, we should probably reposition if we're not able to push him out. And, well, Yeez had kind of already done his job with 2 inside of top and bottom bedroom. Very well done. Great routes being taken. Omid will grab themselves a very early 2-0 lead here over the Wubble Bobs.
And the mental chess will definitely make Cobra consider not even using the scope, I would say, at this point anymore. And yeah, he's going to go to attack to try to assist on these hits, because think about how these last 2 rounds have gone. The sniper rifle has provided at least a couple of trades in the first blood, but outside of that, Cobra has not been a participant when it comes down to those final holds or those final pushes so far. So
sure.
I like the call here for Cobra, getting involved with an AR now, being a part of this play. Stun comes through. Gwyn falls off top TV. He's got 2 players pushing on him. Secondary nade is out, but Gwyn stays safe, stays under concealment, gets the first, pops up, but not going to get the second trade there, 2v1. And now Purge off the regen, looking for more, catches Cobra, but can't quite find the shots, and that will vacate the bomb site.
Okay, 2v3. If you decide to drop it, you got to watch a lot of entry points into this site, so you almost want to get one more before you commit to it. But where else do they really have to go? Nowhere is the answer. They're going to stick it. They're going to try to play some timing, see if they can try to work through. They do have a trophy system that should assist with this.
Yeah.
But Omid, I mean, they have the numbers. They just have to trade.
And Yeez is late to this play. Abusa may find timing here. Well, at least he knows he's on the flank. That stun will confirm it, but now the hit from the front. Yeah,
well
absolutely
done.
Perfectly done. I mean, this is just so good for a team that was, recently put together 2 weeks ago? If that? I mean, come on. I know that GodRx was talking about it in Toronto as far as who we wanted to play with and, how he could influence the pro point standings. But, I mean, this is looking like some of the best search that we've seen out of the teams that hadn't made changes all year long.
Yeah. It's like so disciplined is like the word that comes to mind for me right now based off what they're doing. Like, Yeez isn't just flying forward. He's taking his time. They're saving a lot of their utility as well, so they're not just blowing it at the start of the round. They're getting a read on where they are, and they're using it to play retake. If no one's going to stick inside that site, that's what you have to do if you want to try to get a hold of Kitchen, especially with how we know the headies work in there and the snaking on top of it. So, not easy to deal with, but GodRx now 6-0, cruise missile in the back pocket. They are looking very strong here in Hotel Search.
This is a must-win round for Wubble Bobs, flat out. There's no other way to say it. You go down 0-4, even if the cruise missile is used or not, it's just you're so mentally checked as far as what do we even do? This is a must-win round, and Cobra does provide first blood. That was through the middle of the map. You do have Abuza checking down low for any early crosses towards this A staircase, but Omid have kind of hit the brakes, and it's Purge with the Dead Silence that's trying to feel things out, and he's got catwalk control. This is a key position. Brezzy down low is watching for it, and no. The shots at the door aren't going to connect, and that's going to force Purge back.
Need a trade here. GodderX able to deliver. 7-0. But they are going to lose another one. Yeah, Purge got a drop. Tough spot to be sure. Was trying to go for a solo island play. I was kind of talking about how we've seen a lot of that so far this weekend. But what can GodderX do? 8-0 now. Has a chance to pull off what would be a 1v3, now 1v2. He's going to book it over to B, but he doesn't have Deddy.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing about this. If he can make good contact with either Cobra or Linz here through mid, maybe there's a chance to isolate it. Oh, he sees one. Now to the 1v1. Linz nearby. Here's all of this. The knife is out. GodderX is going to not, unfortunately, be able to see him down low, and Linz does secure the must-win round for Wobbumbobs.
Yeah, I think a lot of us thought that. Well, at least I did. I thought GodderX was about to knife Linz right here up close. Right? Knife was out right in front of him. Just a little panic knife, if you will, but swaps to the AR as he flies through connector, and Linz will make sure that he gets the trade. But almost a 1v3. GodderX playing out of his mind. If he has Dead Silence, I feel like that is most certainly a clutch play that he pulls out. But that's the round you asked for there. They're able to get themselves on the board. Now we'll see if they can continue to make adjustments starting here on the attack.
Yeah, this is another key round, again, just to try to turn the tides. You had a great defense, a good opening first blood that you were able to hold, and now they're going to go with a little bit of tempo. Here's the thing, though. It's a double stack here for Amit defensively over top of this A site. Bomb is trying to make its way on early, but Yeez has seen this. GodderX is trying to get into position to Chal. Just comes down to the timing of it. Brezzy's planning on the outside, and he does get the plant off. No trade here. 4v4 post plant, and look at Linz, number 2 in yellow. He's so deep.
Yeah. He certainly is. He has a chance to spoil the play, come behind it, and just like that, Queen gonna drop. Now they have to worry about him at all. He puts together 2, and that may have just done it right here in round number 5. GodderX would have to do something crazy. The shots are good onto Cobra. Has to get to the back, though, and find some more.
GodderX is beaming. Yeez, oh, the little bait switch works out. Abuza reveals his position towards Spa. Of course, you know, Linz is somewhere near the middle of the map. GodderX is trying to isolate that kill first, but he's missed the timing of it. Bomb would be hard-pressed to fuse with only 12 seconds left, and the Wobbumbobs go back-to-back. And I love that little call from a Wobbumbobs. It could have been spoiled, to be fair. I mean, like we mentioned, Yeez sees the cross. GodderX, if he decides to pop the door, he for sure kills Brezzy. But the big X factor was the speed, the tempo, the timing, and Linz also sneaking through into mid-couches to blow up the play. Well done by the Wobbumbobs.
Yeah, that second kill was unbelievable. Just absolutely beaming. A key moment to solidify another round here, back-to-back coming through. Talks about how strong the Wobbumbobs are, especially when they get that bomb down. And it's because of little strats like that get thrown into the playbook. So 3-2 down the tally. Omid looking to try to regain control here on the attack. We'll see which way the first bloods are going to go, and we'll see which way the cruise is going to go here. Should open up the map quite a bit.
Yeah, it's nades into mid first to make sure there's no defensive aggression through mid lobby, followed up by the cruise missile to block out anyone on rotation, and now you have the world is your oyster as far as where you commit to, and they're trying to bait a Wobbumbobs into thinking this is going to go B. Even though Purge drops, there's still a chance here that a mid can actually surprise the Wobbumbobs. You can see number 3 in yellow. Abuses thinking there could be a cross here to B, but all the noise has been killed, and now the doubt starts to creep into this 2-2 defensive split for Wobbumbobs.
Gonna try to shut the door. Cobra, though, he's got the scope out again. And, well, he's gonna fire through the wall. He's ready to challenge. He will get the kill. So now you've lost Cobra, but the rest of the defenders now starting to shift around the map. Bomb has to be picked up. A little bit low on time. Omid's still in a pretty tough position.
Mid-map is the biggest concern right now for these two players for Amit. You just don't know if anyone's on that cross. But the thing about it is, Yeez is in a great spot with a stun and a nade. Just play his life here in the bottom turn. Abuse it, Dead Silence at the ready. Hasn't popped it yet. This is a double stack. Yeez surely is going to be able to hear some of this. If not, GodderX up top. They're in a great post point. This is still very winnable. They're trying to clear out bedroom first. Here goes Brezzy. Dead Silence about to expire. He has not seen GodderX yet. Yeez down low, takes the first freebie. And Linz is not a part of the play. Linz isn't here. This is a perfect 2v3. Linz on 4, trying to go. Not a lot of time. Semtex pushes out. Linz has to find the kills, though. GodderX is just playing with his food. And the kill from Yeez secures it. What a post plant from Amit.
I mean, what a post plant, but what a round that is from Yeez, right? He knows he has to fly at Cobra. If Cobra just gets to sit at the back of luggage for free and just kind of throw out wallbang shots, throw out snipes, you're almost never going to get that bomb down. but Yeez with some big kills in the round. A great call on the setup. GodRx up top, Yeez down low, and yeah, Linz has no idea where that post plan is. You're almost always assuming one person is going to be inside a bedroom.
Yeah,
but he goes to the back to see if GodRx is kind of playing for that clutch spot. Not the case. Hell of a round. Omid now up 4-2.
And that all just comes off the product. Even though Purge dropped first, you got so much information on where players were, and that doubt from Wobbuffets kept them so far back in their defensive spawns. Brilliant idea from it. But now an X Factor has arrived. Cobra sniping, backside luggage. And to be fair, Amit's defense has not preferred to play through this hallway yet, so you would have to assume that Cobra's going to have to reposition at some point, especially as Brezzy looks good for this plant, but Amit coming quickly through mid-map.
That's a good kill. Lynn's trying to get to that same position that we saw before. And oh, Purge puts together two. Cobra's going to have to hit some scopes. How about it? First one there. Second one there. Cobra looking for the no-scope, but Yeez gets there for the final two. Builds the kill spree up to 5 in a row. And Omid good for another one.
Dude, this Amit contact defense is unbelievably disciplined, my man. Like we were mentioning, like, I love the fact that Cobra tries to be an X Factor here by pulling out a sniper rifle. You're trying to open up just the outside portion of that A site, but the thing is, Amit defensively have not played there yet. It's just been GodRx up top, contact down low by someone from Purge or Yeez, whoever decides to play it, based on if you want Deddy or a trophy, and then everything else just kind of funnels through mid-map, where honestly, Wobbuffets' offense have not been living at all. So it's a really good gut check call for Amit, getting themselves into a position to take a quick retake, being very aware that they had the opportunity to do so, and now they find themselves on a key map point. GodRx still 11-2, by the way, just very casual.
Very casual. Yeez trailing them for what could be kill number 6 and another cruise missile in play.
Wow.
It's a full mid stack, and well, you can see it there. Purge going to be able to get one, get out. He'll keep the flank safe. GodRx also just watching inside a statue. This is a very tough retake for Wobbuffets. They have no info.
And look at Yeez, dude. Every time he's been able to get into bedroom position, he's good for at least 30 seconds of clock to kill, if not a couple of lives to take down as well. And Wobbuffets, you can feel the stress on this rotation. Everyone's looking for 1v1s. Cobra can only get a bullet off. Limbs and Abuser, though, do get cooed quickly, but it's GodRx with the clock on his side in a very key position on this mid-cross. He's looking to find Abuser first. Oh, he's seen him. He's going to reposition, try to feed him to the crosses. Linz, and he does get the kill. Oh, the 1v1s had to come through, and boy, did they.
I mean, that's a wild retake right there. That was a 3v4 with every single of Wobbuffets members stuck in the middle of the map.
Yep.
But it starts with a couple of big kills coming on through to even us up, and then the follow-up there from Abuza, as well as Linz, to find two more through the back of D1 and one inside of bedroom. They're able to get the read on GodRx. They finish it off, but man, that looked like a round that was going to secure the win right there for me, Alan.
I thought so too. I'm not even going to lie. GodRx on that cross, 1v1s in cheeky corners. Yeah, it definitely felt like that was going to be a map win, and I'm sure Amit were probably thinking the exact same thing. So now you're all of a sudden still up 2. This is that soft 5-3 curse coming from 5-2.
The soft curse, that's right.
Have to bring it out. And look at this play. For the first time, Wobbuffets are going to put some significant pressure without nades to start over towards B. But Gwyn may be able to hear this. Note that sounds as part of this play. They're trying to burst through with the utility, and no contact means that Gwyn's still concealed at this top position on TV.
And he is posted up. He is ready, and well, looks to be a bait.
Brilliant.
Look at where Abuza is. He's already been able to push through.
They know.
But it's being read. Yeah, they know. They're like, listen, you haven't hit this. We have someone in position to stop it. But Abuza up top, he is in a good spot to maybe find someone cutting this cross.
Purge looking for it. Oh, key win from Abuza. Because, yeah, Amit absolutely saw Abuza run in. They say, this is a fake. We got to get back on bedroom. Yeez follows up. How good has Yeez been in these last couple of rounds? But Brezzy keeps the numbers in favor of Wobbuffets, taking down GodRx and opening up space around the A site, but the clock is becoming an issue. Linz try to pull off a flank through mid, does not have that silence yet, so he's still moving pretty slowly. He's doing the same thing around the back through bar. No one kept the plant yet. Cobra getting one, but the immediate trade is in. Now it's just down to try to stop this plant, and he's got the read. He's got the read that they're trying to make their way over towards B. And interestingly, Wobbuffets are committing. Yeez running quickly. Do they have time to plant this?
Yeah, they do.
They're sticking on for it now, but Yeez is already here. Linz isn't watching the right doorway. Oh, the first contact down, but he has to go to the reload. 1v1 with Brezzy. Bang!
Oh!
How about that from Yeez? 4 in a row to finish, and a mid-take map 2.
What was that round from Yeez? Oh my goodness! What a clutch. Brezzy should have had him dead to rights. He had to reload. He runs out of ammunition. It does not matter. He puts together the second. What a 1v3. What an ace from Yeez.
That's unbelievable. I mean, Amit had a Wobblebob's number really from round one. I mean, they had such a great setup right off the get-go. The default defensive setup was perfect to respond to what a Wobblebobs wanted to do. Don't give Cobra a chance to get a hard scope through luggage. Had to have been the call from Coach Carl Johnston right there. Boy, Mystic doing his research, doing the VOD. And then on top of that, just the mind games that start to come through. I thought Wobblebobs had a really solid idea in that last round. Fake everything towards B, get Abuse it through. But again, Yeez is the one in position to get the read. He makes the call. Everyone rotates. The trades are just barely good enough. And then talk about just the search and destroy grinder. You're getting the read that they're going to make their way back over towards B and getting a 1v2. Whew, talk about dejecting for the Wobblebobs.
Wow. Blank faces for sure after a moment like that where you feel like you should have him dead to rights. But Brezzy having a tough map, can't get there. And now 2-0 up. I mean, if there was ever a way to win the series, this is the way to do it. Grab the hard point, grab the search and destroy. The control is going to be hard pressed to try to get a third of the row. But man, incredible game. I mean, again, it comes back to a lot of the discipline being shown and then just a bit of a clutch factor at the end just to seal the deal. Get over the top. Yeez has a hell of a map alongside GodRx. What did they combine for? 24, was it?
I think so, yeah. It was over 20. I know that much for sure. And, oh, man, that is, wow. I mean, talk about just unbelievable trust on so many of these plays that we're just catching the highlight of. I mean, it's not even just the contact and the gunfights that are won. Like, if you're really digging in and, like, full focus on how they're moving around the minimap, who's making contact, whether it's by utility or just by point of contact visually, they're doing such a nice job of getting the read, getting the information they need, and then adjusting perfectly. And, yeah, it's two different 12-4 setups for GodRx and Yeez. I mean, Gwyn and Purge, don't get me wrong, they were not slacking. They were key in a number of these setups, a number of those contact plays that I'm talking about. But, I mean, come on. 24-8 out of 2 players is stupid.
Yeah, that's a heck of a performance there for those two. Ace in the final round. And now you have to start looking towards this map number 3. Man, dude, it feels like this is a situation where we always talk about for the Wobblebobs, right? Where they're the ones clutching up. They're the ones in those moments, but not the case, not to be. You take a look at some of the statistics here for Control and what we have coming up between Cobra and GodRx here too.
And this is the big thing. Cobra was just shut down from really even being a part of that search and destroy because he wasn't really able to get the sniper rifle in play. And you're probably sitting there saying,
yeah,
what are you talking about? He had a couple of cool quick scopes, but that was not part of the design. He was not supposed to be in those positions to do that. They're trusting him to make first contact with that scope, hard scope somebody out of that back luggage position, top bedroom position. And when that's not available, a lot of pressure goes his direction. So yeah, I love that we pulled that up as far as highlighting those two because GodRx, of course, just popped off. And then Cobra, who has been so instrumental towards this Wobblebobs team on Control, is coming off kind of a slow game where he's not really able to fulfill the role that they've designed for him. So now you have to kind of rebuild that trust, show that you can dominate here in this map number 3. Cobra is absolutely the right person to keep an eye out for this Hotel Control.
Cobra and Brezzy, I mean, is there any better players and challengers that can block spawns at the back of B right now? Like I'll always talk about it. They get into spawn, it feels like they just don't leave spawn. They just continuously spawn there over and over again almost. But very difficult to deal with those two. Have to see if Omen have kind of done their homework because it's probably one of the few teams that I would say is just so clinical at being able to push to the back, find an angle to like dolphin dive into like that broken wall, and then have somebody play for that trade on top of the heady, on top of the, you know, whatever area they're kind of playing in back P2. So we'll see if they have a way to be able to shut that down because Wobblebobs, they've been doing it all season long. We know what they do. I'm sure a lot of their opponents know what they do, but can you stop it is now the big question.
Well, that's the question we've had all year long. I mean, yeah, you know what you're going to get here if you're the Wobblebobs, or you're playing, rather, against the Wobblebobs, but dealing with it and beating it is a totally different story. Definitely an opportunity to not just take this map, but to change up the dynamic and the momentum in this series. But Yeez, first blood over the top. No trophy systems, of course, because these nades are hitting hard. Got Rex also not allowed to get back towards the backside of Barn. Here come the Owobabs. Full stack on towards B. Only player that can deal with it is Gwyn, and he gets shut down. This is going to be an early 60 seconds.
Oh, it will be. Very early 60 seconds on the first break off. Only losing 1 life here in the process. Now Linz can start to push through mid. He's will be playing for exit, so he'll do a good job of fighting 2. That's a big double to really stop a Owobabs from just kind of steamrolling right over to A right away.
That is a massive double from Ease because it keeps the spawns for the Owobabs deep over towards the backside of bedroom. Got Rex, makes the middle of the map safe for 1. Abuser does at least open up a chance for the flank. He should also move this defensive spawn around. This is exactly what you're talking about. Owobabs so good at manipulating the map. Brezzy around the back. Door pops open. Lynn says, hi, how you doing? Lynn says, we're fine. Thank you very much for asking. But he says, no.
Baby.
Personnel only. No customers back here. 23 plays 23, minute 35 on the clock.
Yeah, he is cooking it up right now. Man, oh man. Nice start for Yeez. Is dealt with, though. Have to deal with Abuser in the back. Purse has no problem, but now in a tough spot. Has to chow. Cobra will be able to find the kill. Now a chance for Owobabs to start to get onto the point. Still a lot of lingering players, though, for Omit trying to work their way in, but that is not what you want to see. GodRx takes out Gwyn. That's going to make this retake that much harder.
And he's still not off regen yet, so he wasn't able to really contest for this second ticket progress. They have to give it up. Purge needs to find something from the opposite side. Hold on a second. This is the 2v4 break attempt. GodRx shut down. Purge still alive, but Linz still on the zone. Third ticket progress on the way, and that kill should likely secure it. Yee's trying to get there. He's going to have to touch, and Brezzy says, not today, young man. Runs control good. Owobabs better as they fully lock in both zones.
Yeah, they're pretty good. Pretty good at hotel control. I'll tell you that right now. Holy. My God. First break attempt. You kidding me? Over to B? I mean, we also kind of, mentioned that from time to time with the fact that there's no trophies, right? So if you get some good utility off, you can weaken up some of those players that like to play at the back of D1, like to play on that godheady between both of the desks. You have a big opportunity just to kind of steamroll, run right in, and stack the point. And that's what I love about Owobabs. They don't mess around. When they know they get 3 players down, we're not pushing one forward at a spot. No, we're stacking the zone. We're getting the ticks. We're getting that extra minute right away.
Yeah, it's just a no-nonsense setup, and I love that from Owobabs. That's always been the case of how they played COD. He's on the back. Lynn's trying to get himself out, but not going to be allowed to. Clock will stop at 1:17, and 2 members will be on here for a minute. The Owobabs off spawn are looking for bedroom control, maybe to try to surround this point, but Purge kind of denies the chance of that, getting the 1 kill onto Brezzy. Sure abuses deep, and he will move spawns around, but yeah, Owobabs are going to have to chalk this.
Yep. Happy to concede it. Have to hold, though, for 2 minutes and 15 seconds. And have to break down this setup. We'll see how they're going to do it. All the way in the back. Oh, Purge knows. Purge knows Abuses back here, and well, surprise, surprise, he's able to find him. Nice first kill. Yeez ready to start to work into bedroom. Dead Silence is active. Also has a stun and a nade. Probably going to throw a dead nade down, and now he's ready to go. What a challenge it is. Yeez able to get that first one. Can he get a read on the second?
Yeah, that was all about Owobabs trying to get their ARs in position to stop him before they even saw bedroom. That is not who you want to control bedroom side. This is who you want to control bedroom side. And Brezzy gets to work quickly. 3 in a row for the young man. He's also looking 18 again since picking up a sub as he gets on to 4 in a row. Slow start from Brezzy, but Paul is ready to gun. As now a chance for Streaks has made itself known as Owobabs take the life lead as well.
Brezzy's now going to invest his daddy. He's got a lot of players around him. Purge going to drop 5 in a row. Brezzy looking to earn the streak and all. What a read that is. Takes out Gwyn, and that is now just about all the bedroom control here that you would have loved to have, but 1 player going to spawn up. I don't think Brezzy gets a read on that, so now maybe a chance to move in with numbers. Still lots of time on the clock.
Yeah, nades coming out. Trophy system wasn't earned yet. Oh no, this is not good whatsoever. The ARs have been flushed out. You just have your SMGs left. And Lynn's playing an opposite angle. Sure, Brezzy gets around the back here, but he may need to think about committing this cruise missile in. This is such a tough rebreak. You've got Gwyn on for a time. He gets naded out, but there are still so many Omit members nearby. Oh, key gunfight win. Yeez is about to take over mid-map, and the defense will stabilize just a touch. Lynn's in a good spot here. Gwyn trying to fight him off. Not going to work out, but a minute on the point. Yeez dancing with them. Takes down the kill. First tick lock.
All right, they've finally been able to fully clear bedroom out, but you still have presence through mid, and now Purge also has a chance to block spawns in the back. So a great moment for Omit to still find success, but Cruise Missile finds nothing. Teammates started to drop like flies. Purge now needs to make up for it. Double stack on the point. Purge looking for someone to shoot at. Has a read in the back here. Now he's just going to hold his position. He's good for another. It looks like that might have been enough. And Omit just need to get the final tick, and they do. They match the offensive round.
That is an analytical example that you're never going to find, or at least you're not going to find very often when it comes down to what went wrong for Wobblebobs. It's both of your ARs initially towards that B setup once they chalk A, that they're trying to stop Amit from even getting to bedroom. They're trying to get top roofs control, catwalk control, see if we can just beat Amit off respawn constantly. But those kills don't come through. And then all of a sudden, your SMGs are not in a good spot to defensively hold through bedroom, and they have to try to clear the zone? Yeah, perfect stuff from Amit. Reading the situation, knowing who's down and who's up, what space we can work with, considering what weapons they have, and they make it look orchestrated to perfection. It's a symphony here at Hotel. Cobra over the top of mid, though. Little hit for Wobblebobs over towards A, but they can transition quickly here to try to threaten B at the same time.
Yeah, a bit of a switch up here. Not going to go for B right away, but he might just go over very quickly. Oh, is that a stick? It is. Twin, well played, Semtex. Will make sure Brezzy can't find anything else through the back, but a lot of mid control. Now here for the Wobblebobs. Linz just going to make sure they do slowly lock this in. A little kind of pass the baton there on the point for Brezzy. He's going to slowly get the second tick. Rest of the Wobblebobs just trying to pick apart the map and, well, also try to earn a bit of a life lead.
Yeah, this is expensive from a bit in terms of the life count, because this is just feeling like you're not doing anything forever. Like, you just feel like you want to force a gunfight. Wobblebobs are saying, come on into our web. We've spun it up perfectly for you. And it works out great. So a 4-life lead. 2 minutes and 12 seconds will be on the clock here. And Abuse is still in a really solid spot to contest against these Omit respawners.
Oh, big kill. This is what we talk about when they get to the back like this. Getting into spot. That's where things get dangerous. Big win through mid. And while this happens, look at the play in the back.
They don't know.
Linz is going to get through. They have no idea. It happens almost every single time they play Hotel Control. Trigger discipline being shown. First kill is there. Needs to find Gwyn. Gwyn's going to fall. Linz for 2. Does he get a read on Purge? It looks like he doesn't. But there's still one more player in the back, and now it's Brezzy.
But Gwyn spawns up at Spa somehow, and then look how quickly he turns that into an opportunity to stop this offensive hit. Oh my goodness. I don't know who did their sacrificial diligence this morning to the COD gods, but Gwyn comes away with a massive double to keep the defense alive, because the Wobblebobs were ready to stack. And now Purge through mid. Getting another, keeping this Wobblebobs hit at bay a little while longer, but the lives are still being chipped away. We go 19 v 16, minute 13 on the clock.
Game's starting to slow down a little bit more, though. First kill again. It feels like Wobblebobs are going to constantly put pressure on the back. And Omit going to have to find answers. They do not have bedroom control any longer either. Yeez is going to drop, so you need to find kills here or things can get very hairy. Yeah. Purge up top. Shot's going to come through. One more player. It's just Abuza trying to see if he can play his life. He cannot. Respawners are there to clear him out. And now Omit starting to feel a little bit more comfortable here in round number 3.
Yeah, this is a dangerous setup here for Omit defensively. I mean, they've got Purge in a good spot deep through luggage. He's got help from Yee. So, again, it's an AR SMG duo on both sides of the map. Got her X. Good read. Sees it coming down. Says time for the trophy system to come through. But the kills around the back are just that much cleaner from a Wobblebobs. A chance for them to flood through the backside of Spa. 25 seconds as the clock continues to ting away, tick away, and fade away. Just down to Yeez on one side of this. Purge on the other. No contact yet. Yee's getting one. Flushes out that bottom bedroom position. Nades to follow. Cobra up top. Oh, what a formidable spot for Cobra. He gets 2. Gwyn also tested. He's trying to contest from up top, but Cobra gets the read. Looking for all 4. Second tick of progress about to get locked. And with the stack, they're looking good for more than that. Third on the way. No one gets there. And a Wobblebob will save the offense. Go up to 1.
It just takes one push. Just when you say it looks like this is a comfortable setup, just like that, it's broken open. And you know, once you find both players through the back, exactly like they did, very cleanly as well, the last 2 are probably inside of bedroom, right? And they just wait patiently. They send a couple members into bedroom, try to see where they are located, get the information needed, and then Cobra snapping, going huge. Big moment there to, I believe, build up to about 4 in a row. So working towards a cruise missile now will be Cobra, but man, you can never count out the Wobblebobs.
Never.
Even when it doesn't feel like there's a chance.
Just never count them out. Not even in this series. Still very possible for them to make a huge run at this. As Omit off their spawn, we'll head right over towards A, and they are not messing around. They're going to go quick here. They say, we don't want to try to milk out these lives. Give us 2 minutes, 16 seconds. And a lot of lives to throw at B as the Wobblebobs. They may contest this. They've got 3 members hitting very quickly. They may not get here in time, though. And, yeah, extra 60 seconds is added, but pressure on the exit. Well, Gwyn provides a little bit of breathing room here as he gets the first.
I was going to say, that's a good kill there through mid onto Purge, because if not, then maybe you can actually disrupt a bit of this early setup here for Wobblebobs inside a bedroom. Not going to be the case. Still deep spawns by Kitchen. Gwyn really trying to finesse his life right now, ready for a challenge to come to him. And, well, it does come to him. He finds Cobra there through the back. But the rest of Omit now have to work into bedroom, have to start to fish out Linz as well as Abuza. And Abuza's been able to find one. They know Linz is somewhere around here. Godorex not getting the full read, but there's the first one, and he's still able to play his life well.
Yeah, I think they thought that stun got behind the valet desk. It bounced right off the top edge of it, though, which is why he got connected with it. But I think that Amit were thinking he was behind desk somewhere. Linz at least forces a team kill, so once again, Wobblebobs defensively in a really solid spot behind these top Warheadies. Purge being shot at. No connections, though, as the Wobblebobs are also trying to vie for positioning a bit further forward, but the line of scrimmage has been set. A bit of no man's land starts to develop just outside the bedroom glass. He's trying to change that, gets shut down. Brezzy, though, traded away. Linz following up. How about that? Nice from Linz. And how about the defense making their play forward?
Yeah, and this is sometimes the problem when you try to regain bedroom control and then push onto the point, is that it leaves holes through mid. And Linz finds one of those holes, takes full advantage of it, and now he's in a very interesting spot where I'm sure he's going to get a lot of information, get a lot of sound cues. Now, how many can he piece together? Ooh, doesn't find the first one. That's going to hurt a little bit. So, Linz forward position, not going to work out. What can Cobra do? Over the desk, he's able to find the first. He's not going to throw the immediate chow in, and now a lot of time starting to tick away here for Omit.
They do know that Abuse is playing somewhere in top bedroom. They've been trying to find him for a while. He's good contact. Great trade coming out for Omit. Down low, big 1v1. Now it's just down to Brezzy. He's going to have a little bit of assistance from Cobra at range on the cross. And Brezzy's done well to finesse his life on the staircase. Last chance here for Amit. 20 plays 15. Gwyn, dead silence, trying to make a play around the outside. Godorex controlling middle. They need to find a kill, though. And they're looking for Brezzy down low. They still can't find him. Brezzy stays alive. You got to stop the clock. These are tough gunfights, though. The ARs are rifling you. Looking right down the barrel of a smoking gun. And how about a Wobblebobs? Big bounce back in map number 3.
That's the regain you needed right there. Wobblebobs, a lot of great moments. I mean, Hotel Control. That's where they just about always win. A map mode combination they can just constantly rely on. And they have a lot of great moments here. And you can really see the stylistic difference between both regions, right? When it comes down to how to play for this B zone. Wobblebobs, they are just relentless. It doesn't matter how many times they get shut down in the back. They will constantly hit it over and over and over again until it just happens to work. And, well, it works out well for them. Still, feels like we're not getting a whole lot of reactions out of these boys, so still waking up a little bit, you know, but either way, they're still in this series. Still a lot more work to be done, though, in these next few maps.
Kind of feels like this is one of those Mamba mentality. Job's not done.
Job's not finished.
Job's not done. Got to go to work. But that's a huge regain, I think, in terms of just mentally being able to get yourself into the series. Because, physically speaking, they have been there. Every single time we've seen them in those individual rounds in Surge or on rotations on the Embassy Hardpoint, they haven't really been losing out to a point where it's just like, yo, we're just getting smoked. Like, they're fighting in all of these maps we've seen so far. So you have to start thinking that more mentally there's a bit of tax here, coming off of 2 grueling maps and now being a little bit more comfortable in that round 4, establishing your game plan and saying, okay, yeah, we know we can beat these guys. Mentally, that frees you up just a touch. And I will say, again, just the trust that comes through for Wobblebobs on these setups, knowing when they need to get into position, how they're going to get there, and just trusting that you could gun. Yeah, that's what you want, especially considering we've got a Mercado Hardpoint coming up next.
Yeah, exactly. That will be an interesting map mode. See, of course, a lot of the highlights and just how fast the Wobblebobs are, especially once they get on the zone too, right? Like, as soon as they clear you out and they get on the zone, it's like, well, do we have 2 or 3 cruise missiles to call in here or not? You know, it's like, it's pretty tough to retake it. Oh, great map. Big regain map, as we've said. 22-11 for Abuza. How about that, right?
Yep.
Crazy performance. We talk about his 1.6 or just kind of 1.4 he's had throughout this entire year. All the elites, all the lands, you name it. A big bounce back map for him to take full control and just put up some big numbers.
Bro, look at the numbers from Cobra. 18 and 15, you're probably saying, so what? 16 of those are non-trading. He had 10 assists. You want to talk about your ability to trust that your AR is going to get some damage for you as an SMG? It's right there. Brezzy also went 16 out of 17 non-traded. That's stupid. And more often than not, Cobra was the one playing alongside Brezzy with that little AR SMG setup. So, man, I'll tell you, that duo looking real feisty. And, man, now we all of a sudden have to start talking about this Mercado Hardpoint. And this is where you look to just the ability for a Wobblebobs to fly. Their ability to quickly pick up on situations, trust that their comms are going to be the most aware that you need them to on rotation. If they can play this Mercado in the same way they were playing Embassy when it comes to rotational timings, ooh, buddy, we could be seeing an LSCLO search real quick.
Yeah, we might see an LSCLO search here, because there was a lot of great proactivity, and I think the one thing that we have credited Omid for here is the fact that they've been showing a lot of discipline. They haven't just been rushing into plays. They really have been waiting for one another, and that's how you have to beat a Wobblebobs. You know, you can't do it from someone just doing it all by himself, walking in, trying to piece these guys over and over and over again. The teamwork has to be there, tracking the names, making sure that you're not letting these guys fly to the next money hill 30 seconds in. That is the keys. And well, we know what can happen on Mercado sometimes. A chance to try to bring it all the way back. A chance to try to create a snowball. We'll see what we get. Map number 4 coming up. Let's get into it.
Dig in, boys and girls. We got a lot of God to play. Here we go. Wobblebobs from the bottom side of the minimap starting things up, try to get there. And yeah, even kill feed so far. Little stretch play from Cobra. He's going to get 3 off his first life, but the spawns have already flipped. Talk about quick to act. How about that from the Frenchman?
Yeah, they'll get a read on it, but not easy to try to retake Cantina. Now P1 time, and to start to slowly go over to Omid here. A chance for a little crossfire setup to potentially hold for some actually real time, but from the back, Fuza gets kind of a godlike spawn inside a parking lot. Shots come through from Yeez. He puts together a great little double, tries to relieve some of the pressure on P1.
Cobra's on 4 though, and he gets away. Hold on, friends. Yeah, Mid's got some time, but Wobblebobs have some numbers now. Cobra's on 5, looking for 6, but it's Brezzy who unfortunately gets him in the line of fire as Yeez was battling. And so the streak gets denied in a minute. Now a chance on the exit time of P1 to start making their moves. What happens to the spawns here for the Wobblebobs? P2's not active yet. Where do they spawn? Okay, they hold it for just long enough, but actually Linz is still spawning way out. This should give them awareness, though, that it's coming all Brezzy's direction. He's ready for the first. Abuser trying to follow up by holding this top high ground position.
Are they going to be able to break in? Cobra ready for a chow. Getting a read also on this cross up top, so he should know 2 players from Omid have made their way to the higher level. And all this time slowly going over. You really have to kind of make this move happen. If you're Omid, they're going to flood in. Trades are at least decent, but Lin's able to find 2, and that might have been enough to potentially hold on. Still 25 seconds to fight for. Both teams give it in a look.
Whoa, Lin's getting to work here behind the bar. Still so many waves of Omid players trying to make their way over. Cobra's not really able to help with this cross either. He's not in a great spot to help this, and Omid are going to get the break. So kind of like we saw in Embassy. First 40 seconds, decent from a Wobblebobs, but Omid get a lot of space to work with, and they eventually get it past the finish line to break in through Scrap. They hold on to the lead, mostly thanks to the time they found on P1. And now GodderX gets to work trying to get a long-range battle up top towards window.
Yeah, the key on Mercado, breaking the trend, right? Finding a quick break. That's certainly a way to do it, or having just a full-on money hold in one of these hills. We'll see what can happen, though. The setup looking great. Everyone playing tight. 2 down low, 2 up top. Trophy systems in play. Double chow coming in, and Gwyn's able to find the first one. From the other side door, no one really able to hit it. Purge trying to find something to shoot at. AR will be good for Cobra. Ready for the second. Read up top onto Abuza. And Abuza now needs to go big, and he comes up with a double. And now he's got help.
How does he do it every single time he gets another? He's still alive. Someone get this guy down on the ground. Oh my goodness. That is unbelievable from Abuza. And he's not done. Finally, GodderX gets the better of him. But I was just about to say, this is a little too tight from a Wobblebobs in my mind. But Abuza really shuts me up, puts my shoe in my mouth, and says, don't worry, Shift. This is the reason I carry 1.6 as an hard point. Trust the process. The Wobblebobs, small lead as he rotate over.
Oh, what a moment that is. Cobra! Oh my, what a transfer! 1 to 2 to 3 snaps on 3 Omid players. And look at what that's going to do to the map here. Everyone's going to have to now re-hit through mid. Cobra's got a read on it. There's 4. There's 5. Cobra looking relentless right now on Mercado.
Oh, mercy. A Wobblebobs dealing with some fire. I know, just give him some more, why don't you? Read on to Gwyn. No, not going to work out. Cruise missile still earned, though. Lin's off the pinch. Oh, he's got such a good read on this. Barbershop has been clean for the Wobblebobs. Last player inside is Abuza. And actually, there's still a lot of time here. Hold on a second, friends. We've had some fireworks, to be sure. But Omid are still hanging around. These little scrap breaks are keeping them in the game. Now it just comes, like you mentioned a couple of hard points ago. Can you finally break this trend and rotate back over the courtyard?
That's the question right now. It feels like they haven't found, those quick breaks to try to really turn it around fully. Still very early in this hard point, though. Lots of chances to do it. Linz, surprise, surprise again. Able to find one. Eyes on where this hit's really coming from. Everyone gonna be funneling through the backside, and well, that's a little bit of an ambitious gun battle. Comes through there for Linz. He is quickly dealt with. Hill now being fought for. 50-50 battle for it. Brezzy gonna give it another look, and he's able to deal with Yeez. But Gwyn up top on 3, just trying to look over his teammates.
Linz, lots of damage. Brezzy in the hard point here for Wobbubbs, who do have numbers. Up close and personal. Gwyn surprises Brezzy. He was looking for the reposition. Cobra over the top of the head. He does provide the kill. It was 5 in a row for Gwyn. Doesn't quite get to the full 6. He's trying to finish off this hard point, but isn't quite able to do it. And hold on here for a second, because the mid are getting a little scrappy. A lot of individual plays coming out. And Wobbubbs will see a lot of this scrap time be conceded their way as Gwyn starts to get to work on back out. We're back to Cantina once again. And Amit are open for business.
That was a needed moment there from Gwyn, just to find 2, stop this rotation from coming through immediately here from the Wobbubbs. They are going to send every single member through the back alley, and Gwyn again lines them up despite being stunned. One more player to the back. Gwyn's going to chow, and no, close spawns end up coming through here, so that setup no longer intact for Omit. They are spawning all the way in parking lot in 10.
And Purge just has to play his life. He's going to be floating on top of these little banisters. Trophy system down for he gets to start flooding forward. Linz, good contact, gets 2. Stuns also come out, but Wobbubbs clean through it. Just have to find Yeez and a little Turner on 20 HP. Linz gets on to 13, and Wobbubbs gets some daylight here. 30 seconds to fight for, 140 to 90 to count in a minute. They have to not just find the break, they also have to push through this to get over to parking.
Linz on 4 now. Ready for what could be 5 and 6 here. There's number 5, one off of the streak, and Gwyn is there to find it, but this is still time that could be fought for. Gwyn gonna give it a go. Buza back in 4th, and while he wins that one too, a little bit of extra salt in the wound. Not a good situation for Omit. They will rotate, but I mean, every single time they've rotated first, they have not been able to hold for long.
Correct. Look at the X factor here. It's not really going to be red, but Linz gets shut down. I thought he was about to really time that perfectly, but Amit are locking things up. Just about to say, to break that trend, it's more than that now. You have to really lock in a full setup.
Yes.
And boy, are they. Hit coming around the back, though. Cruise missile has been earned. Wobbubbs calling that in. Trying to find their way to break. That's Cobra phoning it forward. Goddard X trying to stay alive. It doesn't land. Now it's just down to winning your 1v1s. Abuser around the back. Brezzy from the front. A perfect look at how the break attempt's coming. But Goddard X wins the first. Abuser searching, hunting, shuts down. And now it's just down to Cobra, who gets put away. 5 in a row for Goddard X. And the mid are back in the game.
They're right back in this Mercado hardpoint. That is a full 60. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. That's exactly what you're gonna get, baby. Love to see it for Omit fighting, trying to keep themselves in this. And how about Yeez? He's gonna hit this route right through Dark. This could catch a lot of players off guard here. He's gonna get eyes on multiple members, but he does take shots a little bit early. They shouldn't fully know that he is kind of in this position, so maybe still has an opportunity. Doesn't want to commit just yet for Cantina. Now Omit just going to try to see if they can soak up P1 time.
He's in a great shutdown position, though, because on the other side of the map, Goddard is wanting the opposite position. But Buza smokes him with the tack. Linz also gets a double to clear out the hard point. So Wobbubbs right back in for some much-needed time. Reestablishing their lead, 174 to 154. Amit fully stacked through mid. They clear off Cobra, and now they're looking to snowball. Yeez, tested by Linz, denied. Follow up here from Abuser, also good for the first. And Amit just have to concede the play forward and just hopefully soak up some time.
Oh, Cobra's able to split the map here. Won't fully stick around to kind of watch that cross. Wants to make sure he's with his teammates, reinforcing this push through. That's about to come in here for Omit. Cobra now ready to probably go top Cantina. Goddard X on 6. He's now earned himself getting another cruise missile here to play with for some of these future hills. And, well, Gwyn's in a great position to contest early here. Has to try to find some more. Jumps into 2 members. Can't really lock down 1. And, well, the kills come through. Wobbubbs. They find just about every single Omit member.
Huge rotation for a Wobbubbs, but that gunfight from Goddard X does allow teammates to spawn close by. So now it's just 3 members on this hill for Wobbubbs, and they're getting picked apart. Linz trying to step away. He's stunned. Make contact with the back door. Not going to work out. Brezzy on for 3. Oh, boy. Not going to be able to break on in. Amit right back in. They're finding the kills. They can flip this lead right back around. Cobra tries to change it. Linz the last one standing. Is he going to make the contact? He's waiting for help. He's good information onto 1, but Linz surprises and Wobbubbs are back in. 20 seconds to fight.
Oh, big 20 seconds at that. And on top of it, you have to think about this rotation with those kills. That should force the rotation, force the hand of Omit to have to go to new. And they do manage to clear out Cobra.
They're
a
not
key
up.
member to make sure he is not sitting inside. And well, they're just going to leave that old time. Yeah, the kill comes through. So Old Hill is neutral. Spawn still active at that P2 hill, but numbers are here for Omit. Now they just have to hold.
This is all Wobobob saying we want a 50-50 battle you for the win right here on this rotation. And it's staying pinstripe in the kill feed. Linz on the outside. Teammates coming from warehouse. Linz gets one. Last one standing, though, has to do more than that. And Emit are going to win rotation. They're going to get to the double century mark first. They still have a chance to get this thing close to the finish line.
Oh, it's going to be so close. Can't fully put it away, but you can do it in just about that. With one more break to follow, but how about this? Godorex needs to go big up top. He's got so much to look at. He is dealt with. Yeez from the outside of Tin. Can he make a play alongside Purge? Abusa gets help from Linz, and oh my goodness, maybe they've done enough. Abusa for another one. Wobobobs find the much needed break, and now it's a foot race to New.
Whoa, but a big gunfight win. Cobra falls. Brezzy has to hold his ground and doesn't realize that Gwyn was behind him. The scrap time this time will be soaked up by the Wobobobs. They're going to get real close to that 2:30 mark. We go to Barbershop. Gwyn has to stay alive. He gets shut down towards Cantina. Spawn still up for Purge. He's going to have to make contact with the pack. Not the weapon that you want, but he forces the team kill. Makes life a little bit easier. Yeez trying to be responsible for the back door. Here's the push through. Yeez only gets one. Gwyn follows up. Amit still holding on, but only barely.
And they still have been map control here, so it really feels like Abusa might not get a clean look at this hill. And yeah, he has to turn and burn. It doesn't work out. Through the back alley. Does Brezzy have a way in? Has to wait for his teammate. Now the pinch is in. The kills are good. Yeez has been able to find two. But can he get some more work done? Brezzy has to play his life. Has to find the kills. There's one, but not the second. 20 seconds up for grabs. Both teams can still win it, but Cobra gonna give it a look.
It's just a foot race. It's just who can get here first with numbers. Everyone's forcing 1v1s. Both teams can still win. He's on the cross.
Oh!
He gets two. Linz can't get there. 243 to 232. No one's nearby. The French are falling, and no one's going to be able to touch. They win it on Barber. What a finish. And Amit will take the winners round one series and move forward.
What a series. What a map 4. Entertaining the entire way through, quite literally on a knife's edge. But everything changes with that P7 hill. That's where they're able to grab themselves a full 60, work back into the game. But how about Tin? How about Barber? Those transitions just came down to key gun battles. It was so back and forth. Wobobob's in, Omit in, back and forth we go. But finally a clearance comes in the back. They get 3 to 4 down. They hold on and they make sure there's enough time to secure it in Barber. What a game. What a series, Alan.
I think you have to look back to that last Cantina hardpoint. There was 18 seconds of scrap time that Wobobobs had won, and they say, no, we want to fight you at 10 again. And they didn't have anyone staying behind to soak up that 18 seconds at the end. And it turned into a 50-50 battle at 10 that honestly stayed that way. Both teams kind of split the time. So when you talk about cause and effect, the consequences of Wobobobs not taking free scrap time and only getting a 50-50 split on that new hardpoint, that becomes immediately, in my mind, not worth it. So that, I think, is a key decision that will live in Wobobob's minds. They don't have time to really talk about it either. You got to go right back into the lower bracket here. That's coming up immediately next for them. And, man, I'll tell you, that's going to be the difference maker. I mean, you put 18 extra seconds on the board when we get through this final hard point, and every single one of those points could have been the difference maker here as we finish with our barn burner here on Barber, like you mentioned.
Yeah. A lot of looks back and forth here, man, but Yeez's two-piece cuts the map, knows exactly where they're spawning, and he's able to really lock it in there for Omid. What a way to get the job done, though. 2 hard points off of Europe's #1 seed.
Yes.
The previous winners in Toronto. I mean, listen, at this point in time, you know, we had a lot of conversations, I think, day one about Scrimbucks and Omid, you know, smacking a lot of teams around on Thursday when they were warming up, getting ready for the tournament here for Challenger Champs, and it feels like it is all paying off, and it is all the truth for this Omid roster. They are incredible when it comes down to hardpoint, and well, they also showed, I mean, numerous clutch factors here throughout a multitude of these maps. It is a great look for these boys here on day 2.
Unbelievable stuff, man. And look, here's the real finishing point. do not rule out this Wobbubbs team from finding a way to get to this grand finals.
Absolutely.
Flat out, these guys are playing some really good COD, and this series was as tight as you could ever want it in a number of different ways. It's just a couple of differences in decision-making here, a couple of mistakes there. I mean, again, it's an 18-point game, and they left 18 seconds on the old hard point. So, like,
Exactly.
you could really point to that, but I think the commitment for Wobbubbs on focusing these rotations, wanting to be set up first, that is going to be a moniker where they will find more success in the lower bracket, mark my words. I do not see them getting DFR'd in this tournament.
No, absolutely not. I feel like we'll be seeing a lot more of the Wobbubbs, that's for sure. I'm with you, Alan. These guys are still very good. Have to shake it off, though. As you said, have to now make the lower bracket run. But how about Omen? They are on track for what could be a great finish here, especially trying to get it done through this upper bracket. We've had multiple members step up here throughout this series, and, well, they're off to a great start to try to make this run happen. Man, I'm ready for it.
Day 2's off to a great start. That's just one of 5 scheduled matches that we're going to watch throughout the day. I mean, come on.
Sir.
How can you not love a little bit of Call of Duty to start your Saturday morning? Woo-wee. It's going to be a fun one, too. I'll tell you that much. We've got a lot more still to come, though. That is just winners round 1. We've got the winners semis, the winners finals, the lower 4 place, and, of course, the lower finals yet to still grace us on this wonderful Saturday. We'll head off to a break, get the next match ready for you guys. Be right back after this.
Can't stop us.
And welcome back everybody here to Call of Duty Challenges with the 2023 finals. We're about to get into our next set of matchups here as we've had the first round of play done and dusted here in the championship bracket. Now we're moving forward in towards the top 6, Team Notorious and Decimate. That's our next match here. Here's a look then at how the bracket has gone down thus far. All those first round matchups coming through.
And that Team Notorious one exclusively was insane. I mean, you could hear the Sea of Yellow just screaming across the venue here at the tops of Mac Center. And honestly speaking, that reverse sweep was well warranted as Maple got a 1v2 to seal the deal in a round 11. Now they're going to go up against Decimate, who just won 3 maps straight after losing the map 1 to Rocker. It's just insane how the bracket is fleshing itself out. It's everything that we expected, maybe a couple upsets along the way, but nonetheless, this is your top 8 teams globally for challengers.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we said, we already saw kind of the top side of the bracket go down for the most part. We saw that matchup earlier on with Omid taking it over at Wobberbobs. Could have really gone Wobberbobs' way. And I think for Clutch Rain, the Cinderella story attempting to beat Millennium 7 did not go through. They did lose their own Game 5 as well. So we know the team's now moving forward into winners round 2. The one we're going to be focused on here is Team Notorious and Decimate Gaming. This is going to be a great matchup here. Of course, we've talked a lot about what Decimate capable of, obviously coming out from Season 4 at Toronto. For Team Notorious, though, Andy, you and I, we saw them yesterday, man. They have not looked this good in a while.
And I think it has to be talked about, especially for Team Notorious. You know, they had their woes for Control back in Texas, albeit winning that as the team. They had their woes in Search and Destroy just not even a few weeks ago in Toronto. Squeaky clean yesterday when they played up on the main stage, Brody, and this team of Eric Boom, Metals, Wee Man, and Maple, you just never count them out, can you? I mean, Search and Destroy prowess, specifically from that man that's pointing to the edge of the monitor of Maple, not to mention how Eric Boom and Metals play so wonderfully off of one another. This team has definitely came to play in the final tournament of the year. You feel like that if you want any one of the Opens as a Challengers team representing EU proudly, you got to have it.
Yeah, for sure. Notorious again. I mean, we always have to go back towards that Texas Open, right? Just how good they looked when they ended up winning those grand finals. And then, of course, since then, they've been kind of MIA for the most part, right? We haven't seen the same Notorious come out to play. But yesterday, when we watched them beat Millennium 7 to make it out of Group C, man, they look so good. Again, it's the AR duo ship you've got on that lineup. Wee Man is looking his best since probably late Vanguard, and Maple as well. It's just a real threatening roster. So Team Notorious, they're looking pretty confident. They're definitely going to be feeling themselves again, especially off the back of that Game 5 Round 11 in the reverse sweep they just had in their last series. But they do go head-to-head with a Decimate Gaming roster that we have branded as one of the best teams in Respawn in the North American region. And again, that is not without good reason. The likes of Noisy, Estriel, and I was going to say, I mean, I'll add Flames to the mix there as well, have all been playing lights out over the course of the first day of action.
This team is such a vibe squad. I mean, and they slay the hell out. That's why we continuously talk about them as far as their hardpoint prowess is concerned. They didn't drop a hardpoint in the final season of the Elite until they made it to playoffs. And that was a continuation of what we got through Toronto as well, and it's been mixy as well here in Vegas. Bink, Noisy, Flames, and Estriel. Any one of these 4 players can go off at any given moment. And let me tell you, if Flames starts feeling himself, you can hear that man's voice ring across the entirety of this venue. Bink looking to get himself locked in there at the edge. Noisy, think he's shooting some bots. And there's the old Challengers Eskimo at the end. That's Flames all the way there with the hoodie wrapped tight. I'm definitely excited to be able to see how these two teams do match up against each other because there's a lot of good hardpoint prowess on both sides of the stage, Brody.
Yeah, do you think Flames is like trying to chow T-Real for the comfiest gamer award?
Nobody is beating T-Real. T-Real is the most comfiest gamer, and nobody is taking that away from him.
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah, it's always kind of surreal to see T-Real kind of walking around. I think when we were at Toronto with like the yellow attached to him. Hilarious. Anyway, we're not talking about T-Real. We're here to talk about Decimate and Notorious. Let's talk about what's coming up in this best of 5 then if we can. We've got a map set to show you guys, and it's a map set that we can kind of break down here because, you know, it's an interesting one for sure. We have a Fortress, El Asilo, and then a double hotel to close things out. And as we look over kind of what we saw yesterday, I think specifically for Notorious, especially with that hotel hardpoint, they came out swinging yesterday against Millennium 7. It was a really dominant showing from them.
Oh, absolutely. And when you look at a lot of how the veto process ended up going, very interesting that Hydra wasn't even picked by either of these two teams. Embassy hardpoint getting taken away by Notorious, Mercado hardpoint being taken away by Decimate. Those are 2 targeted vetoes, if I've ever seen it. But the Hotel Hardpoint, if we do get to that map number 4, will be interesting to see how the breakoffs might end up being. And speaking of breakoffs, if there's any one map, or I guess the double dose that definitely jumps off the page to me, Brody, it's that double Elasilo. Double Elasilo, funnily enough, was actually the map set that Decimate had versus Rocker. They lost the Hydra map number 1, and then they beat ESG Rocker, Elasilo Search and Destroy 6-4, and then 3-1 them on the control as well. That is also a bread and butter map mode combination for Notorious. You could not shake this up to be any closer when it comes down to a best of 5 map set between these two teams.
Yeah, that double Elasilo was in effect for Decimate yesterday against Anarchy as well, and, well, we know how that one turned out. The Control really did decide that series, so good to see it again, especially with the Fortress to kick off this series here for Decimate, but we've got some stats to show you guys about where these guys are currently laying in this tournament so far. The win percentage is going to be probably the biggest factor as we go in towards this Hardpoint. Team Notorious, I mean, Hardpoint I think has never been their strongest game mode. I think that has always been attributed to Control, right? So I'm not thinking it's that surprising to see them at a 60% win percentage. For Decimate, on the other hand, and mind you, I mean, we've got a very small sample size here. What, these guys have played 6 Hardpoints max. Decimate, 57%. That's not a normal Decimate showing, considering just how good at Hardpoint they looked back at Season 4, back at Toronto.
And it honestly does say something as well. I mean, when Decimate are losing Hardpoints, it's rarely by a steep margin as well. That is just one thing that you get with Decimate in their Hardpoints. Yeah, 50% win-loss record comparatively to Team Notorious 60%. That's about that even to me if you ever shook it up wonderfully. Both teams at a just under a 1.0 KD, but this is a mixy blender that is going to be the Respawn game modes. Rarely ever see blowouts from either of these two teams on the other side of the stage. All that said, you just genuinely feel like that whoever comes out absolutely swinging for this map number 1, especially on Fortress, could honestly set the pace and precedent for how this series might unfold.
Yeah, for sure. Give a shout out to Maple there, drinking his Pepsi. Bit of a weird drink choice. I don't think I've seen that come out. You know, you've got these guys drinking their energy drinks, their water. I wouldn't normally go for kind of like a very a drink like that, you know, right off the bat, kind of gets the throat layered up. But you know what, whatever. Maple's ready to go. That's his energy drink, ready to go for this series. And these guys will be feeling themselves. We talked a little bit about it. We've got a Fortress to kick off this best of 5. We saw it both times yesterday from these guys. It was the first map in a best of, or sorry, the last map in a best of 5 between Team Notorious and Millennium 7. That was a 250-170 victory for the Notorious boys. It gave them the victory. And then for Decimate, again, it kicked off the series yesterday versus Anarchy Gaming to qualify. That one went the distance. Fortress Hardpoint, though, was a 250-169. And crucially, it was not the first time that Decimate had played it yesterday, Andy. The first time they did so was against Anarchy, and that was a 250-249. Into the second game, and they've looked a lot better for it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly speaking, I mean, as far as Fortress is concerned, that has been across seasons of the elites. I mean, even when Decimate was split in between both Decimate and Boys a Liar, but all 4 of those players still love to get mixy on Fortress, specifically for Noisy. I feel like it's a map mode combination that sets hip up quite wonderfully. And, you know, you talk about one side of the coin, got to talk about the other one as well. I feel like Wee Man on a map like Fortress is always going to be a nuisance to deal with. We could always talk about the statistical leaders when it comes down to Metals and Eric Boom at certain points in time. But Wee Man does a bang-up job at setting up his team for success continuously. I love the Fortress Hardpoint. Both these two teams, again, as you say, Brody, have a lot of time spent on it, not only just in this weekend, but overall across the entirety of the year through a multitude of events and Challengers Elite seasons.
Yeah, I mean, the stats do show us at the moment that this AR duo at the moment for Team Notorious are frying. That's the best way I can talk about it, right? I mean, you talk about Wee Man and Maple, what they've been able to produce this season thus far, and generally speaking, I think a lot of the conversation does come down to a player like Metals. That has certainly been the case since he's joined this ensemble, but yesterday, that AR duo ship for Team Notorious were locking down lanes on a map like Fortress. That could be a real key to victory here, especially when we talk about those crucial rotations from P2 to P3, kind of providing that mid-map coverage, making sure that Decimate do not get in your face. But really, I think on the other side, as you say, mate, I mean, Decimate, they've got their own firepower. If you let Noisy get fired up here in this game, because we look over towards their games yesterday, and while Team Notorious might be looking good in the AR department, their SMGs, mate, are flying across the map. Like, that's the key thing for me. I think early on here in towards this Fortress Hardpoint, if you're Team Notorious, you have to shut down these SMGs early on. You cannot let that momentum build, because once it does, I don't know if you're going to stop Noisy the way that he's been playing.
No, and that can honestly be said the same thing when it comes down to Estriel, right? I mean, when it comes down to Estriel, I feel like I'm always asking myself this question ever since he finally put BO4 back in its case and came into play a current title. Is what Estriel are we going to get on the map? It doesn't necessarily matter for the mode, but I mean, what kind of Estriel are we going to be able to see off of the AR pressure that both Flames and Bink will be allowing him to find across the map? It can't just be Noisy. And the same thing could be said on the opposite side. It can't just be one player. One superstar is not going to win you a map nor a mode when it comes down to Modern Warfare 2. It has to be a team effort, and I think that that's where you really do have to call on for Estriel to be that guy, to get Mixi around the hard point, to stay alive in the hill, and at least go 1-for-1 in certain instances to help out his team on rotation. A lot of crucial gunfights are going to come down to that man right there, third in from where the camera stands. What can Estriel provide for his team?
Yeah, and this season especially, I think Estriel has done some incredible things. You know, as you said, he's put away the Black Ops 4 case. He's not been playing on his PS4 anymore. And he's now chilling here. He's been doing really well this season. I think, again, I reminded Austin yesterday when we casted Decimate that Estriel, all the way back at Raleigh, when Austin and I were casting him on an Electrify Steel, I think was the roster that he started the season with, you knew kind of immediately that Estriel was going to be a special player this year. And he has absolutely delivered on that promise. I think that's never been more the case than when he is with this Decimate Gaming roster since they came together for Season 4. He's played a real special role in making sure that Decimate have consistently been on the upper echelons of play. So Decimate definitely benefiting again from that SMG duo ship. Whether or not they'll be able to translate that into hardpoint success here is yet to be seen. On the other side though, for Notorious, it has to be said, I don't necessarily think this is where they need to find an into the series. That's at least the way I feel about this, Andy. You know, again, to me, hardpoint is not the mainstay for Notorious. If they can win one, that's great. That's perfectly fine. If they can win double, well, hey, why not if they can win both? But for me, I think it's really going to come down to the search and destroys, and especially that control for Notorious. I think that's really where they're going to shine coming in towards this one.
That's always been the conversation and the profile for Team Notorious in a nutshell, right? I mean, hardpoint has always been a good stable game mode. You know, sometimes they win hard points, sometimes they lose hard points, sometimes by seat margin, sometimes it's only by maybe like 5 seconds or so. I've seen it go both ways, but the question will always remain for Team Notorious in their search and destroy and in their control, and it's going to be their biggest catalyst for success when it comes down to win this series versus Decimate. We know Decimate are nasty when it comes into the hard point. Search and destroy and control, yeah, they can definitely get some really good moments as far as getting those first blood engagements, swaying numbers in their favor, really stacking the zone when it's required. But this Team Notorious squad, of what I got to at least see, not only just on broadcast, but even looking over their shoulders in that matchup versus Aphelion, they are fundamentally sound in between the 2, 3, and 5. And I think that that could honestly be a real good avenue for success that, as you say, if you lose this map number 1, it may not be the end-all be-all for Team Notorious because their control and search and destroy, plainly put, just looks really good this weekend.
Yeah, it absolutely does. We'll see whether or not Notorious can find a hardpoint victory again. I think the crucial thing for me is we've been speaking about Notorious maybe not hardpoint being the kind of the best game mode that they can come in with. They still look pretty good versus Millennium 7 yesterday. Also a very good hardpoint team. They went 1-1. They lost the first and ended up winning the second for the victory, for the 3-1 victory in that best of 5. So they can still definitely win it. It's just when you're going up against a hardpoint powerhouse such as Decimate Gaming, those are really the questions. We should talk big picture here while we wait for the game to get underway. No, never mind. It's Fortress Hardpoint. We're about to get into it. We're going to see whether or not we'll be impressed by Team Notorious or Decimate Gaming. This is a big one. Reminder, folks, the winner of this one goes through to the upper bracket final. Top 3 guaranteed here in a rather large chunk of our $150,000 prize pool.
This is going to set the pace. Oh, it feels like that it's been a while since we started framing up this map number 1, but again, this is going to set up how these two teams will look like versus one another. Let's get it on! Decimate versus Team Notorious. Decimate will be starting on the favorite side of the map. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to have a good avenue in towards P1 successfully. It just means that they're going to have those P2 sides. It all comes down to Team Notorious break-off, and well, 4 dead in a row. That sets yourself up quite wonderfully, not only to flip the spawns, but also accrue some time.
Yeah, that's a great start from Team Notorious. Exactly what you want here in terms of maintaining map control. Now right out the gate as well, Notorious starting to get those ARs set up. Eric Boom looking for the crossfire. Wee Man up top from the trucks as well. Eric looking for more. Will get shut down finally by Flames, who does find the double now. Wee Man under fire inside the hard point, will be shut down, and as Estriel picks up another frag as well, the back 20 seconds might well be going Decimate's way. Definitely an air of caution about this one for Team Notorious as they want to make sure they maintain control of munitions. Ezreal and Flames, though, early on, they might not let that happen.
Yeah, I know, Flames. I mean, that's a great route to have for yourself, right? He gets up top inside the boat, gets up towards top 3, and he's not done yet. Now up on a 4th spree. He's already trying to threaten in towards the back, gets Maple out over by the tree. Oh. Good centering to almost take down Eric Boom, but Eric will take him down in return. Team Notorious might be in for the initial time, but response favoring Decimate.
Yeah, I was going to say, Eric Boom was isolated there for just way too long. There was no real chance for Metals or Weeman to help. Maple was also preoccupied with a gunfight in the middle of the map, which he does end up winning, but nonetheless, the result has gone unchanged here. Team Notorious will lead out of this hard point for a huge chunk of time, and you will only have one good hit left if you are Notorious, all of it reliant really on Metals, who might well have found one through munitions, but you have to be careful here. Metals now going for the scrap time, and yeah, he'll pick up that kill, but it's 20 seconds, and the spawns have flipped away. Decimate, they have scarpered towards P3.
I mean, this 20 seconds is just going to be the benefit of Team Notorious just tying up the game. Look at the pressure that's already inside of maps. Yeah, Ezreal's actually going to spawn all the way back munitions, so you need to recognize this if you're Team Notorious. You need to go, and as soon as they try, Bink cuts down 2 players. And that's good. Last little 5 seconds will be conceded to the game clock, but Decimate made the right call. They're set up here at P3.
Here we go. This is the impenetrable kill. Decimate have all eyes and all their entry points towards the middle of the map. Ezreal looking to cause disruption. Ezreal does exactly that with a 3. And now Noisy looking to follow up with a clean wipe. Maple actually embarrasses him there momentarily. And that might be an opening here for Decimate, for Notorious, excuse me, when the door looked like it was firmly shut. Flames now looking to try and close that door once again, and indeed he will with that double. Big back 30 here for Decimate to hold on to, and it's a decision that I think for Notorious, they are better served just giving up, rotating over towards munitions, and even that is not safe. Noisy has already thrown through to cause some carnage.
Yep, and he's ripped that silence, just put himself in this corner as well. You got to try to check this. If you are Notorious, Eric's going to be the first player. Checks the corner. Noisy damn near unscathed, 73 HP. He resets Dead Silence. Now he's going to start moving through Secret. And also look at the mini-map. Ezreal 12 and 7, by the way. He's finding so many kills. Noisy's getting loud. The pinch from Ezreal on the opposite side is pretty damn good. Decimator upset Team Notorious set up early.
Yeah, that is a pivotal play, a pivotal moment here in this game for Noisy. Hugh is going huge at the moment, now on 5 in a row, looking for number 6 to really drive the point home. And there it is. Weeman gonna give it to him. A free kill for Kim. That's number 6. The cruise missile actually not gonna be earned. I look over towards it. It's score streaks from Noisy. Needs to try and earn the 7th kill inside their kill. And Eric Boom takes him down. That is unfortunate. Sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. But Flame was gonna be there to try and pick up the slack where he left off. Instead, that now falls into the lap of Ezreal inside the hard point. He was still in danger, but Eric Boom can only find one while he knocks at the door. And again, the implication hasn't changed here. Despite these last couple of kills coming through from Notorious Alley, they have 37 on the points on the board compared to the 110 of Decimate. Decimate, they are firmly in control here.
And most of this time for Team Notorious has come off of P1. I mean, they got about 20 seconds off of P1. They got disrupted over by P2, where they got another 20 seconds. Couldn't break inside P3. And then their initial setup over by P4 was already broken up before it firmly got planted. These routes that Decimate are running around Team Notorious have them on skates. Doesn't help that Metals isn't exactly having the electric performance that we normally expect out of him. Big's gonna find the first blood in towards the setup. He will fly. Eric inside the hill needs to go big. Heat delivers 2. Drops down for the 3rd. Can't find it. Decimate break again.
Team Notorious, they are right back in though. A big 30 seconds would give them something to say here in this game, but the AR coverage now starting to heat up once again. Flames and Ezreal picking up frags. Metals and Eric Boom firing right back on out, but Metals now needs to go for more, and there are no trophy systems, or if they are, outside the area of effect, that Semtex will land to take Metals down. That is a big 10-15 seconds. The Team Notorious are not soaking up. Weeman, at the very least, will get the crossfire with Maple to get some more kills here. Weeman going to close out that hard point with a couple of kills. It leaves Notorious, at least in this game, they are only 20 points or so behind.
Yeah, I mean, hey, 114 to 85 looks a whole lot better than what was casual 113 to about 42 before we got in towards P5. Now Team Notorious are right back in towards the mix that is Fortress. Just within striking distance, are soaking up a lot of time, but that's because Decimator trying to figure out where they're located at. Flames is still beating, 15 and 8 now as Maple finds 2 off the trade, and now you can start pushing in for more time off of 1.
Notorious actually in a pretty good spot here. Decimate with 35 seconds left on this hill. You can't really afford to give this time away. Noisy knows this as well. That's why you're really up to the urgency. Going for the 2-piece. Now looking to make it more as Ezreal comes through with 2 of his own. That is despicable. And now for Team Notorious here, you're not in such a great spot. You are stuck in a potential spawn trap.
Oh, Bing, Lane thrown next to the box, finds damage onto the first, crosses in bottom single, it delivers on at least the first kill. It sets up the SMGs of Noisy and Estriel, who have tacks in hand to continue to lay on the hurt for Team Notorious. Estriel is 24 in freaking 14, by the way, going in towards P2 for the second time. He has great coverage from his ARs again, and Decimate's setup is here at new.
Yeah, the slaying is just firmly in control of Decimate at this point in time. And again, we talked about that spawn trap. That's when Team Notorious are at this point. They're going to just continue to spawn over and over and over again into the line of sight, into the line of fire. Bink and Flames now on 4 in a row apiece. Looking to make it more. Bink finds 5. Flames 5's fine as well. And this could be really damaging. Flames get cut short before he can get that 6th one. Can Bink find his though? Yes, he can. And this man is not running score streaks. That is going to be a cruise missile that could be huge for later on in this game. And perhaps more concerningly here, this 20 seconds should go Decimate's way. They are now firmly in control once again.
You're forced to chalk it if you are Team Notorious. You cannot allow yourself to give up these P3 spawns. You have to get a full 60. Maps control is already here for Decimate. Well, Eric spawned out. Flames already read it. So now you have a 3v3 to try to break inside the hard point, but easier said than done. When you're playing ratty corners like this, Metals is able to at least find one. Maple's locking down the big gate as well. And that is no entry, not quite yet. Metals is looking to continue on the pressure over by the front arch.
Finish your food, Metals. Come on, buddy. Does not get that kill, but at the very least does unsettle Decimate here on their entry towards the archway. I do happen to wonder here if the streak does come down to try and take this time away from Notorious. It might well be a strategy, and yeah, there it is from Bink. You can splash damage this against the wall. Player going to get out, pushing straight towards those kills. They think they might be more valuable in that situation. Around the backline comes Metals through the middle of the map to completely clear the space. This is so perfect for Notorious. They are not out yet.
Yeah, they got one cruise missile out. And Metals is able to get Mixie again. Bottom maps, he heard you, Brody. He said, finish my food. I'll take a 2-piece to go. Thank you very much. About to be a full 60 here for Team Notorious, or just under it for P3. And again, they bring themselves right back into the game. It'll be just about a 10-point difference going in towards P4. And you're still finding kills if you're Team Notorious. Metals finds a big one on the Flames and is trying to fly out to be maybe get himself inside a bottom single. But the setup from the AR is too pristine. Decimate keep Team Notorious trapped on their side of the map.
Yeah, this is the problem as well. Estriel knows he can push forward here for more kills. He's going to find the first one. They're going to have to try and really choose to run past him. You have to feel for the most part. Weeman is sent to deal with him. He goes straight down. Estriel on the hunt for Eric Boom, and Estriel will find his kill. Oh, goodness me. Real game across the board here. Decimate Gaming looking strong. They've crossed that 200-point barrier. They can't finish things here. And Estriel continues to fry. Finds the 6th and another cruise on the board.
Another cruise missile for Decimate Gaming. So many tools of destruction in their back pocket. Team Notorious are forced to almost wait for their teammates, trying to at least read where these cross spawns are coming from. Eric Boom gets a little bit overextended. Maple wasn't in a position to try to trade him out, and now it's just up to Jack, up top rails. He's able to find at least 2, but the numbers are favoring that much more of Decimate. Big trade to find for Eric Boom to try to keep this hardpoint contested for all of 10 seconds, but you can have it. Decimate don't care. They already have players around Stable setting up for Blacksmith.
Yeah, this is just crazy, isn't it? The way this is still going down at this point in time. Team Notorious, despite the fact they did not manage to get control of that scrap. Rotation was also not really locked in, but now it will be. At least for the moment here, they're still having to fight for it. Metals is doing so much, covering open and closed, and indeed he will find more frags, but as Estriel and Bink eliminate Maple and Weeman, they know that Metals is really the last piece of resistance here before they can transfer across for the kill. Estriel finds 2. This game could be done here.
Hey, it's looking to close it out. But you got Noisy inside the hardpoint. He has so much coverage from the double arches. You just need 19 more seconds for Decimate. The coverage is pristine. They're holding on to the archway side of the map. Noisy is guarded so heavily.
Yeah, this AR coverage is so good. Noisy gonna just sit in the corner. Estriel once again gonna streak out. Estriel for the double. And Eric and Maple, they have no choice but to just go. There is no way you're touching this hill now. Even if you do, Estriel will eliminate you. Decimate coming out huge here at the start of this best of 5. Fortress Hardpoint, make no mistake, it's their playground.
Living up to their name, Decimate, decimating. Here is the final moments of the pop-off as well. Flames getting loud. Estriel looking like it's business as usual. Smile across his face as well. Same for Tyler Noisy, man. I mean, look, we said it, Brody. Before we even loaded in the map number 1, this Decimate squad is mixy. They slay the hell out. I don't care who's on the other side of the stage from them. They do it with the best they can obviously hang. I asked myself, what Estriel are we going to get? And we got probably the best form of Estriel that we possibly have ever gotten in our lives. This replay package is going to be an absolute highlight reel for players like Flames and Ezreal.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment, mate. Ezreal, he had a very similar control to this yesterday again in that game number 3, I think it was. It was a 45 kill from him. This one 41, so I'm not really surprised to see those same kind of numbers being popped out by Ezreal, who again, I've said it, you know, he's having a really great weekend thus far. His sub presence was just sublime, especially early on when Notorious just lost control of a few crucial rotations. Flames as well, got to give him his props because his AR coverage across the map really was a problem for Notorious time and time again. And, you know, I'll always say it, I'll always give teams their props, a bit of fairness to kind of even things out here. There were moments when Notorious did manage to bring it level a couple of times there against Decimate, or at the very least make it look realistic. But Decimate, every single time that happened, just find a way to piece up, get full control of the kill. They did it a couple of times in Munitions and really put that distance once again back between them and Notorious. Big games coming out once again from Ezreal and Flames.
I mean, Brody, that point discrepancy that we had off of Decimate breaking Team Notorious over by P2, and then Team Notorious trying to fight for the scrap at P2 and giving over the rotation for a full 60 over by P3, you felt like the game was almost too far gone at that point. Ezreal goes 41 in 19 with about 4k damage, a lot of that with attack, a lot of that with the Vaznev in hand, but 29 out of 41 kills not traded is just absurd. 11 of his kills came through on the objective for 37 seconds of hill time. This guy was everywhere. He was hitting routes left, right, and center, and I would feel comfy cozy if I was Noisy with 2 minutes of objective time when you have Bink and Flames opening up the floodgates and layering on the hurt for Ezreal just to find his way in continuously. Commiserations for this map number 1. Again, it felt like that Nettles took a long time to heat up into the way that we normally see him play. The ARs were just getting eviscerated on every single rotation. Eric could barely even stay alive inside the hardpoint, go 17 and 32. This was a statement of a map number 1 from the Decimate camp.
I think that's a fair assessment, mate. That's pretty fair. Decimate just coming out there and just ripping Team Notorious a new one in a couple of key rotations. And, of course, as we said, those key players coming out to play. And, well, I think it's fair to say we can talk about some of those key players here. Ezreal went 41 and 19 in the first game of this best in 5. God knows what he's going to do as we go in towards the S&D, because right now, currently here at this weekend, he is a 1.5 KD in the mode. He's doing pretty well, but he's head-to-head with Maple. If he wants to run those routes, if he wants to get aggressive for the sub, he's probably going to have to face down the sniper rifle of Maple a fair few times here as we get into map number 2.
Oh, more than likely, especially for the map that is housing our search and destroy. It's actually really funny. You look at Maple's opening dual win percentage, it's pretty darn good. When I walked outside yesterday when they beat Millennium 7, Brody, I looked at Maple in his eyes and he was like, oh, I did not play well during that search and destroy. I was like, brother, you went 4 for 1 in first bloods. What are you talking about? He got first blooded by Mohawk, lost his head via sniper, pulled out the sniper, and then he found 4 consecutive first bloods. It's absolutely absurd what one of Jack Maple is able to produce on a mode of search and destroy, especially in the wheelhouse that is Elosilo. We were talking a lot about this Elosilo search and destroy. Decimate were able to take it off of ESGX Rocker not even a few moments ago. They won it 6-4, and there's been so many times, countless times, that Elosilo search and destroy has been so wonderful for these guys right here. Team Notorious, their adaptations yesterday were at an all-time high. It was a continuation in their reverse sweep versus Aphelion. You have to have this map number 2 here if you are Team Notorious.
Oh boy, that's a lot of pressure for Team Notorious, and again, one of those conversation points that's continued, at least for me, Andy, to prop up here when it comes down to Team Notorious is a lot of their firepower in Search and Destroy comes down to what Maple can do with a sniper rifle and how aggressive players like Metals and Eric Boom can get with those subs. Have Decimate done their homework? Do they know that's what Team Notorious are going to bring to this game? Well, right off the rip here, on board with Flames, with the sniper rifle, has the coverage that somebody did just cross the radio tower. Not sure, though, if he saw him cross back.
Weedman changed his positioning. I don't know if he's going to expect the chow over by the yellow shack, but this is all off the point of contact. If Flames can find that pick. You got Ezreal as well as Noisy inside, but Maple, how would you ever expect him to be in a position like this with a sniper? Finds first blood on the Flames.
Up close and personal. Maple means business. So there or not, he can get more. Eric being with another potential big 1v1. Noisy's actually not going to cross his path, though. Instead, Noisy makes the sneaky play all the way around the flank. Eric Boom, though, going to win the one up close here with Bink. Noisy now makes his position known as well with that kill on towards Metal. So a 2 versus 3 hit. Bomb down for Decimate. looking to defend it, and Maple, just the head there is enough for him to take Noisy down, and Eric Boom to eliminate Estriel as well. That is a beautiful retake there.
I'm pretty sure Estriel just used his dead silence over inside of Keg, so he's not going to have that utility going in towards the next round. I mean, this opening round, it was settled by everything we kind of framed up, wasn't it, Brody? I mean, you had Wee Man over by the top tower. If you are Flames, you're almost kind of forced to keep that engagement alive, and if not, try to find that first pick. But, I mean, Maple down low with the A control zone with the sniper up close and personal finds the first, and then up top in administration as well. These are close-range snipes, and Maple is finding first blood included. Then Eric Boom just waiting inside of tools, expecting the flank. I love the call from Team Notorious just to play full retake after they got first blood.
Alrighty. Team Notorious start things strong here at the end of round number 1. How we're seeing that aggression coming out. Look at number 2. We talked about it. Estriel, he's feeling himself. He wants to fly. I don't think he's being checked here in this play. I think he's about to take Metals down unless Metals can do something special. That kill does happen. There it is. Estriel for that first blood. And this is going to make things very awkward for Notorious because Eric has made his position known.
Yeah, sure has. And now that bomb is dropped top administration. It forces Maple's hand, who has a Vaznev in this round, by the way. Estriel, dead silence is actually going to get reset. He's going to find another one for free, and then Maple gets taken down as well. Wee Man, look, you're pretty good, brother, but I don't think the 1v odd is in your favor. Decimate. They put all of it into Estriel to really clutch up that round in the first 5 seconds, and he delivers on that first kill. Metals was so unaware. And then from there on out, it was just route after route shutting down the potential flanks coming through. Decimate, steady as ever in their opening defense.
Yeah, I'm not keen on the lack of adjustment there from Notorious, to be honest, in that round. You lose Metals right off the rip. You know, Estriel comes out that initial route. You go to deal with him. You don't just continue to sit there and try to barrel towards B. It's not going to work. You haven't earned any map control. And Eric B, I'm kind of surprised that he wasn't expecting Estriel to make that flank work. So Estriel, we talked about him being the superstar player, will bring this effectively to 1-1. Now aggression coming out from Notorious here. Player inside the site on the other side. Noisy will not be able to land that nade because Eric Boom did swing that door wide open. Will create a little game squash there. In doing so, things will slow up here. Estriel found out. Maple knows it's a potential snipe on the cards here. Can he pull it off?
He's just holding the pre-aim on a Kegs as well. The Sun's going to confirm that Maple is very much still here. And it's going to allow Decimate to work their way inside of the A-bomb. Get that bomb planted. Noisy finds one on the exit. 2v4 for the retake.
And Maple probably not the best weapon for the situation, really.
Is it?
He could do it up close and personal, but it's a lot to ask for any beating situation. Metals has one. Maple is already sniped off, so they know where he is, more or less. And Estriel does win that little duel there towards the end of the game. And just one of those classic cases, again, where Decimate, they're able to get that first blood, they're able to get inside the site. The post-plant reaction from Notorious just wasn't as great as they would have liked.
No, it's all of that first blood, right? I mean, then Decimate immediately get inside the A-bomb site. Estriel's throwing shoulders over inside of Kegs. He sees the glint from the sniper rifle from Maple, and that's pretty much all the information that they're searching for off of the round 1 falter that was Decimate. It was mostly just Maple with that sniper. Once you find out where he's located at, utilize your stuns properly, get your space provided, get that bomb planted, and keep numbers in your favor. Estriel now up to 4 in a row.
Can't let Estriel get that streak, at least from me. And he's already starting to get aggressive as well. I like the reaction much better this time around. Estriel does pick a different route to Notorious, though. They're playing this one slow. Have they anticipated a second sub to get aggressive, though? They don't, but the reaction is better this time around. They turn around to deal with Noisy. Indeed, that is exactly what happens. Binks get aggressive there to try and trade things out, and Eric Boom will punish the 1v3 now for Flames.
That is just tremendous coverage coming through. Yeah, nowhere to go. Nothing to do with you, our Flames. And as you call there, Brody, the reaction is pristine. You wait for the push to come through because you know that Estriel, he's got to be pushing for those kills. It's a double flank that comes through, and albeit Noisy is able to find the trade, he is quite literally up El Asilo without a paddle, and nobody was in a position to try to find that trade. Once you end up taking down Noisy, everybody just flew past the football field, got themselves closer towards that B site, and again, the coverage was so good. So now what's the response going to be for Decimate coming in towards this round, or even for Team Notorious, excuse me? Decimate have been allowed to get that quick plant over at A countless times. Our Team Notorious going to stop it.
And so many of these early rounds at the moment have gone down to, again, who garner that mid-map coverage first this time. I don't necessarily know if anybody's actually inside site. I don't think there is anybody there. Their team Notorious are relying on their very own Estriel play. Eric Boom, no dead silence
Wow.
left here. It's already been depleted. Flames, that's a great read from him to be very cautious about the flank.
Metals going to pop that silence. Estriel's going to get that bomb planted. This is going to have to be a full 3v3 retake, and they're relying on Metals to find something in towards the back. He's got attack in hand, though.
Oh, Flames is still sitting there. He's still sitting in that exact same
Dude,
position
same
earlier
spot.
on. And wow, yeah, I mean, you just don't expect the player to be sitting there once again. Metals caught off guard. He's still sitting there. Somebody, please. Oh, Flames for an ace on the cards. I don't know if he got it there towards the end. That was Crossfire. Weeman goes down. If he does, that is a spectacular round from Flames. And I can just imagine the comms there in that situation. No, Estriel does get the kill. But I can imagine that comms in the situation. Flames is just like, I'm just chilling. I'm just good.
I mean, have you seen this guy? Wrapped up like an Eskimo in his hoodie? Yeah, he is big chilling right now. It's just funny because like the first one is just like, all right, cool, great job. You found that first kill. Metals goes around for the wrap, and he finds another one from the same exact spot. And the moment that the third player finally comes around, he's still in the same spot. Check your corners. A PSA brought to you by Proper Cast. Decimate back to a one-round lead. Team Notorious looking to up the ante, trying to get this top administration coverage. Decimate expecting for an aggressive push. They are turtled around the A-bomb.
Looking for some early information here is Flames. Spectacular round in the last. Looking for early reactions here to kick this one off. And as Bink does fall, doesn't really get a lot of information, does Bink. Estriel looking to try and trade things out with that flank, but going to get caught with his hands down by Eric Boom there. And now for Noisy for a potential 1v4 in the cards. Weak into the gunfight here. Almost gets enough shots to make that gunfight realistic against Maple, but the kill is just not there. Back and forth we go once again.
Yeah, it's adaptation after adaptation. Whether there was a certain lack of dead silence or it was not ready on the early stages, Decimate actually take a much more patient chance on that round, where they're expecting the aggression to be pushed through. Got really good nade coverage and really good stuns up top inside of admin. They thought it was just the one, but all those stuns and nades only hit Eric, and then Metals just pops back out through that window, finds two, and that set up everything soon after, just shutting down Noisy on the flank. So, even Stevens in round number 7. Decimate looking to get back into their aggressive ways towards A we go.
Once again, a lot of caution here coming out from Decimate in terms of what could potentially be inside that A site, but it's an empty threat. It's their team Notorious once again putting a lot of stock in the potential flank here. It will have to come late if it comes at all. Metal's really the only player that could do something more honestly up front around Kegs. Can he produce anything? Yes, he can. Big first kill now. Eric Boom on the flank. There is the execution from Notorious. It's all down to Noisy. He can find one, but no more than that. And Team Notorious, that is so well played. That was a synchronized beat on the flank.
Yeah, it sure was. It absolutely was. I mean, you had 3 players. You already had Maple. He pushed up through top administration, and he was at least waiting for a lot more help. That help was Eric Boom side by side with him. Weeman gave up that top tower position because all the audio cues you get from Team Notorious, that's all around the A-bomb site. It's all over inside of Billiards. And they checked the corner this time, Brody. They at least made sure they dealt with Flames in that one corner specifically. And as you called, it was a beautiful pinch maneuver, sublime as ever, for Team Notorious to retake the A-bomb site. Again, allowing Decimate to get that bomb planted at A. They always feel like they have the win condition. Team Notorious work for that pinch. They get the kills. Snappy as you like. Now they have a 1-round lead.
Again, continuing to break serve for these teams at this point here in the search and destroy. Eric Boom going to be the bomb carrier once again. And the bolt doors being open. It's a threatening stance from Decimate. Notorious know that there is some kind of posturing going on here. Perhaps more concerningly so, though. You can see Estriel through the X-ray. He is sitting inside the A-bomb site. Eric Boom has to be careful here as the first player that he does not put the bomb in a precarious spot.
I think that's what he's waiting for. He's waiting for somebody to maybe come join him. I mean, the only player that would be in a position to do that would be Maple. Eric does find that first blood onto Noisy. Now that bomb site is looking a little bit more free, and Estriel tried to get the trade denied. 2v4 now.
You're looking for something if you're a Bink, and that's tough. Semtex sends them away. It splits them up at the very least. Eric Boom right under his nose, though. There still might be enough chance for an upset here from Bink if he finds the timing, but no, does get red, does get caught with there by Maple. Now Flames once again finds himself in the 1v4. Of course, the AR player, it's not a surprise that he continues to find himself in these spots. Has found the first at the very least.
He's got that silence, 2 different weapons to play with. So much to clear. Weeman's down low. Was expecting a player to be up top. That's his position given away. and Flames is making the right call. Just don't invest in that silence. Save that coming in towards the next round, because this 1v3 is most certainly not happening.
Yeah, much better. That's a really good play call coming out there, and from Notorious right off the rip, right? Just a lot of trust in one another. I thought there, you know, and maybe the Eric Boom of like 2021, 2022 might have just flown and put that bomb in a bad spot, but the team play from Team Notorious comes out again. They yoke those initial trades. They get early control of the A site. Bing and bada boom. Round is theirs. Now, just one round away from tying up this series.
Their adaptations are so good, Brody. So good. What does Decimate do now? I mean, surely you can't just rely on these quick plants over at A. Got broken up 2 times. And yeah, they sure are. I mean, Team Notorious are already here. They're set up to do it once again.
This time, Notorious, nobody towards Courtyard side, but Weeman and Eric Boom immediately get tracked through the middle. That's a lot of space now created, and the reaction from Team Notorious here is kind of twofold. Both Maple moving through the middle of the map to try and get some early snipes off, but also that flank coming through from Metals. If either can pick up a frag, this is okay, but Metals has been caught out, and Maple for a 1v4 with a sniper. It would be nice, but it's not realistic.
No, it's just very unrealistic. What was the last time that we saw like a 1v3, a 1v odd situation with a sniper in hand? I think it was like Super back in like
probably.
Season 3 of the Elite on this very map mode combination. Flames just, yep, it's the one bullet that gets the job done after what I'm pretty sure Maple got hit with like 2 nades there simultaneously. It was down to about 20 HP. So adaptation called this time around for Decimate. Team Notorious are very much so going to be around the A bomb site. It's really the stuns and nades that do it for me, Brody, in that opening few seconds for Decimate to really flush out Team Notorious inside the A bomb site. Maintain numbers, now they just trail by 1.
Never count out Decimate. The tenacity of this team. They could still do this. 5-3 curse, very much alive.
Oh, okay.
Kind of have to laugh about it to a certain extent, don't you?
Oh, totally.
Noisy. Looking for the first kill, though. Does get shut down. That's a big start. They were very reliant on Noisy being able to find something.
Yeah. I mean, in Noisy comes up absolutely dry. So now it's 3v4. Team Notorious are still throwing their utility, trying to find further information before they try to execute over towards A. The play call is going to be for Metals up top. Top step silence. Looking for something. Estriel's inside of Kegs. Staying alive is everything.
That was the right play call once again, and Estriel just gives him it for free. Thought the Metals would not be counting anything in that scenario. Metals is going to find a second as well. Yep. What a great read. Not necessarily knowing if that is what that was, but regardless, he is going to find Flames. Now Bink for the 1v4. This is not happening. Not in a blue moon, mate. Team Notorious, they close this one out. 6-4. Great performance from them. The adaptations, they are clear.
Yeah, get your 5-3 curse out of here, Brody. You're talking nonsense. It's Team Notorious for crying out loud. And where Decimate just started finding a lot of success early in the search and destroy, just by quickly maneuvering their way around the A bomb site, finding a lot of crucial kills around the rock face and around Kegs itself. It almost felt like that was offered. I mean, besides Flames playing in that one corner inside of Billiards, it just felt like that Decimate weren't really throwing a lot more mix into the bag. Team Notorious, their adaptations, look, we already talked about it when we were even starting to frame up this matchup in this best of 5 series. You get to the search and destroy, this Team Notorious squad has put in a lot of work behind the scenes to make sure that they can read what the enemy team is doing, how do they react, and how do they go up against it. It is a lovely bunch of rounds that get put together for Team Notorious to stop Decimate dead in their tracks and tie the series up 1 apiece.
Yeah, the one thing I will say about Decimate, generally speaking, is especially when it comes down to their defense, it feels like sometimes their defenses can be very one-dimensional, right? A lot of it is very reliant on either Noisy or Estriel getting aggressive, trying to enact a flank. And I think the thing is, after they do it the first couple of times, Notorious are going to start reading that. They're going to start reacting to that, and they're going to start adapting to that. And that is more or less what we saw there. Team Notorious, early on, making sure you just took Estriel and Noisy out of the equation, and then acting from that point onwards, and Decimate just weren't really able to find much of a reaction whatsoever, apart from their own offenses, where it was just a case of just, you know, trying to get aggression, trying to get early control over the A side. But Notorious, man, they're looking so strong. Maple looking pretty good with the sniper. Once again, finishes this one at 10-5, 2 first bloods to his name. He provides just so much map pressure on El Asilo. I mean, you got to think there's 2 sides of the map, right? 2 lanes of the map that are completely open-ended. Where Maple, I mean, it's just you don't know if he's going to be there or not.
10-5, 5 non-traded kills, double pause, 2 first bloods, didn't get first blood at a single time this time around, and yeah, I mean, it's one of Jack Maple. That's what we talk about, is S&D prowess. That's what he brings to the table. Something else jumps off the page for me here, Brody, is that Noisy, he got first death. He got first blooded 3 times. And you feel like a lot of that was because they were trying to put all the eggs in the basket for Decimate to try to get Noisy in a forward position, in his own isolated position, to maybe get behind enemy lines. Team Notorious, maybe not aware of it the first time around when Estriel did it, but damn, did they read it every single time, and Noisy just could not find much at all when it came down to these defensive flanks. A lot of first bloods going in the way of Team Notorious. Just, again, going into the Decimate library, checking out that book, it absolutely brought the adaptations to the table and win it in round 10.
Yeah, and it's classic search and destroy from Team Notorious, isn't it? Probably the most important stat line of the lot there is the NTKs, right? 5 of the 10 kills from Maple, non-traded, and 5 of the 7 kills from Metals, non-traded. Big numbers, I think, to put up. Again, it just goes to show that when it comes down to search and destroy for Team Notorious, a lot of it is, you know, Maple getting those first snipes, not being traded out, and then Metals, of course, getting aggressive, and also, once again, not being traded out for those first kills, being able to get there, get the hell out of dodge, perhaps even find a second. To Notorious, looking very strong here in search and destroy. They're able to tie the series, therefore, at 1-1. That's a pretty big start here for this series for Team Notorious. Again, we did not expect them necessarily to win the hard point. We said they needed to win the search and destroy. That is exactly what they've done. Moving forward then, we've got an LSELO Control coming up next. And while we've seen both of these teams play it so far, the key thing I always come back to, Andy, Team Notorious on Control, they are so damn good at this game mode, man. I don't know what it is, but they got like the secret sauce.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, besides Texas, surprisingly, that is where, like, we've really seen them kind of fall short when it came down to Control. But Team Notorious has always, like, their conversation has always been around their map 3s, and they make it look so good. And why is that? Is because their opening breakoffs are so potent. That said, Control is a fickle beast. It can honestly be decided with these opening breaks, especially on LOCLO, getting so much map coverage early from your ARs. That is what Team Notorious are going to be looking to do again on a household map number 3 that they've looked good on all year long, online, on LAN. They have always kept it close, even if they do lose it on LOCLO Control. But Decimate, though, I mean, you're going back towards another respawn, and it didn't work in the search and destroy, just trying to run and gun and utilize your aggression. But it very much so could still be a very viable strategy when it comes down to this map number 3. You can't count out Decimate when it comes down to their control prowess as well.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me. I come back to that game yesterday, right? The very final game, or the very final match, I should say, excuse me, of the group versus Anarchy. They played LSELO Control. Let's be clear. They should have lost that Control. Like, Austin will say exactly the same thing when we were talking about it, when we were casting over it. That should have been a 3-0, but Decimate, they managed to pull it out of the bag. They managed to pull a reverse sweep off in the Control, and that kind of confidence to do that, it again came down to when the SMGs started to get aggressive, when you start to let Noisy and Estriel garner space, when you start to let them find momentum, build up momentum in a game, that's really where they're at their strongest. Again, you can't let that happen. That's the key thing for me. I know it sounds like a forehead comment, but like, just don't let them do that. Don't let them get any kind of maneuverability here in this Control, and you will be all right. For me, though, again, you got to give them props for that 3-2 yesterday. They looked so good on that LSELO, especially those back 3 rounds. That is something Notorious are going to have to look out for here in this LSELO. That being said, when we look over towards historically speaking for Notorious on LSELO Control, they've looked pretty good at it, and a lot of it has come down to their ability to control the map with those wonderful ARs.
See, you just made up for the forehead comment with some really deep analysis. Look at you go, Brody. What do you even need me for? What am I doing?
I really don't know sometimes.
Okay, all right. You're still not off the hook off of that closing remarks that you got from both me and Austin yesterday. You were on thin ice, buddy. Tied up 1 apiece going into this LSELO Control. Again, we have framed up a lot. It's all just spinning narratives at this point about what we do know from these two teams. But Shift brought up a really good point when he was on that opening match with the Wubba and Omit. You had a good day yesterday. You've had a couple good days as well. But it's a long event. It's a long Saturday, Brody. You gotta remain consistent when it comes down to the day. Map number 3, big swing map mode combination between Notorious and Decimate.
All right, we've talked a lot about Notorious, their strength and control. Will it play out here as we get in towards this one? That's the question already. First blood going the way of Noisy. going to make his way further forward on towards the point, down a half HP, feeling pretty confident enough that he can take that Chow versus Maple, and for good reason. Indeed he does. Gets that kill. Bink following up with another one. This has been a beautiful fight coming out from Decimate. But Notorious, it will not be long before they send players knocking at the door. Eric being one of those guys, but Bink able to piece up here. This has been a sublime start from Decimate.
Hey, look at Estriel. Estriel's already over by the B zone. Where do you go if your team Notorious? Stop trying to throw lives over at A. Get Estriel off this B zone. He's going to lock in the first segment by himself? Hello? Can we get this guy off the zone, please? The assistance is at least here. Flames taking down Eric Boom means that he can get up through top party. Favoring the reload. Weeman's going to find the first. Now Flames needs to get traded, and he will. That's a fast 60 seconds add-on towards the board and a steep life discrepancy.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah.
What a start. That's exhilarating from Decimate, isn't it? Now, as Noisy and Bink do go down, to be fair, Notorious now might be able to find some way to stabilize here in this game. Especially because Decimate are doing something kind of peculiar here. They're not sending a single player through house. A single player, even through the middle of the map. They might well divert a couple through lockers, but make no mistake, this is all through Courtyard side. Eric Boom, though, will alleviate that pressure by picking up a crucial double. Noisy, now the only one of that initial push left alive here. He will just have to wait patiently for the rest of the team to come off the spawn. But with that push, Andy, it gives Decimate, or gives Notorious, excuse me, actually a fair amount of map control towards the field.
I mean, what was about a 5-6 life disadvantage now dropped down to about 2. Eric Boom, tough gunfight for Cestrio as he's snaking up towards top party. Still a very realistic hold that Team Notorious can get for themselves. Metals, a lot to do in towards the back.
No.
They give him number 2, runs out of bullets, has to favor the reload. Noisy needs to stay alive, bottom tools, and Binks up top kitchen, or well, he was. Now Metals more than aware, doesn't check the quarter somehow, and Noisy will at least take him off of that spree. But as the only player that's pushed up, as lives are now dead even, 14 apiece.
Yeah, again, it's that map control right now for Team Notorious. They're looking so good, and Decimate continue to bang the exact same drum, the exact same tune. It's a consistent push around the backline here. It has to work at one point, right? The idea to try and catch these guys and cut them off at the source before they can get back towards the point after that initial wave of gunfights. Can Eric Boom read it? Yes, he can. First kill looking pretty good. Metals down low, finds another one as well. And Eric Boom on the hunt here. He knows that Noisy has escaped his grasp. He's also seen Estriel towards the backline, I think.
I don't think he did.
Maybe not. I mean, we're seeing it in the X-ray. Obviously, we get that benefit. Eric Boom does not. And indeed, they do go down. Now, effectively, all reliant on Weeman on the point. He has to go huge. He's going to go down. The stack about to come through now. And these players might well get cut off by Estriel around the backline here. The stack is through. 3 players on the point from Decimate. Can they get it done? Yes, they can. Team Notorious. That is so unfortunate. They thought they were safe, but they were far from it.
A critical moment right there again, as you were talking about. I mean, it's such a small pixel that Eric would have had to seen of Estriel maneuvering his way around Pride Rock and getting behind enemy lines. And when he gets back there again, I mean, that spawn trap is excruciating. You already spawn all the way in Nardia when it comes to try to deny that B zone. That becomes that much more damning when you have a player like Estriel who is barely missing gun shots from his gun, no matter what's in his hand in this series. Just evaporating or completely taking you down when you were coming off of your spawn. So now you need an offensive response. If you are Team Notorious, this opening breakup is going to mean everything. If they're barreling their way over towards A.
Yeah. Right decision being made here by Team Notorious. Crucially, Mel's going to take Flames out of that power position as well. Look for the crossfire, but Bink once again miraculously pulls a double out of thin air. Now wants to make it a triple here as Maple right back to threatening, but Maple will trade out. Big gunfight. Has actually spotted Noisy on the cross as well. This is pretty big from Team Notorious. They've still got players forward. They're still making progression, but you've got to put a stop to Noisy, who, in his early efforts here to just fly across the map and garner some early momentum, he's on 5 in a row.
Yep. Really would love to be able to get that 6th kill. Should be able to get it, you would think. No, he's going to start getting shot in the back. Metals, he's going to get the better of Noisy. He decides to mantle over towards the wall. This is looking like a pretty guaranteed 60 seconds to add on towards the board until Flames and Bink. They're able to at least find 2. Maple needs to push the advantage here. Needs to try to find these gunfights. Can only produce 1. And if you are Weeman, you cannot give up this top tower positioning. Yeah. Try to hold the line there and maybe try to create some chaos to allow your team to cross the map.
Yeah, really mature decision-making coming out from Weeman here. It's very easy for a player to just immediately want to fly down here and assist your teammates, but Weeman is holding on towards that position. He knows if he loses it and they get an AR up there, it might well be game over here in round number 2. Weeman does go down to a nade from Estriel. Now Team Notorious looking to get on towards the point. They only need 1 tick of progression here. Decimate, they might well still go for this one. You can see the way that Bink is edging on the minimap. He's thinking about it, but at the very least now, will not do so. There's the extra 60 seconds on the board. Team Notorious now has time to transfer as well. Eric Boom, sneaky as you like. Dead Silence about to run out, but he uses it just enough here. Exhausted just in time to get the little kill on towards Flames, but I don't know if he's read Nestriel right in the back.
Well, I mean, Nestriel is basically outside the map with how far back he is, trying to at least anchor out the spawn. It's not going to happen. Not when Team Notorious already have this amount of coverage over by B. Nestriel will end up taking down Eric Boom over by the flank. Now he has some assistance there from Noisy. Team Notorious, though, the ARs are beaming. They're on the zone already. That segment is halfway completed.
Yeah, Noisy for the double. We'll give them something, but Metals, again, has the final say here. Seconds are about to be through. These players spawning in Narnia. Team Notorious, they've got themselves ready and set up here. It's good to be the double stacks. This is relatively slow enough. The Decimate might have something to say, but Maple with a team kill. That is not good. Estriel finds another as well. Eric Boom for everything. Wee Man for the double. Eric Boom for the final kill. And Team Notorious will trade things out here to go 1-1.
Oh, man, did it ever get so close. Especially over by that A control zone. I mean, there were so many different times that Decimate were so willing to throw their lives towards that zone to at least get themselves not only the kills, but also the coverage to be provided and make sure that the middle of the map was in their favor. But in that one hesitating moment, that one split second where they think maybe we could try to recontest A, their B defense was all mostly on Estriel and towards the back. And when you have just your ARs just as the last line of defense, nobody was over by house. Team Notorious were able to get up top kitchen for Scott for so free, and it just allowed them to get coverage around the B zone, team kill included. So now we go offense for offense. Decimate back on their side. Estriel looking to cause chaos here in bottom tiles.
Yeah, and again, he's capable of it, but really fun timing. That's the question for me. Metal's not ready for it. Neither is Wee Man. Estriel explodes early on in this one. Now looking for more, feeling himself. That's a lot of confidence that Maple will exploit for the trade. But Flames now will usurp Maple up top inside the radio tower. Big power position to hold now. That's a lot of coverage to hold against Noisy too. Bink gets aggressive through tools. That's a player that you probably would have liked to have in position for this A capture, but Flames up top at the moment, just providing the covering fire. Eric Boom starting to chow down low. He goes down. Team Notorious, they are slightly individualistic on this defensive play, and Flames, he's just exploiting it so perfectly.
I mean, he's in this top tower position, and he has become a true turret up top. Will drop down to sack this last segment. Team Notorious have chalked it. We saw this countless times from Team Notorious. When they do chalk this, you got Eric Boom over by the house, but Tyler Noisy pops Dead Silence, sees barely the head of Wee Man. He's going to run out of Dead Silence before he ends up taking this gunfight. Wee Man not going to hear him down low. This is such a great capture from our observer team. Tyler Noise, he needs to get Wee Man out from this position. He's aware of it. Patience pays off, and now he has an AR. He's looking for spawn kills.
Turns out it's a misnomer. Noisy not making any noise at all there around the back line to take down Wee Man. Enough coverage here to give Decimate a shot at this point. Trophy systems down now. That will hunker them for any potential incoming barrage of stuns. Never mind, actually, one will connect on towards Flames. Temporarily stuns him, phases him here, while Flames goes for the challenge on the other side as well. Maple and Wee Man still in a chance here to try and defend this point. Second tick through. Noisy for a kill. Flames with the crossfire as well. All down to Eric Boom, and Flames will eliminate him for 6 in a row. A cruise missile at the best, the darkest hour here for Notorious. Decimate again. Offense for offense we go. Goodness me, they just continue to surge.
Good Lord, that boy's shooting. Look at him go. 15-10 now for Flames. I can hear him all the way through my headset across the venue as well. Flames is going absolutely crazy. Challenger's very own Eskimo. Look at him go. It's just absurd what we end up talking about, especially leading into the LSU control, is that, yes, the breakoffs are very potent. They could very much so be the deciding factor whether or not you end up winning a round. When your ARs are piecing like that, Noisy is freed up so heavily. Now Team Notorious, again, need to respond with an offense or they lose their control, and they will be down 2-1. It's going to be a B push. A lot of good coverage here, but patience being exemplified by Decimate.
Here we go. Eric Boom getting aggressive, immediately shut down, and nobody really in a position to get any form of trade. As a matter of fact, things get worse here for Team Notorious. Only momentarily, though. Metals and Wee Man going to fire back, but again, it is now Estriel and Bink who have the final say in that ensemble of trades. Decimate do not give a single tick of progression away on towards B, and perhaps more concerningly here for Notorious, they have nothing over towards A. Flames is up top in the power position. He's still got that cruise missile as a reminder, but this is a big 1v1 for Flames to play his life here in the situation to make sure that this crossfire is intact alongside Bink. The ARs at the moment for Decimate in crucial power positions, and Flames is shooting all right.
Oh yeah, he ain't barely missing any bullets out of that 76. Metals is able to break line. Hold on. He's behind enemy lines to the knife, but the fisticuffs do it just that much better. What just happened to Bink? I'm not too sure. 2-for-1 trade goes the kill feed. Team Notorious still trying to jostle for map positioning, and they like the kills that they have. Brody, Weeman's in a power position to cut off rotating players out from the spawn. It's going to force to probably call in the cruise missile, you would think, from Flames, who's on the flank, but that stack is way too good. Team Notorious are looking to capture B.
Yeah, Flames might find one. I don't think you're stopping this one, though. The triple stack is good enough here from Team Notorious, and that's an extra 60 seconds on the board. Flames are still hanging around, though. Eric Boom will shut him down now, looking for more on that transfer here. Again, a little bit disjointed on the transfer. Our Team Notorious, they're looking to really just trying to play erratically in a way. Capricious play. Decimate, wise to it though. They've slowed up quite a bit. Once again, these ARs have settled themselves over by A, and Metals has to be cautious about the route that he takes. Might well get some good timing here. Chooses not to go for that kill on towards Noisy. I get the feeling that he might have heard him, but at the very least, Noisy does get through for that frag. And yeah, that is unfortunate for Metals, who thought that he just had the best stealth player in the world. He didn't.
And now Noisy is looking to make the best stealth play in the world. Oh my god! Mabel almost just took his head clean off. Noisy will get that kill. Dead Silence has been reset. A little shaky shots won't take down Metals, and that'll open up the A control zone. Bink has been here, by the way, for at least 40 seconds. When that B zone was being captured, Bink has not moved from this tower, and it just allows so many more routes to be taken. Estriel and Noisy being an absolute nuisance across the football field side. Noisy able to go on 6 in a row. Another cruise missile earned, down to 27 seconds.
Yeah, those double cruises, right? I mean, that's just kind of the backup plan that you will want if you're a Decimate. Maybe even pull one out just to try and really pressurize Notorious in this situation. But Weeman now going to stop the clock by starting to get himself on towards the point. Flames is down there, does get shut down. There has to be a trophy system at least, and there is one by that box's side. Notorious still stopping the clock though. Estriel shut down before a cruise missile can be heard. Noisy through lockers cannot take down all of these players. The second tick now about to come through. The double stack here from Eric Boom and Weeman Metals and Co trying to find their way back towards the point. Eric Boom's able to trade things out. Estriel, now the next player through. They're going one by one for Decimate here. The third tick, not that far away. Bink gonna get shut down in the situation. The pre-fire is all they need. And Noisy now ring around the rosy around the box. It's Maple for the final kill. He can't get it done. Perhaps Weeman can as well. No! From afar it's Bink. Now Estriel as well. And Decimate clear the point. 10 seconds left.
Cruise missile keeps them all trapped. It's a 1v11. Metals can't get the job done in Decimate. Will close things out in a thunderous bang. They had so much utility, Brody, and that's putting it lightly. Their guns were absolutely shooting straight. The ARs were producing so much pressure. Noisy's laughing it off as well. The cruise missile getting called in by Flames there at the very last few seconds. Again, it is an ace up your sleeve, as you had a second one to round it out if you even needed it. But the cruise missile confirms not only all these players' locations, but it keeps them trapped inside the building, underneath the awning, forces Team Notorious to press forward and try to take the gunfights and try to win them at that. And now it's tough scenes if you are Team Notorious, because you just lost what should have been an integral game mode for you on an LOCLO control. Lost 2 defenses at that, Brody. And now you are down 1-2 in this series.
Yeah, I think there were elements there of a rare disjointed play from Notorious. Something we don't normally see from them whatsoever. I think there were just moments, especially on the transfer there in the final round, where necessarily I don't think we saw the same kind of team play that we would normally expect to see out of the Notorious roster and Control. It's what they're known for. It just wasn't there. I mean, these guys just playing a little bit into individualistically, trying to go one by one, trying to make the hero play happen. And for Decimate, I feel like that was the opposite story over the course of that entire Control. I think especially for the ARs, even if, I don't know, to be fair, we'll have to come out with the final stats in a moment here to see exactly what those final stats for the ARs look like. But I do have to give him a shout, man, because the amount of trust that Bink and Flames were putting into one another to hold down crossfires time and time again, especially over by A, it just gave them so much pressure against Notorious and so many crucial moments as well.
Yeah, I'll say. Plus that, a little bit of extra, right? I mean, Flames, when he was in that top tower positioning, was barely missing any shots whatsoever. It was this play right here in the second offense for Decimate that really solidified that Flames is absolutely piecing. I still don't know how Bink missed that slice. That was so weird. Like, he like dragged his right stick just a little bit too far forward, and he got slapped in the face because of it. But it's the slang again, Brody. I feel like we talked about this at the end of the map number 1 on Fortress. It's the LOCLO is the continuation of that story. Flames 22 and 14. 16 of those kills were non-traded for 2,500 damage. But how about Estriel on this very fine Saturday in Las Vegas, man? 3K damage, almost 3,100. 16 of his kills were non-traded for the 22 that he found. He was just absolutely benefiting from pushing out on a lot of these very annoying angles alongside Noisy from all the pressure, as you ever so wonderfully pointed out, that Bink and Flames were laying down.
Yeah, for sure. And again, it doesn't exactly show out in the stat lines. I think what the 2.3k damage, yeah, that's fair enough, right, with the 10 assists as well. But
yeah.
Nonetheless, so I think, Flames does look a little bit better with the 22 and 14. I don't think it matters too much, to be honest. They got the job done. Consistent defense of the A zone there gives Decimate the victory overall. A 3-1 victory that, as we said, is crucial because in this best of 5, we said Notorious, I think, if they were going to win it, and they still might, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. They could still win this next hardpoint. They've been capable of it in the past. We saw, especially yesterday versus Millennium 7, that they're capable of taking hardpoints against top hardpoint teams away. Nonetheless, though, it's a big loss to take going in towards that next hard point. We've got some stats to show you guys, though, as we get in towards this next hard point. I think it's time to talk about those crucial ARs. We've been typing up the ARs of Team Notorious here. Well, let's talk about Weeman. He's been one of the top ARs in European challenges for the last 3 seasons, I think it's fair to say. Maybe even longer than that. He's been pretty darn good, pretty darn consistent as well. But Bink has also been having his way this series.
Yeah, I mean, Bink is as steady as it gets, right? I had a lovely few conversations with Bink even last year in Columbus. It's one of those things that Bink doesn't care to always be the statistical player. He just plays his role to an absolute perfection. He's just always in the right position, anchoring things down, trying to at least keep spawns intact for his team. And, it doesn't hurt when he's finding the kills along the way. Weeman gets his hands dirty a lot. And I say that, and it's a good thing when it comes down to how this Team Notorious squad does need to play. It can't always be the SMGs. Weeman is almost that third SMG-like player. He's just doing it with Attack 56 or whatever the AR may be, as you say, for you say the past 3 seasons. I say like the past 3-4 years. And that has been Weeman's job and his bread and butter so far. A lot still to do when it comes down to this best of 5 series as we get ourselves set up for this Hotel Hardpoint. Very much so could be the conclusion of the series, Brody. It doesn't look too good on the weekend for Team Notorious. This was the map 1 that they played up against Millennium 7, Brody, and it was anything but close.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Again, Millennium 7, pretty good Fortress hardpoint team, generally speaking. But when it comes down to this map, again, it wasn't the best for Team Notorious. So we'll see, man, how this one goes down. At the end of the day, though, I never want to doubt Team Notorious. They've been in situations like this time and time again. We've seen it multiple times this year where they've had their backs against the wall. We saw it earlier on in the last match, right? They were 2-0 down versus Aphelion. They came out with a reverse sweep for the victory. Of course, that had to go all the way to a Game 5, Round 11. But nonetheless, you cannot doubt the composure that Notorious are able to bring to the table. We'll see whether that will work out for them as we move in towards a Hotel Hardpoint. Again, you mentioned the Hotel Hardpoint yesterday versus Millennium 7. It was not good for them whatsoever. That was a 250 to 135 in favor of Millennium 7. This does not bode well going into this one. Everybody has to be firing on all cylinders to put a stop to Decimate.
You just need your usual suspects, as you like to call them, Brody, for Team Notorious to really show up. Cannot afford Metals to have a slow start like he did in that map number 1. Need Eric Boom to be a consistent factor. We know what we're going to get out from the ARs. Let's get on into it. Decimate starting off on the favorite side of the map, like map number 1, but nonetheless, Team Notorious are completely fine with this. I love this call. Just play inside of Atrium, lurk inside of couches, inside of White as well, find an abundance of kills, and start accruing some time.
I like this early play coming out from Notorious here. They haven't fully committed towards the rotation just yet, and Metals, as a matter of fact, is actually going to come back towards the middle of the point here. You've got to be careful because one player in the form of Bink does have a chance to really keep the spawns out in this situation, but instead, Bink goes straight back towards the point. Yes, he does find a double, and that'll take some time away from Notorious on P1, but it will give Notorious a spawn now for Lobby. As we move over towards P2, Flames with the first player to challenge on through now. Estriel next up to bat for Decimate on this push. Down to 28 HP he goes, and his best bet at this point just to sit in the corner, hug that wall, wait for your team.
Yeah, look at the spread across the map. I mean, Maple spawns effectively in bottom luggage, and he starts shooting players in towards the back, and now Decimate are forced to try to one-dimensionally push their way all the way through the Chandelier side. It's 3 players strong. It's going to be the pinch along with Bink through the statue. Eric's first up goes 1 for 1.
And Notorious now in the fire. Metals from behind. Oh, doesn't finish his food for the first kill there and enables Estriel to find that frag and return No matter though, Notorious are covering each other's backs at the moment. They've got their trades, and as we hit their 30-second mark here on this hill, Decimate will give this one last shake, but before deciding to give this up, I think the spawns now might have been changed ever so slightly that there was not really much of a chance for Decimate to spawn in the backline here off the back of that wave of gunfights. Never mind, there it is. There's those spawns coming on through from Decimate. I might as well shut my mouth, mate. Notorious now in a stellar spot. They are 40 points up. If they lose this time, I don't think it matters too much. Weeman does actually find the 5th kill there, but the rotation is Notorious's here.
Talk about an uncharacteristic start from Decimate on a map mode combination like Hotel Hardpoint. Noisy is yet to find a freaking kill. Team Notorious are just dissecting the map. Maple with the sub. Almost had a good look, at least for the 2-piece, but they manipulate the map. They flipped out the spawns momentarily. Decimate, hot off of the respawn itself, push all the way inside a kitchen. Now they have the initial setup.
Notorious now looking to make their way through. Maple goes first. Weeman will trade things out, but Bink is frying. 5 in a row now. Number 6, he will not find it. Flame takes that kill away. Weak for the next gunfight. He finds it anyway. Eric Boom gets fried. And Bink now has a cruise missile for later on during this game. What a hill this has been. And it continues to get better for Bink, who finds 7. Looking for more. Metals finally shuts him down. Now Flames towards the backline to try and garner the scrap time. It's okay that he dies. Estrel and Noisy are there to pick up where he left off. That is an entire hard point. A great break early on. And a crucial one to keep Decimate neck and neck with Notorious.
Yep, it'll flip the lead, albeit slightly. Now Decimate, the ball's in their court. Starting to press a little bit further forward. Noisy, well, premature shots there. Takes down Metals regardless. It's all about trying to get back inside of lobby. Trying to flip out for that spa spawn. Noisy's trying to do just that. Long range shots versus Maple. Not going to get it. Team Notorious has 5 kills required. Now they have the setup before.
Team Notorious really wants this time if they can get it. AR coverage has to be good. Maple starting to heat up here with double. Looking for more. Bink going to shut him down on the initial, but Eric Boom comes through around D1 for the couple of kills. Metals with the crossfire as well. Beautiful team play from Team Notorious on the initial, but now they need to do more. Decimate will come right back at him with the spawns in the middle of the map. Maple under fire once again, gets shut down. Estrel starting to fly. The SMG's starting to heat up. Flames picks up yet another one here. Decimate looking for the back 20 seconds. Eric Boom doesn't want to give it away.
Eric!
And Eric Boom will not give it away. That's a double and a 15 seconds for Notorious.
I mean, Flames just was not expecting to have Eric just fly out at 1 HP at that. And just hip fires him all the way through. Those were crucial kills for Eric to solidify the back strap time. It'll be about a 20-point lead that Team Notorious now hold over Decimate's head. And they are still continuously getting mixy. Pinstripe kill feed, it goes inside of the snake pit for a restaurant. Decimate have the closer spawns. They'll have the numbers maintaining for now. And Noisy is looking to exact that by pressing forward.
Yeah, this is yet again one of those situations when Notorious had a chance to really put a dent in this game, and Decimate Gaming have won yet another crucial rotation to stop that from happening. Now they're starting to heat up. Bink on 4 in a row. Already has the cruise missile from earlier on, so he's starting to look down the barrel, potentially overlapping it here in this situation. They're very content with just making sure they've got all the ARs in the right spots here. Notorious not in a good place whatsoever. Bink and Flames really heating up between them at 4 apiece. And Notorious, they're giving up a lot here to push Eric Boom through towards the next hill. Noisy with a car bomb. That is enough to take him down. Metals still knocking at the door. Noisy just eviscerates him.
Oh no, and now it's all gone from worse to disastrous for Team Notorious. They chalked the majority there of P5 to try to get a player in through bottom valet, so that way they can maybe get the rotation over towards the current hardpoint. But now it just came down to Eric. He was the only player alive, and now Metals needs to try to go big inside a kitchen, albeit finding one. Decimator here in the current hardpoint, soaking up some more time.
Yeah, Notorious will continue to bang at the door here, and to be fair, the kill feed will be momentarily there. Certainly long enough here to garner control of the hard point. Flames around the back line, though. Feels unstoppable at the moment.
Oh
7
God.
in a row, 8 in a row. Why on earth not for Flames at this point? Really live up to his name as he heats up. Notorious looking to garner control. And Weeman, the sole player inside, by the way, a cruise missile, I believe, utilized by Decimate to unearth him from the hill. It is not really the thing that gets him out. And it isn't even the thing that garners Decimate control of the hill. They're only still 1 point ahead in this game.
Oh, Noisy runs out of bullets. Has to take refuge back inside a kitchen. 15 seconds is what we're fighting over here as far as P6 is concerned, and Decimator wise to the cause just to chalk it. Trying to put themselves in a position to set themselves up around Atrium. Brody, you could not have asked for a more neck and neck first set of hard points. Team Notorious are going to have all of but a 14-point lead going in towards the second set. They are still on the Jacuzzi side, all on the south side of the map as well. Decimator pushed up pretty far forward, keep in mind you. That's going to allow Team Notorious to actually spawn in over on the lobby side.
And Weeman We found a couple of crucial kills here over towards the next hard point, towards the middle of the map. Now trying to set up a crossfire here alongside Eric Boom and Maple, and those kills, the team coverage is so good, isn't it? Flames will find a kill. Needs to be cautious about how we handle this wee man, as he is just turning from wall to wall at the moment, snapping onto every single player in his line of sight. 5 in a row. Does he get number 6? This cruise missile could be everything for later on down the line. Wee man just trying to play around this kind of bookshelf area for the 6th kill, and there it is. 6th kill has been accrued. There's the cruise missile as well in the back pocket in the arsenal for the Notorious. And even better than that, to be honest, Wee man held that down for about 20 to 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, he sure did. That lead will be maintained by Team Notorious. That leader's advantage certainly felt now. Noisy, he has definitely turned things around towards the end of the first set and continuing on through the second. Now up on a 3 spree. He's already slipped the net. He's already passed Holik. He's expecting Eric Boom to come chow this. You got to clear him out from the back lane. And yeah, Maple will deliver on the cause. 3-for-1 trade. And Team Notorious will hold on here for the setup of 2.
A lot of time for Team Notorious early on here. Maple placing down 2 players from Jewelry side. Also plays around Lobby side as well, as his teammates are going down. Wee man forced back from the stairwell. Estriel comes through for the double. A big 30 seconds here if you're Decimate. For Team Notorious, still a chance to go for this, especially as Eric Boom does find 2. The trades might be looking pretty good for them. One final 1v1 for the 20, and Maple does win it. A little bit of a rogue spawn coming through from Bink. There still might be a fight for that time, but now we move over towards the rotation. Team Notorious will touch first, and they do have the numbers here to make this work, but you have to win these crucial battles. Wee man looking to get these early ones through. First kill good. Transfers for the second. Now looking for number 3, but that information is good enough. Passed off perfectly to Eric for the frag.
That is disgusting out of Wee Man. Already has a cruise missile. 23 and 19 for the kid. Team Notorious are holding on, and Eric Boom is absolutely letting them have it now, up to 24 and 20 as well. Just absolutely feasting from the AR pressure that's being laid down. Metal's trying to continuously stay mixing through line as the favor for the reload, but all these straight kills that continuously come through means the Team Notorious are getting closer towards the 250-point mark.
Yeah, they can still do it here as well. Their crossfire, their teamwork inside the kitchen, looking pretty good. Decimate, they'll be spawning as far away as humanly possible. You might have to rely on individual efforts here from the like of Estriel and Flames. Estriel going to find one. Flames going down, though. Estriel can't do anything. Maple doubles up. Team Notorious, one last set of kills here, and this is their game. We're going to a game 5. Bink trying to siege through. It's not happening. Maple's not letting this happen, and neither is Wee Man or Eric Boom. They still have the time to close things out here. Decimate, can anybody touch in time? Absolutely not. We're going to a game 5.
Of course, we had to go to a game 5. If Decimate are going to take the control, Team Notorious delivered on the goodies here as far as the hardpoint is concerned. Here's the winning moment from their POV. A couple more kills come through. Things start to get a little bit loud. The Spaniards there at the end, letting them have it, screaming into the monitor itself, Brody. But oh my God, everything that was missing from the map 1 just comes through in such a crazy fashion for Team Notorious. Eric, he started off hot. That man came out like a bat out of hell. Never really slowed up the pace whatsoever. That was a continuation as for both the ARs to continuously lock down these lanes, shut down these very annoying flanks that were continuously attempting to come through from players like Noisy, from Estriel. They were getting away with it continuously in that map number 1 and the map number 3. It was realistically only Bink that really had that pop-off moment. You had Flames also go on a massive spree there from 5 into 6, but man, Team Notorious, their fundamentals, their teamwork, more COD terms at an all-time high when it comes down to this map number 4.
Yeah, I could only really identify 2 moments where Decimate ever felt like they had any really morsel of control in that hard point. You know, let's not kind of overemphasize it. I mean, it wasn't a dominant game per se from Team Notorious. Decimate still put up a fight in that one. But I look over towards what the initial break on the very first set, this kitchen hold, and as you said, it was mostly down to what Bink was able to produce on those initial gunfights. That kept Decimate in early on, and then of course the transfer from P6 or P5, excuse me, to P6. That was everything, with Bink, Flames, and Noisy all starting to put together sprees. But even that was not enough to dissuade Team Notorious from finding time on P6. And then as we got into that second set, that's when Notorious really started to run away with the game. We said as we got into towards this one, Andy, we needed to see everybody on Team Notorious firing on all cylinders. That is pretty much what we got, right?
Yeah. I mean, the stats are very suggestive of that, Brody. Be 25 and 20 for Eric for 3,300 damage with the submachine gun. Brody, he led the lobby as far as damage numbers are concerned. 18 of those kills were non-traded. He even found 12 assists for a minute of OBJ time, and 9 of those kills came within the hardpoint itself. But how can you not talk about Wee Man? We framed it up ever so wonderfully. Shout out to production. Talk about Wee Man versus Bink coming in towards this series. 25 and 21, 3,100 damage with a minute and 35 seconds of OBJ time. Brody, 14 of his 25 kills came within the hard point, and 15 of those kills were non-traded alongside 11 assists. Wee Man, I mean, I don't like saying this about any one player specifically, but he was everything as far as that map number 4 is concerned. Wee Man doesn't have a pop-off game like this. Eric can never go as unnoticed as he was. There were a lot of these different routes. Same can be said for Metals.
I gotta say, I genuinely believe, and I know this is situational, but I genuinely believe Wee Man, I think, is probably one of the most underrated ARs in Challengers, full stop. I
agree.
I genuinely believe that. I think people don't talk about him anywhere near enough. And I think part of that is just down to the fact he's European. I think, the more often than not, I think people do kind of underrate European talent because I think it doesn't happen enough where you see European talent come out and kind of play spectacularly on the international stage. It's only recently where that's kind of changed. We got back to that again. We go back to like Black Ops 4, and that was the case with like teams like Singularity and War. But nonetheless, yeah. Mate, Wee Man's pretty good, and I think it should be given a lot more
definitely
props,
not bad.
I think, just on the whole. Definitely not bad, that's for sure. He's a really good AR player here in Challengers on the whole in the international setting. But we're going to a Game 5, folks. We've got a Search and Destroy on the cards. Let's talk about these team stats in Search and Destroy on the whole. Again, we talk about Decimate, I think, in Search and Destroy, and this is the big thing. We talked about their strengths in hardpoint. Decimate are a hardpoint team through and through. You could even argue to a certain extent they are a respawn team through and through. Team Notorious apparently haven't dropped a single Search and Destroy this week.
Well, no, that's not true because they were down.
Well,
They had a reverse sweep of Hellion. They lost the Fortress Search.
Yeah, they have to have lost one.
Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah, I'm being lied to right now. I don't like it. Yeah, you got off that screen real fast. All right, all right, production. But you know what was really interesting that does jump off the page when you go back and you talk about those stats was that Decimate, albeit for whatever their win-loss record may be on Search and Destroy, they still have over like a 1.08 KD as a team on the game mode. These guys fly and fry, quite literally, no matter what map nor mode that they are playing on. But it's going to be the old razzle-dazzle on Hotel Search and Destroy, Brody, and this is where the conversation really kind of flipped on its head for one of Jack Maple. What's he going to do? Does Maple have an SMG? Does he have an AR? Does he have a sniper?
Right.
What's he going to do? You got to always ask yourself where Maple might be on the map, and is Metals going to constantly be hitting these routes? Because M7 weren't ready for it yesterday. Decimate, you need to be prepared.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't necessarily think that Decimate play all that differently in Search and Destroy to Millennium 7. Again, it comes back to that conversation about, like, you have these aggressive SMG players that really like to kind of get up in your face. And we saw in game number 2 in Search and Destroy, that was the game plan for Decimate on El Asilo. And as soon as I think Notorious got a grasp as to what was going on in the first few rounds, like, hey, we know that one of Estriel or Noisy is going to run at us. We'll just try and grab that first blood. I'm pretty sure, like, statistically, they won 90% of those duels. I know that's a made-up number, but we're going to go with it anyway. In the last, like, 5 to 6 rounds in that Search and Destroy. Notorious really did figure it out, and I think the same thing is more or less going to happen here when it goes down to Hotel Hardpoint, because if they get aggressive, if you see, for example, we have a team like Decimate on the offense looking to get players, maybe trying to sneak through rugs or something like that, try to get players in towards the bedroom side. Well, now Notorious are going to know. They're going to know exactly what's up in that situation. They're going to be very cautious about players trying to make those moves through. Decimate have to figure out some other way to kind of crack Team Notorious here in this situation, because as we said, when we came down towards that game number 2, it was the sniper of Maple, it was the aggression from the subs. It was really problematic in the latter half of the S&D.
Yep, I will say this much too, going even back to that map number 2, Decimate were a little one-dimensional as far as their attempts are concerned. Not a whole lot of mixture into the bag of tricks, if you ask me. You can't just run and gun when it comes down to Hotel Search and Destroy. Those head glitches right there, as far as D1 and D2 are concerned, are so damning to even try to deal with defensively. It will be Team Notorious up on offense first. They're looking to split the map here for their opening offense.
Slow and steady from Notorious. Would you believe it, mate? They're waiting for the Decimate to get aggressive early on in this Search and Destroy. It isn't happening, though. Decimate, they're not biting the bait. They are going to wait for Notorious to make the first move, as is wise for a team on the defense here. So all is calm. Quiet night here on Hotel. Eric, that that far away from potential frag of Estriel.
Wee Man is starting to push a little bit further forward. I think he's honestly underneath Cat right now, trying to find that first blood, but Flames is holding it. Big first blood to have.
Yeah, Maple goes down as well, and they haven't planted the bomb just yet. For Metals, things going from bad to worse here. Stunned up, cannot get away. Eric Boom over by the kitchen, does get served. Decimate, again, that is a great adaptation. That's what we wanted to see. Granted, it's only round number 1, but it feels like lessons learned from the earlier S&D.
Yeah, I mean, the Suns and Nades get thrown really early coming through from Team Notorious, you know, expecting that aggression like what we were talking about. And as you so candidly spoke into existence, they're not giving it to him. Decimate aren't moving. They understand how to play Hotel Search and Destroy. You stack over top and bottom bedroom, play those head glitches, expect the A push to come all the way through, and once Flames finds the engagement onto Wee Man for first blood, Metals feels like he's forced to make the trade, and Noisy was inside of Couches for free. So now Decimate up on their offensive attempt. Looking to again split the map, try to garner some information and play off the pick.
Decimate now want to start getting aggressive as again. Estriel, the sub, he's doing it. Does he find the timing? I don't necessarily believe they know he's here. Yep, no idea whatsoever. Maple, that's a nasty surprise. If you've ever seen one, Estriel around the flank now could still cause more havoc.
Silence, so ripped. Big kill on a Noisy by Metals. That means that restaurant remains intact.
Wow.
A little bit longer than it probably should have taken for Estriel, but he'll take down Wee Man. Now that Sluggage opened up, and you lost Metals on the rotation. Brody, that bomb is running its way over towards B.
Eric might get lucky, though. Yes, he does. Finds Flames, but he has to be cautious about the fact that Estriel has not crossed yet. And Eric, yeah, the way that he's playing at this point, he's at least aware that something might not be secure for him just yet. Now he crosses. Estriel should take those shots. Eric Boom does survive it, though, and yeah, that's kind of the risk there with Estriel in the play. He had a Vaznev, of course. Taking long-range shots like that does not necessarily guarantee the kill, but it does guarantee some information to work off. They know what side of the bomb Eric will be approaching from. And playing from the back as well. Eric is going to be so confused in this situation. He might well think there's a potential flanking play coming all the way through, but the bomb is planted for the back line. That nade will confirm it potentially. Eric's still on the prowl for these kills, and again, just has no idea where these guys are located. He has an inkling there around the back line, has to check one of these corners and picks the wrong one. That is very unfortunate there, but for the last 2 remaining players, very smartly played.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you get the pick through the middle of the map when Metals is trying to cross back over. The bomb's planted for the backside of Kitchen as it is, and as you were talking about, I mean, you just have to pick and guess a corner. Estriel was in the opposite corner to where at least Eric thought it was going to be at. That round was unclutchable the moment that you see a Vaznev player, the last alive, with the trophy system. That is just tough scenes altogether. He tried to utilize the utility, so at least maybe he could find an exit and maybe a wrap around the back, but I mean, look, Estriel ain't going to give you an easy gunfight. That's for certainty. He is now up to 4 in a row as Decimate win the opening 2.
Brilliant start for Decimate. Team Notorious now getting aggressive here in this round. They do technically have 3 reign to get the bomb down if they do choose to do so. The longer they take in making that happen, though, more of a chance they'll give Flames to pull off something like that. Flames now completely blows the play wide open. Metals up top. He loses full control of bedroom. Things just go from bad to worse.
Bomb needs to get collected. Maple is expecting the engagement to come through from top lights, but he's just throwing shoulders. Flames isn't going to give him an easy one. And now it's down to Wee Man. 1v3. Gets the information on the first. Does have a Semtex and Dead Silence if he wants it, but if you can tell by the camera of my voice, you probably don't want to be dipping your toes into that Dead Silence pool, Brody. Estriel's going to get the information from Couches. Wee Man, a lot to do. Not a whole lot of time to do it.
Look at these guys, up and down.
Look at Flames, man.
Playing whack-a-mole. I know, it's
He's
crazy,
got to break
isn't
his
it?
pad.
I feel like I want to just start bobbing and weaving up and down here. Getting in the groove. Groove is in the heart. Wee Man, looking for the first 2 shots. Not going to get anything. Has to just lay down. Estriel just wasting time. And yeah, Wee Man's just going to take himself out of the equation there. Oh, I did not feel the beat. Apparently those other guys were.
Yeah, I mean, dude, the way that Decimate are playing this Hotel Search and Destroy comparatively to the LSELO, like, it's everything that you're scared of for Team Notorious because, again, when you think about the Decimate squad, a lot of their success when it comes down to S&D is just running at everybody, but they are playing so well reserved. They're playing so well off of each other. Estriel is still yet to die, and Decimate are up 3-0.
Man, you have to have some form of reaction if you're Notorious now. to be honest. You let Estriel get that streak, you let Decimate get this round. Might well be game over. Things will be calm again. Decimate trying to bait somebody out from Team Notorious here. Notorious, I think, again, they're making those right decisions, right? They're not giving anything away.
Timing nade coming out from Bink. Breaks the glass up towards top bedroom. Maple's got the snipe, though. It's going to take down Bink on the Godheady. Estriel, though, he's looking to make moves. Pressing up a little bit further forward. That stun did not connect. Estriel is gone. He's in bottom bed. And he's going to win the first.
That's that 6th kill. Cruise missile is there. Now Maple out of position. Gonna win the gunfight with the pistol. Wee Man gonna follow up the frag on towards Flames. And now Estriel's the last one left alive here in this situation. And we'll be picking up number 7 on this spree. 1v2 now. Has to go and retrieve the bomb and slap it down on site. It's a very long journey. Get it done though. And indeed, Estriel's gonna go for it though. I don't necessarily know if he's got the time. Yeah, doesn't do so. Estriel just jumps with the bomb. He does spot out Metals in the situation, but Metals gets the better of him on D1 finally, but to stop to all the antics from Estriel. Again, though, not before that streak has been earned.
Yeah, and look, it's one of those things, especially from Estriel's perspective. You know, he finds that kill on a Maple. Your last known position for Wee Man was over by Kitchen, so he's expecting maybe the challenge to come through from the cat room. But the moment he collects that bomb, when he's trying to lay it back down, either he or one of his teammates said, "You saw one over towards check-in." He had to hop off of it. It was either that, or he was just probably going to be dead to rights regardless. Did not have really all the time in the world to try to clutch up that round. But Team Notorious, off the snipe from Maple, going to be able to get themselves finally on the board now, trailing by 2.
Now Notorious off that round. Do they start to fill themselves? Do they start to get aggressive? The answer for me is a resounding yes. Look at the positioning from Metals and Eric Boom. They've completely passed these players. On the other side, though, it does leave Maple on his lonesome. Man now has to go on that bomb retrieval mission. On the other side, Eric Boom needs to come up with something, and indeed he does. Notorious have flipped them out, but they're going to have to go back for that bomb.
Yeah, they sure are. Going to have to backpedal just a wee bit, aren't you? Mel's is going to start maneuvering his way in towards the back, but it's going to be so many different isolated plays. Eric, oh no. That glass makes a lot of noise, and Noisy is over by the fire trucks. Eric, no dead silence, full utility. Trying to backpedal his way. Gets in the opening gunshots towards the back by Bink. Snakes over towards bottom bedroom. Can't find the kill. He is hurting Brody, and Bink and Noisy are looking to keep him trapped here.
Yeah, Eric is not in a great spot here, to be honest. He's doing 360s, doing pirouettes. Maybe he is feeling the beat this time. 20 seconds for a 1v3. Bink gives him the easy frag, but doesn't pre-aim the trophy case for the second. Decimate, they only give 1 round away before they're right back to it.
It's just a really tough response coming through from Decimate. And, you know, when Team Notorious are trying to at least respond to what has been a very slow, waiting for point of contest defense out from Decimate. They think that they just need to be the faster team through the atrium, and to be fair, they got all the way through the lobby side. They split the map up. They were getting a lot of space. But that is what Decimate wanted. That has been their game plan defensively time and time again. Team Notorious still searching for that offensive round win. The defense worked really well last time, though, off of Maple Snipe. And Team Notorious are going straight through the middle of the map.
There we go. Team Notorious trying something a little bit different here. Changing up the taste, the flavors. Getting aggressive. Eric Boom needed to really find that initial frag versus Flames. Only brings him down to 76 HP or so. Notorious, with all this mid-map pressure, I don't think they've even grabbed anything really. As you say, yeah, that cruise missile now coming on down. It will not get anything, but it does send them back away. 3v3 we go.
Bomb still in the hand of Bink. He's playing a good over a day. Team Notorious thought this was coming over towards B, but they're still fighting isolated engagements. Estriel needs to stay alive. Off the cruise missile, Bink at the post plant. Believe he's bottom luggage. He's also going up to the top bed now. Estriel, big one to have, loses it versus Maple. 1v3 in the post plant for Bink.
And you've got time to try and garner this information if you're Notorious as well. Bomb's not exactly part for Bink in this situation. Yeah, that's kind of annoying because Bink goes for the one spot, but he does get the first kill versus Eric Boom. That's not the bomb diffuser for Bink here. Does look to get some shots in the Maple. Actually manages to steal yet another frag away and survives the 1v3. A round for Notorious there, and a pretty crucial one because the streak was used, right? I mean, that was something that Decimate had in their back pocket. That is now gone. Notorious will be happy about that at the very least.
Yeah, you're going to be rather frustrated if you are Bink. Again, probably sitting there saying to himself, like, I knew I should have planned it for the other side. Maybe. I don't know. I don't have their comms. It's rather quiet up on the main stage right now. Very intense moment. The Team Notorious, again, will win yet another defense. But offense has been the biggest issue for them, Brody. Decimate have been playing a lot of defensive sides where they do just this. I mean, they guard the A bomb site, and they allow Team Notorious to maneuver through the middle of the map, but 3 players strong, trying to get over towards B.
It will be a 2v1 here initially versus Ezreal. Now a 2 versus 2. If Flames does get involved, Weeman could also find himself in this ensemble as well. So numbers back in favor of Team Notorious here for this. Double down. Ezreal first few shots in towards Eric Boom. There is an attempt to trade right back. Ezreal's getting aggressive. It has to be careful because there's a player laying down right there from Metals. Notorious here backing right away here. This could be a rotation straight towards Eric.
I think it is. Maple's over here. He hasn't seen a single soul. Noisy is still playing bottom bedroom, I can only imagine. And Weeman's holding the cross, especially over towards the middle of the map. They're going to allow this 2v2 to come through, and they're going to split the map along the way. As Noisy's patience pay off, he gets some opening shots in Eric, but that's all the information. Look at the Decimate arrows trying to swarm their way back over towards A. Brody, Team Notorious already got a time.
Notorious gotta get these frags through, and indeed they do. Eric for the first one. Now Bink from range as well, covering this one. Flames from the middle of the map will take the bomb planter down. 15 seconds left to try and get the bomb down, and well, Metals thought that he had something to make this situation more manageable. He is not the player that does it. Instead, Weeman and Maple find their frags. They isolate Ezreal. Now for a 1v3. That bomb is down. Ezreal needs to produce something insane. Not gonna get it done. Notorious, they pull the rabbit out the hat. The magic trick is complete.
Yep, and they finally do what has seemingly been impossible this entire map number 5, and that is get themselves an offensive round win on the board. And the majority of that all came through from the information, not necessarily gifted over towards them, but getting the early shots out from Ezreal, waiting for the aggression push to come all the way through. Weeman didn't see a single soul over by Jacuzzi, so it's the right call. When Maple doesn't see anybody over towards that A bomb site, rotate it back over, play for the kills. Yeah, got a little bit too close. I'm sure the owners here at the venue are probably sweating just a little bit. But Team Notorious had now brought this back within 1.
Never count them out. Notorious will start to learn here in this S&D, getting a couple of rounds on the bounce. Decimate now, back to their old ways here, getting aggressive. This is very, very aggressive from the likes of Noisy and Ezreal. Those subs getting up close and personal, and while Noisy does go down, Ezreal, Flames, and Bink, they all find frags. Eric Boom, now left up in the 1 versus 3. And to be fair, he might be able to catch the bomb planter if he does try to cross, but he peeks out, and now they know where he is.
Yeah, they sure do. He's got that silence if he wants to use it, but... Oh, he finds an AR as well. Wait a second. This timing onto Ezreal could be massive. If he finds his kill, he will rip that silence, and he will start pushing forward. But Ezreal, he sees the door. It becomes ajar. He pops that silence, and Eric Boom is unaware that now he's above him.
Eric Boom gonna pass him. Just under. They keep their players around the back line. Yeah, Bink's just spotted from afar. Eric Boom wants to put those shots in. Gonna be taken down though. There it is. Eric Boom down for the count. Decimate with the round. Now just one S&D round away from a spot in the top 3 here at Challengers Finals.
And that's a round that gets settled, what, in like the first like 10 to 15 seconds? And it was mostly all off of the flip of the switch, right? I mean, where Decimate were playing rather patiently, waiting for the point of contest. They force that point of contest pretty quickly, and the aggression comes back out. And 9-3 for Ezreal, 6-5 for Flames, 5-3 for Bink. Team Notorious need a response here. They won the previous offense. It worked out quite wonderfully for them, waiting for the picks, but this time Decimator swarming the middle of the map.
Might well have been red here from Notorious, especially those stuns are coming through. Yeah, that one will connect from Eric Boom, so they know. But do they know to the extent to which there's a swarm around the middle of the map? I think as Metals is now scouting out around bedroom side, they will know the pressure's going to alleviate around there. They know then and therefore that something's up in the middle, and now there it is. Metals going to pop off for the first frag. Notorious now looking to get the bomb down.
Yep, got to. Cannot dilly-dally around getting a pick like that. Metals is already bottom bedroom. Where does Eric go in the post plant? Probably up top. Weeman's watching the entire flank as well.
The coverage is great. Bink down for the count. Does Weeman see it in the corner of his eye? Yes, he does. He's already been tagged up, though. Help is on the way from Maple. Is it there fast enough? No, it's not. And Noisy and Ezreal collapse. Now a 2v2. We're down from a 2v4. 25 seconds on the clock, quickly dwindling. Noisy activating the dead silence here to fly. Got to clear every single little inch of space. Eric Boom's just seen him, and yeah, Eric is playing that so smartly, but Estriel's going to hunt him down, and now time potentially for the defuse. Metal's going to take some premature shots. They didn't know where he is, and he goes from the other side. This is a huge risk. Got to get the kill.
He runs out of bullets.
No! Magazine. No way! What just happened?
Oh no. Oh no. Metal's made the right call. Kind of flubs over the dolphin dive to get back across. Re-wraps all the way through the double desk. And he runs out of bullets in his Vaznev. A cold breeze would have taken him down off of the defuse. Oh man, he made such a good play call as well. The 2v4 comes through, the defuse, which is about a second left on the clock. Oh, Team Notorious are going to feel awful about that. And that is absolutely the case. You felt like that everything was looking really good for Team Notorious in that point of time. They were starting to adapt properly to how Decimate were playing, rather passively on the defense. The aggression finally gets called from Decimate in the previous offense. And in a 2v4, woo, man, Noisy and Estriel absolutely show up, didn't they, Brody? Big map 5 win for Decimate.
I'm still mind blown, mate. I still can't believe what just happened there. Notorious. Oh, dearie me. They'll be so frustrated about that one. You know, I think it's worth saying right out the gate, Decimate, they did come out swinging in that game 5, right? I mean, they immediately made those adaptations from the earlier Search and Destroy that we were talking about. I think they expected Notorious to get aggressive. They themselves got aggressive when required. Here is that big flub from Metals. I think it was like the coverage of the plant pot or something that just, again, provided enough coverage that there wasn't enough shots going through towards the site. Estriel comes through to close things out. But yeah, we talk about the one-dimensional Search and Destroy from Decimate in that game number 2. There's a lot of dimensions there in that game number 5. They definitely made a lot of changes, and Estriel had a very, very good game.
Yeah. I mean, they just came out of the Spider-Verse. I don't care what dimension that they are honestly traveling to next, because that was deep. When it comes down to the Hotel Search and Destroy, very patient Search and Destroy being exemplified by Decimate. 12 and 3 for Estriel. Are you kidding me? 1,800 damage as well. 8 of those kills non-traded. Brody, he only found first blood. A lot of these kills that Estriel was finding was in the middle of the round when he was able to find a lot of these routes being provided. Flames found 3 first bloods. Even look at the first blood tally that's up top for Team Notorious. They got 4 of the 9 first bloods, but it really does say a lot when it comes down to the trade game, specifically for Decimate. How quick they can flip the switch to get aggressive into your face just as quick as you thought you had the space. Man, this Decimate squad on Hotel Search and Destroy, excuse me. I did not see this one coming.
Yeah, that's for sure. This has been a really weird series on the whole. We've been hyping up, you know, the control from the Team Notorious side as we got in towards that game number 3. It turns out Decimate's control was a little bit better towards the game number 4. Then, of course, we had Notorious talking about, you know, whether or not they'd be able to win a hard point against the likes of Decimate. And, well, they did manage to do so in indomitable fashion. The Hotel, no less, that did not go so well for them yesterday against Millennium 7. It was the only map they lost in that best of 5. And then, of course, it all came down towards that game number 5, a Hotel Search and Destroy, where Decimate very clearly making those adaptations that we were requiring to come out on top versus Team Notorious. That means Decimate, they are going marching on to the upper bracket finals now in top 3, a much larger chunk of the prize pool as well. Andy, mate, what an insane series there.
And they're going to be going up against Omit in that other side, right? I mean, Omit was happening right behind me. Just as soon as they loaded in, they got quickly out. They 3-0'd Millennium 7 very, very quickly. That bracket is shaping up to be absolutely ridiculous. Yep. I'm pretty sure Rocker and Aphelion are just concluding right behind me as well. Here is that bracket to take a look at. Decimate, take down Team Notorious in a map 5. Omit, cleanly take down Millennium 7. In that winner's final, woo, Brody, it's got to bang.
Man, I can't wait. Omit are looking so hot at the moment. The fact they're able to clutch up in the way that they did versus a Weber Bobs, I think, says quite a lot, right? In a 3-0, a convincing one, I believe, as well, against Millennium 7. Oh, boy, that Omit roster's looking pretty good. We've got a Rex on the lineup, Decimate as well. In that winners final, says a lot. I think more, I mean, surprisingly for us, we're about to lose one of Notorious and a Wubbabobs in top 6, which
That's
is
crazy.
incredible, man. We have a stacked Challengers finals here, folks. We're getting down to our final 6 teams now. Again, by the end of today, we're going to be down to our final 2 teams. Which ones will it be for that grand finals tomorrow? Who knows? For the moment, though, we're going to send to a break. On the other side, we've got another matchup here. We're going to turn our attention towards that lower bracket, I believe, coming up very soon.
Hello, all you beautiful people. We are ready to go with some more Challenger Finals action. Coming up next will be your winners final. It's going to be a banger because, well, all of our games today are bangers, and it feels like the rest of them will be too. My name is Visions. That is proper. Man, oh man, I am amped up for this one. How you feeling, Andy?
I mean, it's going to be a banger, isn't it? I mean, it's how everything's kind of
Feels
settled
that way.
itself to be the entire day so far. I'm pretty sure I just got a round 11 conclusion as Aphelion have just eliminated Rocker X ESG. Just as a quick
How about
update
that?
for all of you fun people at home. But just to kind of solidify it, Austin, we have only had 2 3-0s on the day. Wubbabub's taking down Clutch Rain into 3-0. Omit taking down M7 into 3-0. It's Challengers Finals, baby. You got to show up on the day.
That's how it feels right now here in day number 2, right? A lot of maps starting to go the distance. I mean, we've seen a number of them now, and I'm sure we're probably going to get a couple more, hopefully. A little bias caster thrown in there, but yeah, we'll see what ends up happening here, man. But this one coming up, Omen and Decimate Gaming. I mean, this is 2 of North America's best, especially when it comes down to the respawns. We've been pumping up both of these guys when it comes down to hard points, as well as control, getting a little bit crisper, coming late into the year here for the Modern Warfare 2 season. So it feels like we should be in for, you know, a great matchup, and it's going to be great to see how these two square up and where their strengths lie against one another as well.
2 very strong hardpoint teams going up against one another. Not to mention how the pick bans and veto process needs to be on point to give these 2 teams the possible best outcome when it comes down to search and destroy. Here are your hardpoint match metrics when it comes down to it. I'm not trusting that win percentage anymore for the rest of the day. I got bamboozled earlier, Austin. I can't trust it. But the kills, you can definitely trust to come all the way through. I mean, Omit, when they are in control of the map, they are undeniable. I firmly believe that both of these teams are sitting at a 1.0 KD as a team and above.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like, again, Omen have been able to put away a couple of really nice hard points, and not easy to do it versus a team like a Wubbabobs either, right? I mean, that is one of Europe's best, #1 seed. You know, our previous champions in Toronto with a hot 4-0 sweep. They are, of course, now in the lower bracket having to make a run. Will slowly chip away at team to team to see if they can get back up on top. But yeah, they found a couple of key wins here. On the other side, Decimate felt like they got a little bit cleaner from based off what we had kind of just seen. Sure, they dropped the hotel hardpoint, but definitely looked to be kind of in control throughout that map #1. So we'll kind of see where that takes us. But these two, I'm sure, going to play each other extremely close, especially with the players that we have here on the rosters.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, look, when it comes down to it, what was it that Alan said earlier today? That Gata Rex was the belle of the ball and Omit had the glass slipper? I think that's a very good narrative to spin for Gata Rex, who was looking 18
Sure.
and cracked on his birthday when Gata Rex per G's. Omit are honestly a force to be reckoned with. Their hardpoint became that much better with Gata Rex being added into their mix. Their search and destroy and control, talking with Mystic ever since Toronto to this very point in time, he understood that this team need to get better at their 2, 3, and 5, and I would say so far, so good.
Yeah, especially their S&D, right? I feel like their S&D has probably been the most improved game mode, and you can really feel it. I'm sure, again, I touched on Adam probably having, you know, a pretty big factor and pretty big role in that, of course, being Gata Rex. So we'll see if that will continue. And, well, you can't forget about Yeez. Yeez, he was clutching up today, man. Holy, he was dropping bombs, 1v3s, throwing them all into the mix, you name it. So clean stuff here pretty much across the board. We'll take a look, of course, at our opposing roster here up against Omit, Decimate Gaming. These guys should be feeling pretty hot, right? Well, they just came off of a pretty nice victory in the round, I think it was 10, I believe. But either way, they closed that one out pretty convincingly as they get to the end of it, but played one of our, you know, top seeds here in Europe fairly close as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, and to be completely candid with you, Decimate were threatened to not even make it out of groups yesterday. They lost to NRK in their opening matchup, had to face them again in the lower qualification match, and it went all the way to a map 5, and that map 5 was not necessarily decisive, I will say that much, but it was still a Decimate victory. They found themselves now in toward the championship bracket where they are looking to be in championship form. There was a lot of mishits when it came down to Decimate in that search and destroy for LSCLO. A lot of mishits, especially in that hotel hardpoint map #4. But when when the lights turned on and they got to that hotel map #5, boy howdy, let me tell you, these boys are shooting.
They were definitely shooting, but let's see where they're shooting on here and take a look at some of the maps that we have coming on up here for you guys, because that's where, of course, the where we kind of drive the narrative for as far as how these two are going to square up against one another. Fortress Hardpoint coming in first for map number 1. We just saw Ezreal drop 41 kills casually on this map, by the way, in the previous series, and that's why I said these guys are coming in hot, because they're literally coming off of their last series, so they have just all the momentum in the world. They're still riding that high, and a lot of these maps, you know, are maps that we just saw in the previous rotation.
Yeah, look, I think it really does say something about Omit's gall to allow the Fortress Hardpoint come through. I saw them. They were watching that series, Austin. They know damn
I
well
bet they were.
what Justice just did. And I think that it's going to have to be something of the coming of an age story. I mean, when you take a look at the roster that is Omit, you have Gwyn and you got a Yeez. You are more than capable to drop 40 bombs yourself, but as you already say, I mean, Decimator coming off of a hot performance in a Map 5 victory. Will that be the continuation here in the Winners Finals?
Gotta find out, man. If you win this match, you are guaranteed top 2, and not just top 2, but you are guaranteed main stage in front of the entire community here at COD Champs. There has never been a bigger accolade on the table to try to accomplish. We'll see if they're going to be able to lead up to it. Either way, let's jump into it. Fortress Hardpoint already. Fiery start coming through for Decimate Gaming. They stood on the unfavored side, but they bully their way into P1, and they're already pushing through, threatening spawns.
Well, Tyler Noisy already getting himself inside a secret. Will end up getting traded out, luckily enough for Omit. Another Decimate were able to cut through the middle of the map and get all the way through munitions. So Omit will maintain spawns. He's in. SMG Duo starting to press up a little bit further forward. Ezreal though for 2. Oh my goodness. Ezreal never left Fortress.
Oh, that looked very clean. Shout out to our observers there. Great free camp. See a nice little double come through for Ezreal. 3-1 start for him. GodRx gonna have to post up. Will he get a read on Noisy? Noisy has been able to slip the net. Opportunity to play for the spawns, of course, and we'll catch the first one by surprise. GodRx has no idea. Now a lot of pressure on Purge to try to deal with multiple members, and he is overwhelmed from the front. Yeez needs to make up for it. What can he do? Oh, almost puts together a second. Not to be. Flames now win the hill, but won't last long.
Oh, man. Noisy. Elf on another spree, 3 in a row. He's going to get traded out by Yeez. Still a realistic hardpoint that you can hold for the front if you are Omit, and you're pretty comfortable with it at that. All these kills, making sure that Decimate cannot comfortably set up around P2 will deny more and more time.
Spawns in the back, looking good. Omit slaying out. Oh my goodness. It's a clean 4 down, and watch how they're about to fly. This is going to put a lot of pressure now on Omit to see if they're going to be able to respond. Have to look at this rotation. Gwyn just laying down in the middle of the map. Seeing if we can try to piece together a second. Not going to rotate to new. And that means that Flames will be the first one at the back of P3. But look at this spawn. Oh, man. Flames is going to have to get through 3 members. Can't even find the first. Noisy not exactly in position to try to follow up on these trades. And now Omit looking pretty solid for scrap time and initial.
Oh, so much to do. He's going to be the first line of defense. He's all the way down by the big gate. Noisy breaks the line. He gets all the way through maps. Now it just comes down to Purge. He's last alive over by the statue here for P3. The reinforcements are split spawns coming through over and around munitions. And the reinforcements from GodRx over towards top ring means that Ezreal has to play this rather honestly. One player jumps right past him. Yeez will take him down. What a hold coming through for Omit for the additional 20.
Oh, Noisy still here. Has a chance to be able to break it open. This is one of the mixiest, P3s that we've seen in a minute. Purge over the top. Not ready for it. Oh, Noisy. A couple of snappers come on through. And GodRx in the back might have finally locked in some stability here for Omit. As the spawns are close, a lot of the time in the first 30 seconds is neutral. But the back 20 looks to be solid here for Omit to come away with a bit of a cushion as well.
Oh, look at the setups for the exits as well for Decimate. This is actually wonderfully put together. You got one player lurking top maps on the balcony. Previously, you did have Flames. He was playing by the open stairs head glitch, but he gives it up. He's going to trust that Bink can hold this all realistically over by P1. Good peppering damage is going to keep them at bay for a little while longer while Decimate get the setup that they want.
Let's see if Decimate can try to lock it in. Struggled on P3. Now down a little bit. Bink controlling this right lane beautifully through the street side. Oh, Purge gives him a challenge. Bink puts him down. And now they're going to try to swarm and overwhelm. A lot of stuns and nades over the top. Bink still getting some great damage out. And is going to reposition. He buys a lot of time here. That's already 20 seconds collected here for Decimate.
Yeah, it sure is. And now they're kind of having to knock at the door. Spot single Ezreal. This boy is moving today, specifically on Fortress. No dead silence required. Drops down from top single. Conveys the information to his team that players have slipped the net around the back. Ezreal, now 5 in a row. 13 and 6 as Decimate are building their lead even more so.
Oh, man, we said it. Estriel's a problem on Fortress Hardpoint. You have to find a way to trade him. You have to find a way to shut him down. 13-6. Ready to take over and try to earn the streak. Noisy going to spawn in the back of P3. Estriel catches Gwyn by surprise. And, well, may have actually heard the second up top. You have Purge who's going to be trying to look over from Maps, but Estriel just holding on to Maps control. It will be the first touch coming on through there for Omen initially, but just like that, Decimate Gaming, they find a full wipe.
Oh, stay on this POV for the love of God. Estriel is everything right now for Decimate. 7 in a row. Double positive as well. 15-6 for the kid. You have Yeez that was able to break ranks. He's all the way over by Gallows, but you still have to deal with Estriel. Some trades still to speak of. He is taking long-range engagements as well. 9 in a row for Justice.
Oh my goodness. Estriel looking for double digits. Cruise missiles already earned. This is just a matter of what is he going to get the streak up to at this point in time. And, well, it might be a lot higher because Omen trapped at the back. Have a lot of battling, a lot of tough gunfights to get themselves back onto the map. And there it is. Estriel has now hit 10. Flames keeping them pinned. Purge finally puts an end to the spree, but the damage is done. Decimate Gaming going to have a solid lead heading back into the resets.
Yeah, I'll say. I mean, you got a 40-point lead all off of a 10 spree from Estriel. 12-8 for Noisy, 12-9 now for Flames as he gets gun top boat by Gwyn, who's having a very uncharacteristic map number 1. Keep in mind, 5-14 for him is not necessarily the stats that we're used to seeing out from the Seattle Surge 5th player, but it can all get turned around. It is Fortress at the end of the day. A lot of time to fight for here on P1, and now GodRx has a lot to do in towards the back. He gets overwhelmed by the numbers, but Omit maintain presence inside the current hill.
Think may have done enough for the spawn. Still kind of a 50-50 battle for P2, but a lot of time to fight for on P1. Trades coming out. Bink looking for a Chow. GodRx able to find 2. That creates space now for the subs to potentially fly forward. Flames has to hard anchor and play his life. His teammates are going to be nowhere near him. A lot to do, for sure. And Flames is going to be good for the first one. Purge, though, looking for the trade. Ready to fly out, and he'll find him. Flames now down. Now you can just focus on the front.
That's still so much time that Omen have been able to collect off of P1. Even GodRx soaking up the scrap time. He's able to at least find 1 kill. That confirms that Decimator's still spawning in over by Ring. So now you have Bink in a position. He's going to jump across GodRx's top rails. Now he's on a 4 spree. Trying to keep these players at bay. Trying to get himself that cruise missile as well. Flames will be the next one up. Gets the kill. Now top rails belongs to Decimate.
Oh, man, the breaks are just so good for Decimate, aren't they? It just feels like they are always on the same page. We touch on it again all the time, but it is so amazing to watch it constantly play out for us. Another great moment here for Decimate to soak up time, as well as maybe rotate to new. Pressure here for Omen, and Yeez able to clean up the remaining 2 players from Decimate Gaming. That will allow them to get some of that scrap time, but Bink, he is now the only one in the back of P3, and he is against the world. GodRx, no problem for him. He finds 1, but now he's got to get through some more.
Yeah, GodRx. Gonna have to anchor things down. There's a first, almost gets the transfer onto Flames, and now you've been able to break on the way through these. 40 engagements so far. Goes for the reload. Estriel will take him down where he previously stood. Decimate are playing this wisely enough. They're trying to set themselves up around P3, but Omid have a little bit further position on the mini-map. They know they broke the spawns, and Estriel had too much to look at. Cruise missile also being called in. Omid have successfully broken.
Yeah, they have got to the back. Flames gonna call in a streak, and well, not able to splash it off the wall. Purge will say, safe and sound. Estriel gonna call in a second streak, and well, the trophy system is still there, so both streaks find absolutely nothing. First 20 seconds, locked in for Omen. Nades, though, will finally pour out through the front. Looks to be good for a break unless GodRx has something to say about it. Teammates are spawning pretty close with him, but all this time, now starting to go the way of Decimate Gaming as they break through. It's still a fight for 20 seconds.
I mean, you generally feel like that if you utilize 2 cruise missiles, you should be able to successfully break inside of P3, but the first one splashes off the wall. It does not reach the hard point. Doesn't even touch the trophy system. The second one comes in, and Omid are able to stay alive over on P3, building their lead. Now to 30+. Yeez has been an issue. 24 and 22 so far. He's just been about everywhere. The amount of engagements that Christian's been putting on the board has been absolutely electric. Estriel, though, 27 and 16. Couple that along with Bink for 3 in a row. That'll set up Decimate quite wonderfully for the initial time you're due.
Yeah, this is the hill that they locked in a full 60. Not something we see very often, but it can be done, especially with the control when Estriel started to build up that 10 spree. Have to find a way to get to the back here or attack from the side. Yeez going to try to work for the spawns potentially. A lot of time being gifted over. Not going to stick around for the hop-up. Might be able to catch Bink off guard. Now he's ready for point of contact. Shot's going to come through. Yeez is shut down. No one follows up on this play. This is honestly taking a lot of time, and all of it has went over to Decimate Gaming. Finally, there's a break, but by no means is it secured. Estriel finds 2. Finally, a bit of help comes through, but Estriel can still get some more work done.
Yeah, you sure can. I mean, nobody from Omid are up top towards top rails, and Estriel, as well as Flames, they'll continue to play from that power position, and Gonarex, ratty as ever, puts himself inside of the cage, runs out of bullets, has to favor the reload. Big, nice Yeez as well. The hardpoint will remain neutral for the majority of that time. That's more benefiting Omid than it is anything. They get themselves to 200 points, and building more so. Even look at the rotation over towards P5. A clean kill feed more or less comes through for Omid, and now they can hold this P5 from the front.
Yeah, this could be a very telling moment for how the game turns out right here, right now. A 3-man stack, all going to try to attack the hill at once, but all 4 arrows laser focused on this push. Easy trades come on through. It's actually clean. 3 for 0 so far. Bink has to wait. Trophy system going to be down. Omid, they still have an opportunity to actually win off of this point, pending they can hold. Gwyn watching over mid. 5 in a row for him. He is now going to be cut down, but Omid, they can still put it away. They're looking pretty good for it.
And they have to start sprinting out from maps and over by the big gate. Purge is watching this exit. Estriel's gonna find the first. You gotta contest the hard point. Flames will get there in time, and that will just be enough contested time to mean the rotation over towards Nuber is going to be required.
All right, Decimate Gaming able to see one more hill. The problem here is they're gonna have to try to flip the map on its head. Get Omid in the blender here at the back of the P3 spawns, as well as collecting P1 time. And well, it's not even going to happen right away. There's the break. Omid, good for a bit of a comeback there. A slow start, but they finish strong. 250 to 190 here in the map number 1.
I mean, talk about the resolve of Omid. Here's the winning reaction now from their camp as well. And Gwyn, I mean, say what you will, had a very slow start, but this team absolutely collects as far as their teamwork is concerned. They completely exploit what was an unfortunate utilization of 2 cruise missiles over by P3, where Decimate thought that they were going to be able to get the break. And that, for me, Austin, really did feel like that it was going to be the final dagger into the back of Decimate. It was such a hot start for them. But then once Omid started to understand fully what and how Decimate wanted to play this map number 1, they adjusted accordingly, specifically for the ARs. Purge and Gonarex putting themselves in further position, utilizing their stuns and nades, making sure that Noisy and Estriel cannot get through and break ranks as quickly as they were, and stopping Estriel from doing things like that. Completely candid with you. And then it just sets up Yeez to continuously put up more and more engagements. As we go through these replays, look at Yeez's engagement. Yeah, he was probably still dead even when the game came to a conclusion, but his job was more than done.
Yeah, it was. You hit the key point there, right? Like they started the trade Estriel. That was kind of a big part of it. It felt like, you know, if you could trade this man, there's probably a pretty solid chance you're going to come out with the map win, especially with, you know, some of the other players maybe not pulling up the big numbers here. You can see it kind of coming in across the board, but either way, not going to work out for them in the map number 1. Very close, but I mean, you take a look at what was a 60-point differential. Omid, they've become a little bit different so far in the hardpoint game, and that's even with Purge having, you know, a pretty tough one, right? So it really does go to show you that they're finding the impactful kills, and when they do lock in a setup, especially kind of what we saw near the end of that game, or even when you go back to the second P3 that we had here on the rotation, like they were locking in 40 seconds plus. They almost even locked in a full 60 to end the game on Anvil. So the setups certainly holding, and Decimate Gaming having a really tough time trying to find some of those breaks, at least late into the game.
It's just the teamwork, isn't it? I mean, you even pointed it out there on P4 before we got towards that final P5, right? Is that it was taking a lot of time. But that's just some of the resolve that I'm talking about when it comes down to Omid. To understand fully, whether it is the birthday boy as the IGL for this team, telling them we have to make sure that we're clearing all of our corners, that we're watching a lot of these lines of sights, to make sure that we find where a lot of these lurking players are, because let's be candid, Noisy and Estriel, boy, do they love themselves a good flank. And once they found themselves at least those 2 kills, then the pinch and the collapse comes in to break the setup continuously for Decimate. What a flip of a switch that second set was.
Love to see it, man. 2 of North America's best, again, going up against one another. Decimate are the ones coming off of the hot series there versus Team Notorious, but it's Omid that get warm and start to run away with it near the end. So we take another look at our map set coming up here in this best of 5. Hotel, Search, and Destroy will be our map number 2. El Asilo, of course, after that. But the Hotel Search, we've been seeing a lot of this. It feels like this is probably the map that we're also going to see a lot of, I think, for the remainder of this tournament too, just based off of kind of how the other maps work in the rotation. This is one that at least everyone is fairly comfortable on with the way that both bomb sites can actually be attacked. But we also have a lot of reps on it, I think, for both of these squads throughout the day as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you just generally feel like that Hotel Search and Destroy should be almost like a comfort pick. It should be at least a map mode combination. It almost feels like Gunrunner back in like MW 2019. Like, this is just a map mode combination that you should more than be prepared for to see in a best of 5 series, unless you veto it out. And you can see right there on the screen, Decimate not wanting to play Fortress Search and Destroy. Can't blame them versus Omit. And Omit did not want to play Decimate on Embassy Search and Destroy. Whether that is a comfort pick or a targeted one, I'm not too sure. Either way, we go towards the stopping grounds that was, again, the Estriel show in that map number 5, and the way that Decimate were able to manipulate the Hotel comparatively to the El Asilo in between 2 and 5 was night and day, brother. They were playing so patient. You were always expecting the aggression to come through, and they didn't end up delivering on that until maybe round 6?
Yeah, it kind of felt that way, right? Just mainly controlled. Man, oh man, watching these two sub duos as well go up against one another, fighting for Hotel. Just rather fighting for Hotel, fighting on Hotel, fighting for bedroom control, trying to get themselves into kitchen. Whatever it might be, you have to imagine a lot of it's going to be led by what's going to happen there from those duos. And while we've also seen a lot of sniper play come out throughout the day as well, I would say more so from Europe, but we have been seeing it at least here and there, kind of a round thrown in just to kind of throw your opponents off or make them wary of it going into some of these future rounds. We'll see if that comes into play. Hotel, you can certainly find a lot of great openings, especially with some of those first bloods. But I think one thing we do have to praise Decimate for is their utility usage, man. Like, even watching over that Hotel, and I mean, well, we were watching over it last night as well, right? With their nades, it felt like they got, I think it was something along the lines of like 7 first bloods in that Mercado S&D they played yesterday, and more than half of them were by way of nade, mainly frag grenades. So you have to really kind of consider that when you're coming in. Might even shake up the perks that you're running. But we'll take a look at GodRx and Estriel, both of these two. I mean, they've been on one today when it comes down to their individual performance. My goodness.
Yeah, I mean, when GodRx and Omit were last up on the stage versus the Wubbabubs in that map number 2, you just casually went, 12-3? What?
Yes, exactly.
What is that all about? Again, I mean, happy birthday, Adam GodRx. Have yourself a day, and you're going to need it plus some more when it comes down to dealing with Decimate. And specifically this kid on your screen here, Estriel, has been a continuous problem. And I asked both myself and Brody, and realistically the whole world, when you're going up against Team Notorious in that winner's matchup that just concluded, what Estriel we're going to get? Well, we're going to get some veteran play styles coming out from Estriel, not to mention some really annoying flanks and timings being exploited. 57% opening dual win percentage is nuts for the role that Estriel plays.
I agree with you. Have to watch out for these two. And again, I think overall, Omit did a really good job of dealing with Estriel. 13-6, went on a 10 spree, had a cruise missile in the back pocket, and then from that point forward, it felt like Omit started to flip that switch, started to change that script around a little bit, found a way to trade him out, and well, he didn't finish nearly as strong as he started. So a good way to kind of look at it, maybe potentially coming into it. But Adam also dropped 12-4 alongside Yeez. They dropped 24 kills combined to get themselves through that map number 2 versus the Wubbabubs. Again, that was also on a Hotel. Those guys, I'm sure, well known now for almost always winning their hotels. Doesn't matter what game mode it is. So it always feels great when you can see a squad take a map off of them on this map mode combination. And have to imagine that's going to come into play. Again, he's also found a ridiculous 1 versus 3 on that matchup. So man, there's a lot to consider. Again, coming into this, it feels like everybody really wants it, and just to kind of line it up for everyone, whoever wins this, moves on to grand finals, plays on main stage. Have to imagine there's just a little bit more on the line, and there's probably a little bit more that they're thinking about maybe coming into this winter finals too.
Talk about a safety net, right? I mean, just come in, win winners finals, we'll see you tomorrow. It's that easy. Just win your games. I mean, how are you ever going to deal with Christian Yeez? He was telling me yesterday he was in almost like track pants, I guess, because it does look really good with that Omit jersey. That jersey is heat, by the way. True. He tells me last night, he was like, "No, I'm going to come in cozy tomorrow. I'm going to bring back into the pajama pants." And that is, I mean, he's trying to make an argument.
I like that.
It's in between him, Flames, into real. Who is the comfiest Challengers player of them all? Honestly speaking, we need to make a ballot for it. But nonetheless, I think that this Omit team is... I mean, I'll go out on the line and say it. I honestly think that they're the best team here this weekend. They've been able to showcase so much prowess. And it's not just in Hardpoint, which I was honestly exclaiming to all of you, both at home and as well as my co-casters. They are literally the best Hardpoint team here. I think that much is confirmed. But then also their woes in Search and Destroy got rectified of what we got to see from them back in previous seasons of the Elites, back in Toronto. Obviously, we're comparing what that team looked like with Phantoms and now on God of Rex.
Yeah.
Somebody have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, no, they definitely do. I mean, I'm also, like, kind of with you for as far as, being on board with this team looking like the best hardpoint team and maybe even, flat out looking like the best team right now in the tournament because the results show. The results certainly show based off of what they've been able to do today, and it's through multiple game modes. I think I said that throughout day number 1. I said you have to watch out for this Omit team right now because it feels like they're extremely well-rounded. They're not just that hardpoint team anymore where they're going to take the 1 and the 4, but, it's a little bit questionable around the S&Ds, and that's where I come back to your point where you just made about God RX. I think God RX really does just round this team off perfectly in that leadership role and just the experience. Like, if I'm going up on main stage as well and they win this match, like, I want to be with somebody like God RX to kind of calm some of these younger guns down, right? You have to remember, this is kind of a huge breakout year for someone like Gwyn. He's been around in the scene for a little bit, but has never had a year like this whatsoever. So this is going to be different for a lot of these individuals if they're able to get to that point. Yeez as well, played on the Mutineers roster, but was never given an opportunity. So have to consider that. God RX there to guide some of the younger players here, and we'll see if they can try to do it here again. Chance to take a 2-0 lead over Decimate, but as much as we gas Omit and how well-rounded they've been, Decimate have also found a lot of favor in this game mode this weekend too.
A lot of hotel being played. Can't necessarily blame them. Crowd favorite and a player favorite apparently as well. So, offense for Omit first. What are you going to do? No utility whatsoever. Decimate are actually heavily stacking over towards Aos.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Remember, no trophies here, so a lot of stun and nade checks could be good down low, but Flames able to deal with Yeez right away. They're also going to spot Noisy, and Bink is just posted up top watching that ladder push through in case someone decides to hit it, and well, it might be Gwyn that decides to hit it. He's able to get down low, and Noisy might not have any idea. Right around the corner. Great kill comes through for Gwyn. That ties us up, but Bink gets one back.
Oh, Gwyn just pushes up through the luggage stairs. Again, no dead silence, doesn't care. He just flies and quite literally fries, finds a 2-piece. He's also the bomb carrier as well. That's why I was nervous about that play. Elsewhere, Purge has casually been over by Rugs. He's cleared so much space, and, well, Estriol and Flames, they honestly thought this was going to be a full-on A push. They still think that it's going over towards A, but that bomb is quickly wrapping to B.
Bomb should go down, and that will be the call. We're going to drop it. Purge just a little stun check. That probably signals to everyone else that, hey, listen, they have went to the B-bomb site. No one in position, no one really expecting it. And now it's time to play retake. Both members going to basically be splitting the map here. Flames for the back. Looks like there might still be a nade, and there is. Doesn't look like it connects. Gwyn over the top, able to find one, but Estriel turns it into a 1-versus-1 up against Purge, and he's still got time to work with.
Yeah, he sure does. Just about 18 seconds or so left on the clock itself, but never going to expect Purge to re-wrap around back kitchen patio. And there was a world right there where Vestriel sees any sort of information. If he looks left, instead of jump challenging right over by Freezer, he probably sees Purge. And I don't even want to know how that gunfight would have concluded. Regardless, we don't have to live in that universe because Omid are able to win that opening round 1. And it was majority all off of the push from Gwyn, who egregiously pushes bottom bedroom. Like I said, got some good timing and some good spacing. And then also pushes to the second top bedroom with the bomb still in hand. And the re-wraps over towards B. What's Decimate's response going to be here for their opening offense?
Widespread looks to be the case. Couple stun checks through mid. Just make sure no one's pushing anything too aggressively. Well, this is going to keep the defense on their toes. Omit going to have to try to get a read on this. The bomb, of course, is leaning to A, but is by no means committed to that site, especially if we see something from Noisy. But Estriel, he is certainly flirting with something through mid. Tries to get an 8 in. Won't be the case. And now just about 30 seconds off the clock. Still no dedicated hits either bomb site just yet.
No, I'm still waiting for that first point of contest, right? I mean, Noisy's still trying to push up all the way inside of kitchen. Gwyn has not moved. All of Omid are giving absolutely nothing to Decimate. A couple shoulders being thrown. Purge spotted out inside of couches. Estro's gonna push it. Big first blood.
Great first blood there on the Purge. And now, the defense. Not feeling nearly as confident. Gwyn might look for an angle to try to push through. Meanwhile, the attention cutting right through mid. Yeez. Likely able to spot a lot of it, but he kind of gets distracted on the players that already pushed through. Got our X now. Able to get one back through luggage. Needs to live in 16 HP in a dream. He does so. Gwyn on the flank is denied. You needed that kill.
Wow.
And well, it doesn't come in. Rest of the kills will follow. Decimate able to get themselves a big answer here and tie it up 1-1.
Again, as patient as you like coming through from Decimate, they're not going to try to egregiously force a lot of these kills to happen. They're waiting for any slip up to come through at all. And it doesn't come through easily, does it? I mean,
No.
all of them were posted up in a lot of these different corners that Hotel has to offer. Some shoulders being thrown. Good collapse coming through between the SMG duo of Noisy and Estriel to open up the middle of the map and allow themselves to be able to get that steep numbers advantage. Last time, Decimate heavily stacked themselves over towards A, top and bottom bedroom. This time we have utility. And Omid are looking to give himself yet another A execute.
A lot of stun checks. Nade's also going to just shrug Noisy back. This time I think he's going to be a little bit more laser focused on watching this cross with how the timing worked out last time. See if anything more is invested. Bink just throwing some shoulders in and out. Checks onto the bomb. Not going to see anything. But does spot Got X at the back of Godhead. He going to follow it up with a nade. Feel like he wanted to chow that, but wisely will discipline himself. Make sure he doesn't throw away his life. We're still 4v4.
Noisy. He's just licking his lips, waiting for somebody to cross right in front of his line of sight. It would be Gwyn. He's thinking about it. There's the jump. The information gets traded. Yeez also gets spotted across. Bink will find that kill. Oh, it's all
man.
gone wrong. It's gone from bad to worse to even disastrous as well. Decimate will shut down the A-bomb push this time around. A lot of good focus and a great amount of discipline to boot.
I mean, look at this from Bink right here. That's an ego chow if I've ever seen it. Through the wall. Just completely smokes Gower X, man. He's sitting at the back of D2. You feel like he's almost always good for one back there on that heady. Bink says, no, you are not. And that round is just literally from the ARs. It's just Bink in flames playing their lives inside of top bedroom and back plat to find all 4 kills there. A little 2v4 action in that round, if you will. That's going to put Decimate Gaming up 2-1.
And they're going to start moving a little bit faster now with a certain amount of vigor. Decimate gonna quickly try to get these checks. Yeez has the trophy system this time around, so those stun and nade checks will not get Yeez out from that position, and Godorex is just waiting inside of luggage for the call.
Here we go with Estriel. Dead Silence is active and popped. On the other side, Noisy's able to deal with one. Estriel still searching for a kill, and well, I think he got some info. Likely got a con from a teammate. He's at least there for the first one, but it's a quick trade from Yeez. All that set. Bink is now last one left alive at a 1v2. He will get this bomb plant at A, but how does he play this post-plant setup?
He's going to start playing it through check-in and just try to get some bomb checks. That's what it's planted for, Austin. You got to be worried about Purge. He's hot on the flank, still trying to find Yeez in the middle of the map as well.
Oh, he's going to spot him. He's going to drop, but is he going to get a read on Purge? Purge should be holding this, and Bink is not ready, but gets a decent look at it. Couple of hip-fire shots come through. But Purge knows exactly where to be, knows exactly where to wait, and he'll make sure he clutches up that 1v1.
Purge was a bullet from death, bro. He was 35
It was pretty
HP.
close.
I was terrified. I mean, I think we'll see it again. I don't even care. I'm going to have nightmares about that one. The round that almost slipped away from Omid off the numbers that they were able to maintain. Just don't want to be giving any one of these guys. I don't care any one of these 8 players in this lobby, let alone Bink, who's up to 6-2 now with an AR, isolated 1v1s. But Omid will even things back up over towards the offensive side again for Omid. They've been loving their A executes, been splitting the map with Purge going over towards Wine. This time all 4 players leaning towards A.
All right, bit of aggression coming through. Will they decide to opt in for the fast plant? It looks like Gwyn wants to. Nades, though. Will it get him off the bomb? It'll weaken him up for an easy kill there from Bink. So bomb now down. And now you have to start to solve this puzzle. Losing out on Gwyn. Do you take away space? Do you move into bedroom? It feels like everyone can be very patient now for Decimate.
The hesitancy to not try to immediately get that bomb and maybe even try to push through. They're really banking on Yeez to just play in this position top lights. Nobody's going to give him a challenge. It's actually Noisy that just presses further forward, takes down Purge, and now it's all up to Yeez. 1v3.
Well, we have seen this story before. First one, easily taken away. Turns it into a 1v2, but he's split between both players. And will have to make his way back over to the bomb. I'm sure he'd love to get his hands on an AR, and now he has one. So has a chance to drop the bomb. And well, the timing here could be a little unfortunate. Estriel, I think, has picked his moment well. Yeez would have to turn, and not going to happen. Estriel there, and will collapse perfectly. Make sure he's not going to have a chance to exit out after the plant.
There's just so much to clear, and so much trust needs to be there as well. Estriel, I mean, he just makes the play happen, right? I mean, even re-wrapping all the way through the backside, just making sure that there was no easy escape whatsoever for Yeez, who gets that bomb planted. Isolated himself away from Flames, but even with a double weapon setup, I mean, you have to bank, if you are Yeez, that you can go back up to what you already knew was clear. Maybe find the isolated 1v1 inside a top bed, and then you have that bomb planted for that side anyway, so it would have been clutch, but nonetheless, very easy setup in reads, as Omit wanted to aggressively hit over towards that A bomb site, Austin. Like we said, all 4 players were over there. Decimate just took the atrium, but you have that long line of sight where Bink is able to find himself his 8th kill.
Yeah.
Casual stuff out of Bink, as he is just making sure that nobody crosses to that A-bomb for free.
Yeah, it's been great from Bink so far. He's just been right place, right time in a lot of these situations, and he's also the player to kind of get Gwyn right off of that bomb in the previous round. So, chance to build off of it, see if Decimate can maybe build a bit of a cushion here with a couple rounds. Omen, of course, looking for a big bounce back on the defense. He's going to be holding a very tight angle through mid. Watching over A, point of contact made onto Noisy. He backs away, just baits out some of the utility here from Omid, but it doesn't matter. Purge is still able to weave in a nade. That will be good for one, but Estriel gets the trade right back.
Yeah, statue's still open, by the way, because Godarax is inside a counter looking at the double arches. Estriel is flying. Nobody was going to expect that Yeez was up that close. He finds that kill, and they honestly think that the bomb might be either re-wrapping back over towards the chandelier side, or there could be some pressure underneath bottom bedroom, as Bink is all by his lonesome. It's going to mean that Flames has to double on back over by D1, D2, and overwatch his AR duo, and maybe try to get this bomb planted today.
That's the factor here, isn't it? Both ARs. Tough to get Mixie. And well, both likely have trophy systems as well. At least Bink certainly does. Has to get a read through the middle of the map onto Gwyn. Flames will not, and well, Gwyn will see the second one as well. Bink now caught in a 1v3, forced to go into B itself, and he's got no time to work with. Might be able to get some kills, but not the case. They'll fly in. They'll find it. Omit still keeping this one close.
Yeah, keeping it very, very mixy indeed, and it mostly just comes through with the denial immediately from the utility. I mean, that nade was cooked to a perfect medium rare with a chef's kiss to boot out from Purge. As he put himself in a position to be able to find that first blood. It just means that Yeez, even if a stun connected onto him, he's not in the usual area over by the water fountain. He's just waiting for that first point of contact to come through, gets that kill scot-free, gets away, and sets up Omit wonderfully for the numbers advantage against 2 ARs in round number 7, tied up.
Well, this is a bit of a different play call. How about it? He's going to be leading the charge, ready to be the entry, has to get to the first, and oh, the nade actually comes back. It will connect onto Yeez. Numbers here for Decimate, and all Purge just flies in, tries to make something of it, not to be. A lot of time for Godarax to work through a 1v3, and well, it's not a good look at Noisy, I believe. It finishes them off. A very fast round and a great hard counter for Decimate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Decimate, again, it's their MO, it's their awesome. They just want to try to place very steady defensive rounds. You can wait for the timing to send one player to be aggressive through the middle of the map. It's either going to be Noisy or Estriel, sometimes both, but that B push starts to come all the way through. The backboard nade comes out. They put themselves in a position to at least find that kill inside of Freezer, but I mean, from there on out, you already lost numbers from even from the own trade, so Decimate will stretch the lead all by 1. What's this push going to be? It's almost an exact replica of their round 1 rollout here for offense going through the middle of the map.
Nade being cooked from Estriel. That one not going to hit the mark. Wide spread again. We've seen this a couple times so far. Decimate Gaming again, feeling out the opposition, seeing exactly where the defenders are located at. A lot of ARs in play here as well. Noisy going to have one of them. Looking for Yeez. Well, the trophy system going to keep him safe. How about this angle? Noisy, good tags on the Yeez. Going to force him back. But while that happens, they've now lost Bink. So everything becomes a little bit more difficult. Noisy is quite literally out in the middle of the open. If they get a clean look at him, he'll certainly drop, but he's also trying to get something done in around the site.
Steady as ever, got Rex. Just waiting for the contact to come through luggage side. Ezreal, dead silence with an AR.
4
He's able
ARs.
to get up and break the line. And now the bomb could actually re-wrap through the middle, go over towards B. Gwyn needs to go huge here, brother.
Yes, he does. Oh, I mean, he's in a good spot. There it is. First one, very clean, and he backs down right away. So a lot of pressure on Flames to have to try to grab the bomb. Clutch up a 1v2. Flames, what a snapper. Forces Gwyn back again. Flames has to stick it, but from the back, GodRx should be able to find this.
He's gone?
No, he does not. Flames is able to exit, but he's caught in between a rock and a hard place. Has to snap on Gwyn. He's got him one shot 3 times. There's the reach out. Gwyn will shoot the body of Flames. Let him know what's up. I mean, that one's got to be a little frustrating. He literally had him 1 bullet on 3 separate occasions.
It was at least 3 separate occasions, yeah. The fact that Gwyn so wide chows that, knowing that Adam was right behind him, to be completely candid with you, at least for the trade, and Gwyn lets him know about it as well, finding the last few bullets required in an isolated Flames inside the snake pit, inside the restaurant, and he's able to at least deny another round for Decimate. Still tied up. We said that Gwyn needed to go big, and he delivers on both those last 2 kills, now up to 8-6.
Yeah, that was a great one from Gwyn. Just, again, a lot of discipline, right? Finds the kill, backs away. We are seeing some very, very clean Call of Duty here this weekend, and that's what we expect as we get to the end of the year. Oh, boy. This one looking pretty clean the other way now. Purge, Gwyn, able to find a couple of great opening kills. Flames and Ezreal, the BO4 duo, as we would have it, now need to try to work themselves through a 2v4.
I mean, that's just a go for broke defensive rollout for Decimate. They wanted to get aggressive over towards A, and well, 2 players evaporated off the map because of it. So, still a lot more to check. If you are these 4 players alive, I love this discipline being showcased by Omit. They know they have numbers, but still, you have no idea where these players are located at, as Yeez is looking to try to find where they're located at. Stun grenade, ricochet off the back wall. That's good information. Flames down to 20 HP.
What a bank of an aid that is. Ezreal, he wants to hit the go button, but Purge should be able to help here. And yeah, easy pick up for Purge. He grabs another kill. Flames in the back, caught behind the desk, nowhere to go. Omit now starting to bring it back, starting to take control. They are now on map point.
And let's remember this round 9, because that honestly could be the one critical moment in an error at that, where Decimate wanted to, again, 4-player stack around the A bomb site, not having anybody go through the middle of the map to try to cut it off. And, I mean, by the time that you're stuck there in the 2v4, the player that is trying to watch that long cross from the atrium over towards the A bomb site, he's got Vaznev. That's not exactly the right tool for that job. So Omit, able to claw their way back, break the mold. They win 2 rounds in a row, now up on map point.
Binka slowed down quite a bit too. Was 8-3. Hasn't found anything in the last 3 rounds. Need him now if we're going to get to around 11. Got a Rex. Perfect timing in the corner. Noisy pops open the door and is surprised by Adam as he's now up to 4. Shot's going to come through. Just a little bit more info. But you don't feel too confident to try to drop this bomb. And now got a Rex ready to pounce again. Just constantly trying to play with his food.
This allows Ezreal to actually encroach further forward. He's in bottom luggage right now. The biggest issue is that you need some more kills and you need some more clearance inside of top and bottom bedroom before Bink can feel comfortable to plant this bomb.
Oh, Bink able to get GodRx. He was looking for some kind of a peek onto the site. Still time to play with. Flames, what a chow! Oh my goodness, blows Purge away in the 1 versus 1. He spots Ezreal and is able to get one back, but it's now all down to Yeez. Another technical 1v3 for him, now 1v2. Well, where will this bomb go, though? They're going to rotate it to B.
Oh, the timing on the rotation. Yeez's dead silence is going to run out, but he's aware. He checks everything. They saw him on the cross. Flames saw him on the cross. That means that Bink can go back to A.
They're going to double back to A. What a finesse of the map. And this is what happens when you have 2 bomb sites that you can actually attack. You don't really know which one he's going to, so Yeez gets bamboozled. And, well, he's got to cross the middle of the map again, and he will be spotted there from Flames. Bink going to change his angle. He's going to hold the hard pre-aim. Yeez would have to completely beam him. Not the case. And how about it here from Decimate? Bink has a great round. He brings it back, gets some kills on the board, and we're going. Round 11, baby.
Oh, I would have it no other way in between these 2 teams. Brother, you asked for Bink to show up. How about 3 in the round out from the young man? 11-6 now for Bink. We were sitting there saying that they needed to be able to find at least one pick to open up the A bomb site. They found 2, and then they pushed all the way through off of a crazy gunfight win from Flames bottom luggage, and they just manipulate the map to a fine T. Round 11. It's going to be offense for Omit. What have we learned? Where do we go?
Have to know. Omen's probably going over to this A site. This is where they've been putting just about all of their attention. Yeez gets across. Gwyn tries to drop the bomb. AR in hand here for Gwyn in the final round. And now Noisy ready to try to watch this cut. He has a sub, though. We'll see if he can try to get the best of anyone. Make it a second attempt. Gwyn trying to bait out the play. What a bait it is. Noisy thinks he's got the angle to fly in. Gwyn looking for 2. Not to be. Bink now able to escape with his life. 3v3 we go.
It's up on 4 in a row as well. 2 more kills. Bink will just call on that cruise missile directly. I am certain of that. Because what you're going to be worried about is, in fact, Bink. He's looking to hit a route, brother. Estriel is still lurking over by statue, and Godorex has been allowed to collect this bomb, and now in a 3v3 for the post plant.
Timing here is interesting. Bink is going to work through the back. Oh, laying down his Purge. Purge saw him the entire time. Estriel now no longer really has the confidence to hit through statue, but might decide to do it anyway. 25 seconds on the clock. Have to win this battle. Godorex going to finesse his life. Will we get anything else from Flames? Something needs to be done, and it might be too little, too late. That is the case. Omit, bring it back again. Find themselves the round 11 victory, and now they're 2-0 up in the best of 5.
And again, you got to go back to that one critical moment where they wanted to go all in for that A stack of a defense. You don't end up having that happen. We very much so could have seen this thing end in either around 10 or potentially even around 9, but not going to be the case at all. Not when you allow Omit so much closure through the entirety of the map. Noisy pressed up so far forward inside of the minibar. And there was nobody there. There was no assistance whatsoever for that trade immediately in that round 11. And because of that, you've again allowed Godorex not only to be able to cut through the middle of the map because Bink had to reposition, but he's also able to plant that bomb soon afterwards as well. In the post plant, Purge heard Bink through the entirety of this Greenberg Hotel, rewrapping around the back. And that was the final nail in the coffin that Omit need to take a 2-0 lead over Decimate.
Man, a lot of moments, right, where Decimate Gaming were up in the hard point, up in the search and destroy, but Omit, man, showing us just a ton of resilience, a lot of clutch factor as well. They're looking pretty saucy as they're now 2-0 up. You take a look at some of the highlights and you can really see it. A lot of great challenges coming through here, a lot of confidence being shown, but the play call in the end, good with a good first kill, opening up the defense just a little bit, starting to shift some of those members around, and then it really is that shutdown in the back. Bink not finding any value to then even enable Estriel. Really makes it difficult there. But you take a look at the scoreboard. 10 kills for Gwyn. He played this map a little bit earlier in the day. Went 2-8 and said something along the lines of like, my teammates were everything map 2. Well, he gets a little bit of redemption here this time around as he's the one that's able to top frag here in his squad.
Absolutely insane to see that Bink went 12-7 for the L.
It's tough.
1,400 damage. I mean, that boy is shooting straight laser beams out of his TAC 56. 9 of those kills were not traded, by the way. And he went 2 for 2 for first blood engagements as well. And Gwyn was always searching for the first bloods as well. 2 for 3 as far as it's all concerned. But it's just about dead even as far as first bloods are concerned.
Sure.
Just the one extra first blood that comes through from Omit. And that's why we continue to put a massive periscope on both these two teams when it comes down to what you can drag over from your respawn prowess into search and destroy. These snappy trades are sometimes the end-all be-all for a lot of these rounds, and it felt like that as soon as we were talking about the first blood, it was immediately traded out by one, if not both, of these two teams. So an unfortunate loss here in the map number 2, specifically for the Decimate camp, as now they have to work a reverse sweep versus Omit roster, who has been the absolute truth all weekend long so far.
And now LSCLO Control is coming up next here. For the most part, Omit have mainly been getting themselves on hotel control, so that was obviously vetoed out here from Decimate Gaming, kind of doing a bit of their homework, wanting to put them on something a little bit different. And it really does feel like LSCLO is something that maybe does favor Decimate Gaming. When they played it versus Notorious, they looked pretty clean on it, winning some of those offensive rounds as well. So, you know, something to think about. Not out of the series just yet, but we need to see them just really close things out when they get to the end of it. They're playing great at the beginning here, Andy, looking pretty solid through the middle of the map, but it really is those closing moments that they're starting to fumble a little bit.
Yeah, I'll say. I mean, when it comes down to this LSU control as well, let's not forget that Decimate just beat a very good control team on this map mode combination not too long ago, and that was versus Team Notorious, where they were able to win back-to-back offensive round wins. Not to mention how they put Notorious on the absolute break machine when it came down to that final defense. All of that plus some extra really needs to be showcased when it comes down to Omid. Again, when I'm sitting there and I'm talking to Mystic and I'm talking to even the coaches for Decimate as well on both different sides, they knew the game plan. You don't want to be facing Omid on either Expo or Hotel, so you get rid of the Hotel. It's definitely a comfort pick for them, and I know that Omid don't want to go over towards the Expo because unless you didn't win maps 1 or 2, you don't want to go for the coin flip that could end up being the outcome for the Expo. So we get over towards the LOCLO, brother, and this is again where your ARs do need to be an absolute showcase. Triple AR sometimes, we even saw 4 ARs actually come out from Decimate in a search and destroy round and to actually great value. All of that plus a bag of chips going to be required specifically out of Decimate to stay alive in this winners finals.
Yeah, it is the case. But yeah, we've kind of been seeing that even sometimes, initially at B, right? Just throw 3 ARs real quick and send your sub through mid. Yeah, why not, right? No trophy systems down. You might get a couple of great nades and stuns off, kind of stop the defensive side from really getting the setup that they want to, and have an opportunity to maybe catch them off guard with a tick or maybe even the zone. We've been seeing it a lot this weekend, and offense getting cleaner and cleaner as we've gotten to the end of the year for the Modern Warfare 2 season. But everyone now getting ready to regain. Of course, at the moment, Omid don't need to regain from anything. They're clutching up, icing up, feeling great, kind of passing the baton around a little bit for anyone ready to pop off from the map 1 to the map 2. Who knows who we're going to get now heading into map 3.
Only time will tell, Austin. Only time will tell. It's interesting as well, because with this Omid team, when they were going up against a Wubbabubs, and they were going into the control, I just sat there and I quickly had a conversation with a few of them going into it, and they're just like, we don't care if we lose the control because we have a hard point next. And boy, was that ever the case. Damn, do you get a really good benefit of going up 2-0 in a series. Who would have thunk it, huh? But nonetheless, I think it's going to be a continuous test. I feel like we're always saying this about Decimate. Can they find a semblance of consistency when it comes down to their tournaments? Saw it in Toronto. Need it here. Final tournament of the day, or the year, excuse me. I think that Decimate, honestly speaking, can find a good pep in their step if they're able to showcase the same outcome of what they had in that map number 3 versus Notorious not too long ago.
All right, well, let's see what we get. 1 map away for Omid to advance to grand finals and, well, lock in that spot for main stage for tomorrow. Decimate Gaming need to have an answer, need to pull off a reverse sweep if it's going to happen. Initial hit right over to B here for Omid as they start on the attack. We'll get an early touch, but Estriel with that AR will be able to position right from behind and, well, bang it open the door. It's going to be Purge, gets a little help there, and now that first tick slowly being worked on.
Purge is in a really annoying position, keep in mind you. He's getting a lot of good information. That's going to be Bink. That's up towards top party. And yeah, Flames is forced to chase this. Where have you gone, Purge? Where did you go? He is back down in bottom tools. And this B push is very much so still on for Omid. They like the numbers that they have. They like the positional advantage that they're also gaining, especially with Purge still alive here bottom tools.
Yeah, Purge's been great. I mean, Flames has no idea where he went. And he's able to build up to a 3 spree, make it 4 sprees. He takes down Noisy. Still some more players to deal with, though. Bink, there it is. He'll end up dropping. GodRx now clearing out enough space to hop back onto the point. Second tick being worked on. Purge taking away space. Has a Vast enough to work with in the back pocket. Ready to cut off the respawners. Purge in and out. Just like that. 5 in a row. 1 off of the streak.
How about that? Z-zone captured. And that is just relentless pressure coming through from Omid, specifically Purge. Yet to die. 5-0. Looking for 1 more kill, gonna get himself a cruise missile, and how about that, he's gonna get some assistance there from Quinn, but no, the timing from Noisy. He's gotta find 2 bottom lockers, and that's a great transitional gunfight to have, and that 2-piece at that is gonna keep Omid at bay, and think twice about how they need to assault A.
Yeah, it's a much-needed moment to make sure they just do not fast-track over to A, put together 2 zones on the first attacking round, and just start to really blow you out of the water. So, a good moment to try to stabilize, and, well, it's looking even better now. Decimate Gaming starting to put up some kills, starting to keep them pinned at the back. Bink now working on a bit of a spree himself. 4 in a row for him. Noisy up to 3 in a row. Estriel going to wait very patiently here for anyone ready to flood through this side of the map in Courtyard, but everything going to be directed to mid. Now a touch coming through for GodRx. Estriel has to be ready to make his move.
Estriel got a strike. Gwyn did not check the corner. And you still got to be worried about Flames up top as well. I mean, he is an absolute turret up here. The biggest issue is that Gunnar X is in the contest spot. He's touching that A zone continuously. Yeez, Gunnar X able to combine for 2, comes down to Flames up top. Who's able to find 2? That's the A push stalled out for now.
Big win there for Noisy. Won't be ready for that gunfight up against Gwyn, so he's able to get one back and try to give them some kind of a chance to still push through. 30 seconds left. The defense has been just about perfect here for Decimate Gaming. No ticks given up as of just yet. Gwyn, though, ready to touch the point again. Going to stall the clock at 26 seconds. A lot of members to deal with here. Defenders trying to poke and prod their way into the point. Good assistance should come through in the back, and there it is. Estriel ends up lining up 2. And now you have to just fly to the point. 20 seconds left. Purge the first one up.
Yeah, he's just going to have to almost swan dive his way in here, and well, Bink is barely losing gunfights, now up to 8-3, takes down Gwyn. 8 seconds remain. Purge needs to start pressing a little bit further forward, but it is done. 3 segments are all Omit are going to garner for themselves in their opening offensive round. Let's Gunnar X makes a last-ditch attempt. Not going to happen. Now comes down to Gwyn. All right, okay. I thought there for a second you never want to count these guys out, Austin.
Want
you
to
know
count
it
them
all
out.
too well. Yeah, in Flames, I mean, he was just up top tower starting the whole collection. I think there was at one point he had like 3 trophy systems up there just from the charges, just not having to move at all, just winning gunfights left, right, and center. And that's just a great call when it comes down to it. You lost that B control zone, get an AR up top. Estriel starts running routes alongside Noisy, shutting down the flanks. And Omit never really had a response whatsoever, spotting so far out on how they needed to get their way over towards A.
Bink up to 9-3, man. He's been just electric this series. I think that's why he showed a bit of frustration. You know, after the map too, he's like, man, I just dropped 12 kills. Like, how did we lose this? So he is still putting up the numbers right now. And Decimate Gaming need it. Let's see what they can do on their attacking round. Noisy through mid. Great first engagement onto Gwyn. Just trying to shut down some of that middle map pressure. Still a lot of defenders though. You have to try to get through, and Purge will do a good job of shutting down that push, just slowing it down a tad bit. As you can see, some of the members looking at this B point here for Decimate Gaming.
Yeah, they really want it. Bink's going to touch it and step off of it on the board, trying to get himself in a position, maybe find a couple spawn kills. Reveals his positioning. He's denied, at least for the 5-3. His teammates are dying over towards their spawn. Bink is shooting everything that's moving right now, and I can't blame him. Kid's feeling hot. Now he needs to slow up his pace here in bottom lockers, wait for his team.
Yeah, Bink's been great. Just down low. Stun will also signal to them that there is somebody playing in and around lockers. He's ready to give it a chow with the sub. Not able to fully commit to it. Now, well, can't blame him. It is Bink after all on 4. 2 off of the streak. Still looking to get it, but he's losing a lot of his teammates. And now this is a little dangerous. He's going to feel potentially overwhelmed unless Flames can try to add in some good cover fire and assistance. Patience coming through for the defenders inside, but now they're ready to pounce, ready to make their move. He's first one in, looking to play a retake, and he's able to find 1. Can he turn it into 2?
Ah!
He goes with the knife! Oh my god! Just rips Flames apart. Still have a little bit of tempo here from Estriel, trying to slowly capture this, but what a moment that is from Yeez.
That was just awkward and great. All simultaneously, waits for Flames with a reload, misses the opening swipe, still runs down. 12 seconds remain.
Oh, man.
On another 5-3, by the way. 12-6 for the kid. Gwyn is finding kills over by the B zone. It comes down to Bink because of course it does. He's the only player over here on the A zone, trying to stall out the clock, buy some time for his teammates.
Yeah, Purge just wants to get this kill. And there it is. So cruise missile has been acquired. Purge now having a little additional utility. He's going to call it in right away. They want to stop them from getting any kind of a zone. But this will likely force everyone back over to A. They deal with one at the top. Flames now cannot watch over his teammates in the point. Purge drops down for number 7. Finally, the trade is there. Got her X from the back. Oh, no ammo there for Noisy. And now, is there time to touch? Flames would be the only one to do it. Dolphin dives in. No time to touch, and Omit basically play a perfect defensive round.
Yeah, damn near flawless. I mean, it's just the one segment that comes through over at A and the last ditch attempt. And honestly, really good heroics, at least being showcased from Bink at certain moments of time. But, I mean, Purge, he's just that guy, isn't he? He was running routes continuously over by the fence line. Nobody was pushing over towards B, so then he re-wraps back up through house. Nobody was pushing B again, so then he re-wraps to go through top administration, where he quietly goes on a 6th spree, gets the 7th as well, and he calls in the cruise missile immediately. I love that call. It evens things up as far as defensive rounds are concerned. Purge up to 15-7.
Yeah, Purge, man, silently just popping off at the moment. Got our X. Oh, man. He doesn't even need to come around all the way. He's going to get great help again from Purge, who lights it up with an easy double to kick off round number 3. A already under threat from going over. Those are good shots out of God RX, and Gwyn will take full advantage of the damage. Grabs himself a 2-piece. Flames from the top, looking to try to cut down some of the respawners, but will he be able to make a move? You're hard pressed to. 2 players on the point, looking for that final tick. If he goes, he has to go now. Trades are in. Bink, has he done enough? Oh, he has. That double actually stops the final tick.
It was so close from being tacked over, and now that third segment is being depleted by Bink. Again, heroic after heroic. Up to 15 and 7 on another 3 spree. Noisy takes a little bit too long to take down Purge, gets immediately traded. This push is actually starting to manifest itself over towards B. Ezreal's the only player over here. A little do-si-do around the truck there. Gwyn will take down Ezreal, and now you have numbers for a mid over at B.
Yeah, you do. Let's see what you can do for the top here. Noisy gonna get a nade on the point, but again, doesn't have the AR, so tough to peek from the window. Trying to figure out exactly where he wants to go. Teammates off screen, starting to put a couple kills together, and now Noisy's gonna get his hands on an AR, so he's still under threat. First tick just about locked in. He's able to shut him down, and now Flames needs to get something done from the flank.
Gwyn gets taken down over by the middle stairs. That B segment is locked. 60 seconds added on towards the board. Austin, it's a minute and 35 that Decimate have to hold for 1 segment over at A. And the key player to watch out for is number 7. Really thought about Flames going up towards the top tower. Nobody's in that position. Has to sprint over there now, especially with the presence being manifested over at A.
Oh boy. Eases here. Noisy clears off 1. Has to play his life, and he doesn't. God RX puts together another 2-piece. Now you have to funnel for the front, and there is no time. Oh, man, I mean, they're just coming a little bit different on the day. It is so clinical. It is so fast. The aggression is perfect, and they find another beautiful transition to the point.
Dude, this Omit team is gross. Absolutely disgusting. I feel sick to my stomach just watching some of the maneuvers that they are putting together across the map. I mean, Purge and God RX as an AR duo is just so sublime. And by the time that you're finally getting some shots into God RX, you push them back. Purge is there for the crossfire. And just because you felt like you dealt with the ARs, the SMGs are flying in your face. 13 and 17 for Gwyn, 10 and 14, not the sexiest KD ratio for a couple SMGs, but Purge is double freaking positive up to 20 and 10.
Yeah, you did mention the ARs having a chance to go big, and well, Purge is doing that. Maybe not off the break off. This is a much better moment for Decimate Gaming. They're going to get 2 bodies on the point. They're also going to get a read on Gwyn. So Gwyn likely going to have to just kind of play his life, wait for his teammates to come off spawn, get some stuns and nades into the point. But you even have pressure across the map right now. You can already see Ezreal kind of flirting with that B point.
Yeah. He was doing that continuously through the last offensive attempt as well, albeit in a last desperate attempt. Ezreal is always trying to at least split the defenders off, but the transition off of the A capture will be denied. Flames has to play his life up here. Top Kitchen has no dead silence, so he has to wait for his team to find more success out from their spawn and maybe try to help him out over on the side of the map.
Purge up top, watching over the long lane here. And he's just going to continue to keep the front safe. And while his teammates are doing a good job of making sure he doesn't have to get into any gun battles. As they'll find 3 of the 4. Ezreal, the last one up, he was also tagged, and they know exactly where he is. So kind of back to square one. The good news, you got a lot of time to play with if you're Decimate. 1:40 on the clock, but they are struggling to find kills. And now Omit starting to run away with a couple of the lives here. 25 playing up against 21.
Dude, Purge has not moved from top AC. He's on another, he's able to find at least 2 for this upcoming life as well. He's just gunning people every single chance that he gets. And how about Gwyn's positioning? He's not inside a house where you think that a lurking player would be. He's just waiting for the challenges up through top admin.
Scary position for Decimate. Gotta start clearing out some of these Omit members, and man, a little game of hide and go seek. Oh man, Gwyn snaps on another. Noisy's now gonna drop. So 5 in a row here for Gwyn, as he's looking to earn the cruise missile to potentially put this one away. And boy, oh boy, does he ever find it onto Ezreal there. The kills just keep on coming. I don't think anyone's died in like the last minute alone here for Omit.
I mean, look at the combined spree. They're at a combined 14, brother. I think that that is quick maths, and we could say that they have barely been losing gunfights. Down to 38 seconds. 25. Points up against 15. Gwyn is a nuisance on down low. Estriel will finally take Gwyn out from this positioning. Now you're able to take down Purge top AC, so hold on a second. Some presence might be able to be put together. It just comes down to Yeez. He comes alive, back inside of Tools. Any kills are going to be good.
Cruise missile is going to come through. Trophy system's down, but does not matter. And maybe that is it here for Decimate Gaming. They've lost half the team. They still have Flames. He was pushed forward into Garage. He won't be able to stick around. He's going to take an alternative route. He is punished. Gwyn finds another. 10 lives. 10 seconds. Estriel, the furthest one forward, needs to find this kill. And, well, he is just caught between everybody. Omit. They are not messing around. They are here to play. And they have secured their spot on main stage for Championship Sunday.
Omit will be on the main stage, on the main broadcast, on the big boy stage tomorrow morning. It is business coming through from Omit, and they are giving said business to everybody that they have played so far on the day. Versus the Wubba Bubs, taking down EU's Fidus, and then coming through and beating Decimate the way that they did. That was clean. I mean, it went around 11 in the search and destroy, whatever, but man, this team is the real freaking deal. That control round, the dissection through the opening breaks just to be able to recognize that we are spawning too far away, chalk the A zone, whatever. You got Purge that's snaking top AC like it's his job, and it just opens up Gwyn to go inside top admin and go on a crazy 7 spree. And then calls in the cruise missile to be able to get those last 2 kills required. And it felt like that last ditch attempt. If Gwyn does not have that cruise missile, you probably got a lot more space if you are Decimate. The trophy system wasn't even going to be a factor as it gets a splash damage off of somewhere. I didn't even see where it landed. But this Omit team came to play. They are here to party, brother, and their bracket gets extended to tomorrow.
It sure does, man. I mean, can't help but be happy for this squad that a lot of people have underestimated throughout this year. And not only that, but just the individual stories. Yee's getting a shot on main stage, a chance he never had last year on the Mutineers. GodRx hasn't been in the Pro League for years now, but it feels like he's proved himself year after year here in Challengers. Purge in his rookie year, and then Gwyn, his breakout year in Modern Warfare 2. You put that all together, you get this beautiful team called Omit. And, well, it is very well deserved. They have earned it. And they do it in 3-0 fashion versus Decimate Gaming. I mean, that has got to feel good. And now they're big chilling. Their day is done at 3 p.m. for you guys, right? It's got to be about 3 p.m. I'm assuming Pacific time. They're chilling. They're vibing. They can go back, watch a lot of VOD, see how these matches play out. But, man, oh, man, just can't help but be happy for these guys.
How can you not? Dude, look at Purge and Gwyn. Let's not forget, by the way, 2 days before Toronto, they make the role change back to Purge on the AR Flex, Gwyn back to the SMG, and that comes through in massive fruition here in this series alone. 19 non-traded kills out of the 22 that Purge was able to find for almost 2,400 damage. Are you kidding me? He was even on both sides. 11 kills on offense and defense, respectfully. 23 and 18 for Gwyn, goes on that 7 spree, gets a little outshined by, albeit by 1 kill by Purge in his 8 spree, but nonetheless, this team is the real deal. I mean, just so much pressure being surmounted from the ARs just allows both Yeez and Gwyn to continuously encroach forward. And yeah, we gotta shout out the coach as well. I mean, let's not forget that Mystic, he had to drive through, I'm pretty sure, like at least 3 cornfields to even get over here inside of Vegas. He brought his PC. They are doing the VOD review. They're making sure that they are the best equipped possible to enter into the Saturday. And just as soon as they enter the venue, as you said, brother, they are now big chillin'. They are done.
Oh, one more best of 7 for those guys. That's all that's left. And they don't have to play it until tomorrow. But Decimate Gaming, different story. They're now the ones that are going to have to look for some kind of a rebound, some kind of a bounce back. Will be a bit of time before they do play their losers final. So they have a chance to adjust. I think that it catches at least me by surprise, Andy, because they just came off of a very hot map number 5, right? And they did come out swinging, to be fair, on the Fortress hardpoint, but it really did come down to the final moments in almost every single map. That's where Omit got the best of them. You could see it. A very close series, a very close 3-0. The 250 to 190, 6-5 in the S&D. And while maybe the Yellow Silo, not as close as there was maybe a little bit of wind kind of taken out of the sails here of Decimate Gaming, but nonetheless, still played them very tight.
I would say so, for sure. I mean, let's not forget about how that first set of hard points even went for Fortress, where, again, we were singing the praises that Ezreal was a problem. That was a continuation in that Fortress hard point where he was constantly just running and slaying everything. But then the rebound hit in the second set, where everybody from Omit started to adapt and overcome. The same thing happened in the Search and Destroy, where it wasn't necessarily a full download, but, I mean, the adaptations were absolutely sublime from this Omit roster, and then the continuation from the opening break after opening break from Omit in all 4 rounds that were played there in the LOC Look Control will garner them a 3-0 win on the day. Ooh, man, I know that they wanted to make there to the main stage again. As he talked about, Yeez never got the opportunity through last season. Same thing for Gotta Rex. He wanted to make sure that he got his way back over there. And Gwyn, the substitute player from the Seattle Surge, now he also gets to make his main stage debut with that jersey as well as Purge. Man, what a hell of a run it is coming through for Omit.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket here and see where we are at, because there is a lot currently happening, as we just saw. Of course, Omit, now 3-0. They're guaranteed the grand final. But down in the lower bracket, things are getting interesting. Awoba Bobs, Toronto champions, no longer in the tournament. They lose 3-0 to Team Notorious. Andy, are you kidding me?
No. I'm not. I heard like the thunderous applause from the giant sea of yellow that's behind me from Team Notorious. I didn't think it was going to be a 3-0. I mean, that is just insane to me. I mean, Brody even said it too. It's insane that you had the Texas Open champions going up against the Toronto Open champions, 2 of EU's best teams on the year alone. One of them had to bow out of top 6. Team Notorious, they get the job done. Now they have to face the winner of either Aphelion or Millennium 7, the potential rematch for Team Notorious versus Aphelion. And it's looking pretty likely considering the Millennium 7 are down 0-2.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Down 0-2. They would have to pull off yet another reverse sweep. They have been able to do it so far. I mean, that's how they kind of got into bracket play to begin with. But against an Aphelion esports squad that has been tightening up their gameplay and only getting a little bit better and better as Wardy has joined that roster, that could be pretty difficult to fully do. So we'll have to see. We'll continue to give you guys updates. For now, we'll be setting up our next match in the lower semifinal to see who will play up against Decimate. We'll step away when we come back. More Call of Duty action coming your way, folks.
I'm too exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour anyone coming against me at tower. I don't care in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a calling that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
Alrighty guys, we're back for our extended breakaway. Don't worry, the vacation is over, although for Andy apparently it looks like it's not. Andy, you said you were wearing glasses, and you know I was going to go for like a whole Clark Kent kind of joke is what I was preparing myself for. I guess we'll go for like Top Gun instead, like Tom Cruise. I didn't even know what you're doing, bud, to be honest. You're looking pretty hot, that's all I can say.
To be fair, you never asked what type of glasses I was wearing. All I told you is that I'm wearing glasses. We did not specify the type of glasses. But yeah, I'm out here, baby. It's Vegas, man. It has been an absolute light show as far as this Saturday is concerned. We already got one team solidified themselves to get up on the main stage tomorrow morning for champs. Still got a couple more teams that are going to duke it out to see who's going to be the second.
And next up, of course, is that lower bracket semi-final between Team Notorious and Millennium 7. But before we get there, record scratch, freeze frame. You might be wondering how we got here. Well, here is a look how. With the bracket, we can show you guys kind of how everything has gone down so far. We were... You guys should have seen us in, like, our little green room here, our digital green room, of course, for Andy. You were just chilling there. But our digital green room, we were biting our nails, for real, watching a periscope of Millennium 7 versus Aphelion Esports as they pulled off, Millennium 7 pulled off a reverse sweep for the second time this weekend against a European squad in a round 11 to come off better and make it into the matchup versus Notorious.
And it was a, I mean, Lemony Snicket could not write the series of unfortunate events that happened in that round 11. I mean, you get first blood. Your last two players alive are both Harry and Denza. Harry with the sniper. They make a call at about 28 seconds with the bomb already over towards the A bomb site on Hotel to re-wrap over towards B. Smart was alive in a 1v2 and kept them at bay. And the clock got exhausted for the round 11. And Smart let them have it at the end of it as well. It was very loud. It's not every day you get to hear Chris stand out of his seat and let those pipes absolutely roar. But now we have a rematch. Fate with Destiny, it may seem. Team Notorious going up against Millennium 7. And Team Notorious, by the way, Texas Open champions, just beat Toronto Open champions pretty cleanly. 3-0 versus Wubba
Yeah. And didn't you say the scorelines as well? Because obviously we can't see them on our end. We're pretty handy,
It
right? I mean, they
was,
were pretty convincing.
It was not close. 250 to 177 Hotel Hardpoint, 6-3 Fortress Search and Destroy, and a 3-0 on Expo Control. Like, what?
Yeah, that's crazy. We don't even have time to talk about kind of that whole subplot of like a Wubba Bob's top 6. Like, what on earth is going on after the last couple of tournaments from them? Just an insane storyline. But yeah, it does leave Team Notorious as the last sole representative from Europe. They've now got an entire continent on their back as they look to repeat what they did at the Texas Open. They now need to pull off a lower bracket run through the likes of Millennium 7 and then of course a prospective rematch against Decimate Gaming. There they are, you can see them from left to right. Eric Boom, Medals, Maple and Weeman. God, the gamer posture is strong there.
For sure, Weeman's back doesn't touch that chair. Here is your full Team Notorious roster. Eric Boom, Metals, Weeman, and Maple. And it's something to be said as well. I'm pretty sure when I ran into Weeman in between both the series previously that happened on main stage and then when they got done playing Wubba Bubs, he was just like, I'm pretty sure I just dropped a 3.0 KD across those 3 maps in a lightning fast showcasing. Maple Search and Destroy prowess is something to always have a limelight on. Eric Boom and Metals as your SMG duo are absolutely ready to step up to the plate and continue on with the rampage that they were layering down throughout the day.
Yeah, for sure. We've talked about Notorious looking pretty good. Of course, this is the best they've looked since that Texas Open event, but they are going up against a monster squad with some serious composure, it would seem, because Millennium 7, I already kind of talked about it a little bit. That reverse sweep they just pulled off versus Aphelion Esports is the second time they've done it in a Game 5 Round 11 fashion. They had to do it to actually get out of Group C versus the Atlas Lions. And it's just the veteranship of this roster, right? The experience. When you've got names like this on the lineup, names who have Challengers Championships under their belt, numerous CDL appearances under their belt, it's daunting going up against this Millennium 7 lineup.
Mohawk's got some M&Ms. He's ready for war.
Maybe not so daunting with those.
I mean, this core 3, as far as the roster is concerned, what is it? Your former, like, Path to Pro. We are trying now. You end up having Mohawk, Prolute, Spart. The boys are back in town, alongside with Neptune. But Neptune and Spart did not have exactly the outcome that they wanted with LAG at the beginning of the year for CDL. Prolute also getting dropped by Vegas when they ended up picking up for 2 Real. Now, of course, at the end of the year, playing along with Standy. And Money Mo, 2-time Mo, Big match, Mo. Whatever you decide to call him, he's got to be looking for the three-peat, Brody. He did it last season with Iron Blood. And here now representing the Millennium 7 camp, who's to honestly say that they wouldn't be able to get it done?
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's look at the rosters then. Let's show you guys, as we take a look at the head-to-head stats here between these guys. Show you guys kind of what we're expecting going into the first map, in this best of 5, the hard points, of course. Team Notorious with a 63% win percentage and a 55% for Millennium 7. Again, I think we've discussed it quite a fair bit. Millennium 7, they are a good hardpoint team, but it is not the strength for either of these two rosters.
No, and again, you know, if you did not hear us in our conversation when we had Team Notorious on the main stage last time, losing in a best of 5 versus Decimate, hardpoint was never really the focus when it comes down to Team Notorious. If you can get some good hardpoint going, that's fine. It's really the search and destroy and the controls where this team becomes rather deadly. Millennium 7, though, I mean, if the Avengers got a Hulk, Millennium 7 got a Neptune, baby. And that guy is an absolute issue on the map. I mean, he just doesn't care. He just flies at you. And the biggest issue is that he's not just flying at you. He's also going almost damn near double positive consistently throughout every single match that I've seen on this day so far, Brody. So I think that that's going to have to be a real big test for Team Notorious. Can you shut down Neptune? Can you shut down the fundamentally strong AR duo that goes alongside for both Mohawk and Spark?
Right.
Because they are the two catalysts that allows Neptune to get away with highway robbery.
Yeah, it's that 1.16 overall hardpoint Team KD that's scary, right? I mean, you compare that to the 0.98 of Team Notorious. They are putting some serious slaying numbers down, and you're absolutely right to point out that Neptune's contributing quite a lot to the roster with the amount of, just the sheer amount of ridiculous kill sprees that he's been on over the course of the weekend. We've not seen anything like it in a very, very long time. So there's a look at the head-to-head, though. What battlegrounds are we going to be seeing here in the rematch between these two teams? That's the question I have. We're going to be looking down the barrel of a Hotel Hardpoint, an El Asilo Search and Destroy, an El Asilo Control, and then to close out the series, if we need it, a Hydro Hardpoint and an Embassy Search and Destroy. Now, as we said, we already saw, you know, these guys face off yesterday, and, well, we did see a Hotel Hardpoint in that
Yeah.
fight.
Hotel Hardpoint was the map number 1 in the first time that these two teams face off against each other just yesterday, and well, Team Notorious got the lights beaten off of them as it was 250 to 135 in Millennium 7's favor. Now, the only two things that will be swapped up, the El Asilo was supposed to be the map 5. Win that matchup yesterday in groups. Obviously, we did not get there because it closed out in 4. The Fortress Hardpoint got taken away in lieu for the Hydro, and the El Asilo Control is returning for that map 3. It went the distance, Brody, all the way to a round 5. And Team Notorious were able to win it. They lost that opening hardpoint on Hotel pretty decisively, but then they proceeded to win the following 3.
I'm kind of curious at the lack of a Hotel Search and Destroy here as well. Seems like a conscientious choice because, Notorious banned the Fortress, the Mikado is the ban there for Millennium 7, and we did see a Hotel Search and Destroy that came out there. A victory for Team Notorious yesterday. Of course, we do have the El Asilo Control slap bang in the middle of this series, and that's been... I keep on saying it, mate. What we saw, like, one Expo Control earlier on today, maybe. Like, El Asilo Control is almost all we're seeing. For what I genuinely don't know why this is the case, but, like, we are just seeing consistent El Asilo Controls. That means we've seen it from these guys multiple times, and certainly between them, it was a round 5 victory for Team Notorious then. So, those are the two big returning maps. Honestly, mate, this is going to be an insane series. I've just got those feelings, you know? I mean, before we get into a series, you know it's going to be a banger one. I'm pretty sure every single one, to be honest, this weekend has been. But this one right here promises some insane storylines between ex-CDL players going head-to-head here with the last remaining European teammate. It's going to be a banger.
Here goes Brody again, talking about his feelings live on air. Oh, no. You know, even if this ends in 3, it's still going to be competitive. And honestly, we've had a lot of that throughout the entirety of this tournament so far, is that even when a matchup is closing out on a 3-0, barring maybe even the Awubabubs versus Team Notorious that happened just behind me off broadcast, it was still a very competitive series. So I think what you're mostly looking at just kind of garners the entire conversation that, well, we started with when we started kicking off even for groups. Top 16 teams globally. This is the cream of the crop, the best of the best that made it above the rest. And now we are just whittling down this bracket to be able to see who is going to be facing Decimate in that lower final matchup, Brody. It's going to be a banger.
Oh, yes, it is, mate. As we said, folks, a reminder of where we're at in the tournament right now. We are down to our final 4 teams here in the battle for the title of 2023 Call of Duty Challengers Champions. And this is a very special year because these teams are effectively competing, I mean, not necessarily in this specific matchup, but on the road to playing on main stage tomorrow morning on Sunday. The very first time that we are doing this, it is going to be absolutely epic, mate. I cannot wait to see the crowd's reaction to those Challengers teams because it's nerve-wracking, right? I mean, even for players of, I would say, even M7's caliber, right? If they're the team that manages to make it all the distance, you have a lot to prove. If you're M7, you are fighting to get back into the CDL. For Team Notorious, if they were the team to make it all the distance, I mean, they're fighting to make that good impression to potentially get a CDL spot in the future. There is so much riding on the backs here of these performances for these guys. There is just so much on the line, just even beyond the monetary value, the prize pool that we have on offer here for champs.
No, absolutely. And I think that it's showcasing what not only do you have to offer as an individual, but could also potentially raise your stock going in towards next year. I mean, obviously the rumor mill will continue to ring all the way true. It's a very long offseason as we take a look at the pricing and where some of these teams have been placed. Clutch Rain, ESGX Rocker, I'll make out with that $3,000. A Wubbabubs, again, top 6. Not have that on my bingo card, alongside Aphelion Esports. EU is coming up a little bit short, but of course it comes down to Team Notorious. I'm getting some Texas Open vibes here, brother. It is the last hope for Europe to have a team up on the main stage. Very much so can get it done.
And there is our finals prizing, as you guys can see. Talk about Europe. They have been a real presence here. Going into today, they represented 50% of the final field, and they are, well, all down to just the last remaining team here, Team Notorious. Can they continue on, keep the hope and dream of a potential European victory here at Las Vegas alive? A lot to do, a lot of pressure on them, but Millennium 7 looking to come out strong here as we kick off this series on Hotel Hardpoint. I'm pretty sure we're getting into Hotel Hardpoint. We just see the fly through there. So I don't know. I thought I might be getting baited for a second there, bud. You know, we've been in this situation many a time, but we're not baiting you this time, folks. It is time to get underway here with our lower bracket semi-final. Team Notorious versus Millennium 7. Let's get it.
Let's get it on, brother. Team Notorious starting off on the favored side of the map doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be able to get away with all the time, but Millennium 7, they love this side of the map. Just turn it up inside of Atrium, wait for the gunfight to come to you. Mohawk, Neptune, able to deliver on the first 3. Eric's the last alive.
Ooh.
And how about that? Millennium 7, first break is clean. Didn't lose the life.
Yeah, that's not the start you wanted if you're Notorious, and it continues to get worse as well as Spark follows up that Mohawk, excuse me, whatever you call it, like Entendre, just disgusting play. 4 in a row now for him with yet another frag. Mohawk finds another one as well. That's 5 in a row for him. Millennium 7 in full control here of the middle of the map. Finally, Mohawk does get shut down. That's actually a big shutdown coming through from Wingman because that will be streaks denied. But Spark now, the coverage of the rotation as well. That's yet again another huge double. Millennium 7 have dominated the kill feed early on in this one.
You only have a combined 4 kills for Team Notorious. 33 seconds has been baked from Millennium 7 off of P1, and all off of that, they have the rotation over towards New. It is more or less one-dimensionally coming through with the Chandelier side. Big wave of gunfights to come through. Maple just eviscerates Prolute, and how about that break to come back through? Still have close spawns from Millennium 7, numbers over by Spot.
Yeah, still spawning pretty close on Millennium 7 here, so they're going to kind of continue to bang this drum around the back line. Neptune is just sitting and waiting. Try and catch Notorious off guard. I don't necessarily think they're going to know that he's going to be here. Maple most certainly will be preoccupied with all the battles around the front. And Neptune, well, here you come. Nice little surprise around the backline. Not so much for Notorious as Neptune finds the double. Will be denied a third hit. Notorious off the back of that will be soaking up that time. But look, the spawn's now starting to come through here, Andy. 20 seconds left. There's one rogue spawn being made. It's Prolute. He's already been found out on that rotation.
Yeah, he needs to get out with his life. He needs to maintain presence around this area of the map because his team is still spawning it over by P2. The old hardpoint is very much so active. It's going to be a very small buffer of a lead. The Millennium 7 have. And Prolute has so much to look at. Smart. It's already taken down over by Top Valet. So Team Notorious have the setup in and around Kitchen already.
Here we go. Big hold for Team Notorious. This is a money kill here on Hotel, especially here in Challengers. The SMGs want to break early on. Neptune waiting patiently. Prolute decides now's the time to fly. Does Neptune trade on out? Yes, he does. Spar also there to contribute. And just like that, Millennium 7, they break in within 20.
Yeah, within the first 20 seconds. I mean, it is clinical. Neptune, now he can get to work. Snaking inside the kitchen is what he does best. A 5-3 for Neptune.
mean, we're not surprised. Neptune looking for number 6. Napol, don't give it to him. Oh, he does it anyway. Neptune just getting all of this free food inside the kitchen at the moment. It's not good to go.
Oh
It
my
is
God.
for Neptune, though. What is happening at the moment? Metal's now going to be deceased as well. Millennium 7 taking time that they frankly should never get. And Neptune now starting to heat up once again. Millennium 7 looking to make the Odyssey over towards the next hard point. But the coverage from Notorious, at least initially, does actually look pretty good.
Yeah, it does. Remember the last time we said that was just the previous hard point. Team Notorious had the initial setup. Prolute, Mohawk for the early 2. Maple's the only one to find a kill so far. Eric Boom, I mean, he's bottom bedroom, gets found out. Neptune is up to 13 and 3. The break came in sooner here on 4 than it did at 3.
Yeah, again, letting Millennium 7 break early on here on Hotel Hardpoint. I'm getting flashes back to the last time these two teams faced off again. It was Millennium 7 who took vast control of this game, and the subs in this one. I mean, I say subs. Neptune has been doing the majority of the work, but now Prolute is starting to heat up. It's a problem that Team Notorious need to find a way to dampen right about now. That team nade, it's always bloody Notorious at the team nades, isn't it? It's just
Yeah,
not
it is.
going to help in the situation. And Millennium 7 almost flawlessly soak up every single second of time. And look at the map positioning as well. How have they gotten away with a potential rotation?
Well, I don't know. There's just a lot of presence around the middle of the map. I mean, it almost feels like Team Notorious, they're forced to play scared, aren't they? Because they have to clear so many different corners. They have to clear so many different angles on the map. Team Notorious, again, they're going to find themselves inside the initial setup. You cannot afford to get broken up early again.
Millennium 7 all going to be filtering through rugs. Weeman has to be ready for it. Coverage from Mohawk into some initial shots into Weeman, and it's actually another play to bring the streak down from Nev. Has to do something with it, and off the back of it, it's actually going to be 3 from Team Notorious. This is an excellent hold, and as we always say with this hill, Andy, this is a shot for Notorious to get back in the game.
And they got Neptune's Cruise Missile out. Neptune's Cruise Missile opened up an opportunity for Millennium 7 to try to work back through Secret, and then maybe try to get themselves inside the hard point. They all vacate the hill, and then they all pounce back inside of the hard point. They find the kills required. This is the hard point that you needed for Team Notorious. You also have players trying to cause a ruckus over by Jacuzzi. Weeman will take down Neptune, and the rotation over towards New is looking likely for Team Notorious.
Notorious looking pretty good here. They managed to get a lot of time off the restaurant. Metal starting to feast as well. Couple of kills for him. Will be shut down now. Potential lane opened up here by Spark, but immediately traded out there by Maple. This is okay for Team Notorious. A chance to stabilize. Eric going to find out Mohawk before he can cause any carnage over by the kitchen as well. Every single lane at the moment is actually being locked down by Team Notorious. They are doing a stellar job, but you can see those white arrows starting to encroach. Prolute gonna find the double. Weeman now all in his lonesome. The crossfire is all he's got in terms of health, and Weeman finds the double. Trying to make it the triple. It's the Scotsman going huge. Weeman with the team shots alongside Metals. Team Notorious, they're holding.
Oh, man, he's a one-man army. Able to get some assistance there from Metals at the end, but a 6 free has been earned by Weeman. Got a cruise missile in his back pocket, going in towards the second set. What a turning of the age for Team Notorious in the first set. They were down horrendously, Brody. Millennium 7 get denied every single point, more or less, at the restaurant hardpoint, and then denied over towards the top rooftops as well. 152 to 128 in towards the second set. Millennium 7 will have players around the H3 first.
Here we go, man. Team Notorious have surged back in towards this game. Down to the antics, really, of players such as Weeman, Maple. The AR's back at it again for Team Notorious, but Millennium 7 will want to regain control of the middle of the map. So far, that's not how this has gone down. Maple and Metal's now going to look to soak up some of this time, but arrows encroaching from all sides. Neptune and Spark going to open up proceedings with a couple of kills. Spark now trying to surge through towards the statue side and takes down Eric Boom with such ease. These ARs at the moment just flying across the map. Millennium 7 know how important it is to pave a path through towards that rotation.
Spart's a little bit late to this. He doesn't fully clear all the way towards the back. There's still 20 seconds. That's active over by P1. Eric for 2, though. Gonna end up opening things up quite nicely now, isn't it? To try to flood their way back through the B control zone because Weeman was here yesterday. This completely smokes Prolute. Metals will be there to take down Neptune. Eric Boom and Weeman, they hold the rotation to P2.
This is big. That is absolutely massive to get control this close of a game right now. 10 points the difference between these two teams. Team Notorious, this could well be the thing that gives them a significant advantage. And the ARs once again providing such coverage. Of course, Eric Boom, Flex SMG, bringing an AR here for this moment on those stairs. It's almost impossible to see him in most circumstances. A very small man. Even when he's on those stairs, it gets even worse as well. And Eric Boom, the coverage is looking so good. Metal's now keeping an eye on Spa as well. Eric Boom finds yet another frag. One more player inside the Spa. Just make sure they don't get any services for free. Why on earth not? This hold has been so good across the board from Notorious.
Yeah, it certainly has been. 20 seconds now remain. As far as P2 is concerned, Neptune's trying to fight for scrap. That actually flips the spawns. Hold on a second, Prolute, as well as Mohawk. They're still spawning over by Hole, so now you're forced to kind of fight through the old time, and it's good time that you might honestly need, but you also need to find money kills when it comes out of this rotation. Spart is here. He is alongside Neptune, and what a good bunch of players to have for yourself. It's a big one to have. Maple gonna get wall banged as well by Spart. One more player will be Weeman. No trades to be had. Team Notorious inside the hard point. Their lead will grow.
Man at the moment, he's 17 and 14, but I swear he's been so many pivotal moments here in this hard point thus far, so many crucial one-on-ones which he's managed to be on the better side of. But now he's all alone inside the hill. Teammates dead around him. A lot to do. Players starting to line up. Get a kill against Mohawk, but no more than that as Prolute finds the double. A big back 30 seconds from Millennium 7. It will keep them in the game. And Team Notorious, they're still going to give this a shot, actually. They're still sending at least both Metals and Weeman, but the former of those two players down. Weeman only able to find one. That's M7's time.
Yep, gonna essentially spawn right on top of each other inside a statue and over by the B control zone. So now there's gonna have to be present on the backside of the lobby. Neptune is here. Dead silences. Pop! Crispy shots out of Trav. He's gonna be able to fight himself too, and now he's got players in towards the back.
And Mohawk finds a kill as well inside bedroom. This is perfect for Millennium 7. This has been an epic rotation. Nep keeps going as well. Surely not Metals 2. That's not fair. Eric 2! What is going on? Nep looking for more. Metals finally shuts him down. But Neptune looked unanswerable there for a moment. And he clears so much space here from Millennium 7. Now they're looking to hold off the back of it. We have ourselves in blue hell for a moment there. But Eric Boom finds himself a double. Metals with another one. Notorious, they're in.
And look at the spawns all over the place from Millennium 7. Mohawk needs to keep his life and wait for the reinforcements to come around, but Team Notorious, 237 and counting up. You got Maple cutting down players through the middle of the map. You can have the rest of the players inside the hard point. Player number 4 spawns right behind enemy lines. You gotta break those.
Yeah, Weeman looking for it for sure for the last 8 seconds as he goes down here. If I'm Notorious, 16 seconds left, you can still win it. Eric Boom goes in for one. They're unsettling M7 for sure. Metals thinks he can get it done here. That is not the case though, as now we hit the point where it's still possible if somebody jumps on the hill. Now it's no longer the case, but look at the rotation. This is the key thing. Notorious, they've got players over here. Prolute, the first one to go head to head with Maple. You're not winning that 1v1. Notorious are gonna win it here in map number 1.
And they let them know as well, Brody. They were down horrendously in that first set of hard points, but then something snapped going inside of P5 to P6. They denied all of that time away from Millennium 7. That realistically, Millennium 7 didn't even see a single lick of time until what? Like, realistically, maybe a little bit on P1, a little bit of P2. Team Notorious, talk about a bounce back, are able to come alive when it matters the most. They stopped getting broken up after the initial like 10 to 15, sometimes 20 seconds whenever the new hardpoint was active. I felt like we were a broken record at certain points in time when continuously saying that Team Notorious had the rotations new. Okay, well, they got broken. It was mostly this guy right here for Neptune that was really piecing things up quite wonderfully, snaking everything that he could possibly find, working alongside SMG duo of Prolute and helping a lot of good assistance from his AR duo of both Spart and Mohawk. This is just the Neptune show, but overall, Team Notorious is, man, their team shots and overall teamwork and chemistry, we're at an all-time high to close out map number 1.
Yeah, look, make no mistake, mate. I'll be happy to call the fact that Neptune is the best player here in the venue right now. I mean, he is just playing out of his damn mind pretty much every single map without fail. I don't think he's had a bad map the entirety of the day. Nonetheless, though, that is not even enough to stave off what Notorious managed to achieve on that restaurant rotation, on the rotation towards rooftops as well. We always talk about that being the money rotation here on this map. And it is. I mean, Notorious just proved it right there. It looked a little bit shaky at first, but they win the crucial gunfights. They make sure that they hold restaurant for the entirety of the time. And Millennium 7 are picked apart as Notorious fight their way back in. And trust me, it was an epic fight as well. Notorious coming out on top. You can see the usual suspects coming out to play Maple at 27 and 20, 19 NTKs. Weeman, though, honestly, I feel like he was star of the show for me. He's 23 and 21. Not that graceful of a scoreline, right? I mean, he barely goes positive. 13 objective kills. I said it in the middle of that game, Andy. I felt like he was part of so many crucial, like, little 1v1 plays that really just kind of decided so many crucial moments.
Well, I mean, also look at the 9 assists that Wee Man was able to put up on the board as well for 23 and 21 and only 2,800 damage. And I say that just as only 2,800 damage. Yeah, Wee Man was getting shots into a lot of different people, and a lot of that work was coming from inside of the hard point. Look, it's still a lot, very tough for a lot of people to fully grasp this, that you do need an AR of Wee Man's caliber to be inside the hard point, to be able to soak up time, while also finding 13 to 23 kills inside or around the objective itself. It just allowed the mixiness to really come alive as the AR show came out as Maple finishes 27 and 20 with 6 assists and about 3,300 damage as well. But you gotta talk about Nep, man. 32 and 21, 3,600 damage. He goes on that crazy 7 spree, and 25 of his kills were non-traded. That is just what you get with this young man.
It's just Neptune's world, and we are living in it.
Yes, we are.
That's all you can say, right? I mean, it's just Neptune. I said it before we got into this, but Neptune is playing out of his mind at the moment. He has been putting together so many insane streaks over the course of this weekend, like more than is normal. Like, it's inhuman. Is how I'd use, is the word I would use to describe Neptune at this point. But we talked a little bit. Sorry?
He's the king of the sea.
King of the Sea? Yeah, okay. That's a fair assessment, mate. I don't know why. Every time I think about that, I always think about, like, the SpongeBob SquarePants movie. I don't know if that's normal. I think something might be wrong with me. But, yeah, that's where my mind goes. Certainly not to Neptune's face, but maybe he's going to remold that moving forward. But we do want to talk about the ARs. We've been talking a lot about Wee Man. I think it's best to talk about Maple here momentarily alongside Spark. Those are the players we're looking at as we move forward in towards the Search and Destroys. And I call Maple an AR. Like, he's not going to be running an AR much here, let's be honest.
Huh, he's quite literally, pun intended to his name, the jack of all trades. When it comes down to Team Notorious' ability to play Search and Destroy. And it always gets you guessing and kind of second-handing what the response might need to be to deal with Maple on the map. Is he sniping? Does he have a Vaznev? Is it going to be an AR? What position is he going to take? Because he'll get mixy with the sniper. We have seen that throughout the entirety of the year. Going up against Spartan on the opposite side. Talk about a lot of S&D prowess. A very steady shot at that. Chris is definitely an anchor that you want when it comes down to Search and Destroy, especially when it comes down to LOCLO Search and Destroy. You're going to need it when you're going up against Maple on the opposite side.
Yeah, for sure. It's the opening duels, I think, that we always talk about when it comes to Maple. That's, like, the biggest thing. I will say, in the past, like, Maple's opening duel percentages has been, like, insane. Like, more than is normal for any given player. And it's because his snipes are so prominent early on in the round. But here, actually, Spark has a higher opening duel win percentage, right? So it's just, like, it is saying a lot, I think, about what Spark is able to produce early on in these Search and Destroy rounds. It's why Millennium 7 are seeing such success. But we go back to the Hotel Search and Destroy that we saw yesterday. Granted, it is not in this best of 5. Instead, we are going to an LOCLO Search and Destroy. And I think, you know, Maple's presence was so crucial to that one, if I remember correctly. I think, if I remember, and again, my memory is absolutely awful. You know, I've got, like, a memory of a sieve, mate. I think he got, like, 10 kills, and I think 5 of them were, like, NTKs or something. Like, he was getting snipes and then just getting the hell out of dodge.
Yep. I mean, that's just what Maple does. He's been doing it for a long time like that, Brody. Gets that snipe off, gets away with his life. And then the second you try to push for that trade, there's probably going to be an SMG ready to cut that cross. And that SMG that's going to be looking to do that is sitting right next to Maple. Metals is going to be that playmaker for sure when it comes down to the SMG. This LOCLO Search and Destroy, we did not get the first time that these two teams face off against each other. Last time that they played was on that Hotel Search and Destroy, where Maple went 4 for 1 in first blood duels. It's going to be offense first here for Millennium 7. What's the rollout going to be?
I've got a lot of questions. We're going to have them answered soon. Spark, the sniper rifle battle shall begin. First up, Metals. He's just going to keep his head down momentarily. Little peek there to get information. Goodness me, you are dancing with death. And Metals decides now it's good time to move away, but it's all a fake play. Eric's going to come out and see you later, Alligator. Spark will be you in the next round, mate.
And now Eric's behind enemy lines. Maple's ready to cut this down over by the A control zone off at any point in contact to get Neptune. No, the pixel peek is better. Good trades to have for yourself now. 2v3. Bomb needs to get recovered and planted at some point.
And numbers for Team Notorious here. This is unsettling for Millennium 7, and it does get worse as well as Neptune now. I mean, his entire plan here was to try and kind of peekaboo onto somebody as they came past. I don't know if that's really a viable strategy anymore. And you kind of almost... It's a weird one. Round number 1, right? You've got Dead Silence. Chooses to utilize it with 30 seconds left on the clock here. Thinks this is a winnable situation. To be fair, if there's anybody that I expect to win it, it would be Net. But he has so much to do here and so little time to get it done. At this point, you're effectively relying on being given some free kills, and that's not going to happen. And that's why dead usage like that is a big risk that more often than not is not going to pay off.
Well, he wanted to put himself in a win condition, didn't he? I mean, you popped that silence, you're able to get up through top administration, and then if you can get inside that position, get the bomb planted, gave up the window timing just a little bit off of the no information that was gained from the previous position being held on 2 different sides from the other 2 players for Team Notorious. Metals just pops up, shoots Snap in the back, will put the round to rest. But nonetheless, it was realistically just the opening engagements, getting the digestible information that Spart, in fact, was sniping. Eric pushed the issue. Now what does Team Notorious look like on their opening offense?
We'll see. Initial snipe off. Maple. Position not so dissimilar from what we saw Spart in that previous round. Spart in a spot that they wouldn't expect. Now, oh my god, Eric, this is triggered his thing. And it works as well. He lines them both up. Oh my god, Eric, you can see the growth. And no, I don't mean in height. Eric coming out right now with a crazy play to kick off the round.
You just can't help yourself.
I can't, mate. I'm sorry, it was there.
Spart, Pro Loot, 2v4. Pop that silence in. Oh, he's just not going to get the better of Eric. He's looking for the ace now. Maple versus Spart. Spart will take down Maple. Now a 1v3. Eric, boom. Takes refuge back inside a tool. 40 seconds remain. The bomb's going down today.
Man, Spart is just taking any shots he can get at this point. Another Dead Silence utilization hit. I mean, if you've got it, you might as well, right? But still, this is a lot to ask out of Spart. 20 bullets left in the magazine here. Metals will be the first player encounters, takes them down. And these players are very split as well. If you get one of these kills quick enough, there might not be an immediate trade, especially for a player such as Weeman that is well removed from this situation. But that fact probably going to end up benefiting here in the timing. Yep, there it is. Weeman to take the ace away from Eric Boom. But I don't care about that perspective 1v3 that didn't happen. Let's talk about the early round from Eric Boom, shall we?
Yeah, yes, we shall. Because Eric Boom, I mean, you want to talk about the kid that has the absolute gunny, but also is able to exemplify his discipline. The years that he has spent playing in Challengers, it comes across in that wonderful round. Gets behind enemy lines, inside of tools, then back through lockers. Trigger discipline was showcased ever so wonderfully. Finds the first, snaps for the second. Numbers were never not in the favor for Team Notorious in that previous round. Now Eric is up on 4 in a row.
Just insanity, isn't it? 4-0 start, as you say, for Eric Boom here. Team Notorious starting to get aggressive, starting to get oppressive here in this search and destroy. And it is aggression from one player in particular. That's Eric Boom up top. And Millennium 7, I mean, he's not exactly in a super aggressive position. They're probably going to have to deal with him. Dead Silence has been activated, and I think it might be able to play just to the right. Does he hear him? Oh, it doesn't matter. Spart's going to take him down anyway.
Weemans are on the flank. No Dead Silence. He's going to make a lot of noise when he's nobody checks for him. Weeman for the first snaps onto Prolud as well as heads rolling across the administration side. Now it's Neptune, Mohawk, 2v3.
I mean, I heard screaming from your mic. I presume that was Weeman.
Yeah, probably.
Neptune with the drop shot. That's despicable. Good trade coming out from Weeman, and now it's Weeman for a potential ace hit. Gotta stop a 1v2, and he's gonna get it ace this time. He gets the ace. That's a cruise missile.
Oh, buddy. If it was Eric Boom with the previous round, Weeman shows up to play. Brody, he's up there laughing right now. He is having himself a day. Oh my goodness. This is a good bunch of lads up here. I mean, it's just the timing to be able to find his way around the back. No Dead Silence, gets up top, admin on that bar. Nobody looks to the right. That snap on a Pro was disgusting. Cruise missile has been earned for Weeman. Team Notorious are on the roll.
Here we go. Maple for opening snipes. Got to be careful if you're Net to give him even an inch of the arm. Don't do it. Look at this. Aggression coming out early on in this round. This is bold because if the bomb goes down, this will leave Notorious out to dry. You have to be very cautious. Eric's going to get the door closed on him. And yeah, Neb's just not going to expect Eric to sit in that particular spot around the A site.
No. I mean, Eric is just playing this door like it's a fiddle. closes it from Neptune's side, and he bursts back through, pushes Eric Boom back. Prelude's now looking for the challenge. He rips Dead Silence. He's just going to run out of it before he can get top administration side, but the retake, the majority of it, was going to come through from top admin, simply not meant to be. 2v3.
Well, I will say at the very least here, Millennium 7 have stopped that bomb from going down on A. Now they need to do step B in that entire ensemble, which is stop it going down over towards B. Spark wins 1v1 against Mayport. Has been stunned up here. Eric, get this kill. Oh! No! Oh, Eric, you've done so many incredible things. And that one will slip through your fingers. Now Wee Man for the 1v2. Oh, and throws the Semtex at the complete wrong time. Spark will be feasting in that round. Millennium 7 win a round they probably shouldn't have.
Oh, no, they shouldn't have, Brody. Oh, that turn from Spark was nasty. Wee Man thought that he was going to be able to at least get the Semtex up top. Somebody had to have communicated that he saw Wee Man down low by the trucks. Gets the early damage. Almost felt like that he had an SMG in his hand. Just comes flying from the top ropes and gets that kill. Finally, the monotony has been broken. M7 are able to get themselves up on the board, but that would have been a B-bomb plant if Eric Boom was able to exemplify at least a lick of trigger discipline of what we got 2 rounds ago.
Millennium 7 now on the board. Putting a stop to any momentum being built up here by Team Notorious. Can they now stem that in towards another round victory? Well, they are getting aggressive here. It is going to be a very fast bomb plant, and Notorious don't exactly have anybody really entrenched in behind besides Eric Boom.
Man, that's the difference. It's a quick bomb plant, so now you need to respond with a quick retake, but the post plant is all around the arcade machines. Everything relying on Wee Man to find value with this Dead Silence push.
He's just made a lot of noise as well. That door opening. Got a different positions you're not going to expect. Yeah, Metals goes for that gunfight. Wee Man shut down. Dead Silence was invested. And that is not an investment into the game that you would like to see. Millennium 7, second round on the board. And this is where it gets dangerous, Andy, right? When they start to feel themselves, when they start to get aggressive, we talked about this. It's that momentum that you need to keep away.
Yeah. And again, it's the pace change, isn't it, Brody? Where you get a lot of respect being showcased by Millennium 7. And then that round, they're like, hey, you know what? Let's get some stuns going through the middle of the map. Let's get that bomb quickly planted over at A. And it works out wonderfully, the post plant again, which is set up for success. The crossfire soon to follow. Now, what's the response going to be here as far as an offense is concerned for Team Notorious? Do not want this Millennium 7 team to start getting hot.
Oh, boy. Team Notorious. And I feel like we're seeing a bit of a change of pace here from Team Notorious from the first 5 rounds. Not that they haven't done this before, but the way they are playing at this point, they feel like Millennium 7 are starting to get aggressive. They're now waiting for Millennium 7 to rush them. That's not happening. Besides Prelude getting aggressive and in towards the A site, this has been a very slow round for M7.
Still trying to find information. Our Team Notorious, they have no idea where anybody from M7 are located at. Stuns, nades need to be on point. Maple still has a frag grenade. He's got a Vaznev in hand. He's going to be the first one to come across. Did he see Prelude? Well, we're certainly going to know now. There's somebody in here. The sun comes through.
Still looking for some form of map control here at Team Notorious. They could well get this bomb right around the entirety of the map. Eric Boom flies through. That's the bomb carrier, by the way, and everything will collapse in the middle. Team Notorious might have been formulating a bit of a relocation towards the B site. That's definitely not the case anymore. Spark for the 1v4 finds number 1, but the bomb is down, and Spark's on 5 in a row as well. Ah, that's awkward, man. I think Spark, honestly, in that situation, I genuinely don't even think Spark was fully committed to that. I think he was trying to get out.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to rewrap to a different side of the map and maybe trying to find an exit. He was more than okay with probably giving up the round to be able to get himself that cruise missile. Would have been big to be able to match the cruise missile that's already in the back pocket of Wee Man. So that's a good response coming through from Team Notorious. They got no information whatsoever, but they dissected the map. Were able to find the information off a couple jump peaks. The Dead Silence push from Maple on the opposite side just meant that Eric Boom can come flying and quite literally flying over by Kegs. 2-round lead now for Team Notorious. Millennium 7. Will they go back for a quick A-bomb plant? Not looking too likely as Team Notorious are set up for it.
It's a huge round from Team Notorious. See, they've got their groove back. Prolude, I think, did just get spotted out by Metals. If not, Metals was taking shots maybe against Spark. Not too sure either way. Prolude is infiltrated. Dead Silence about to be exhausted all the way through now. So back towards quiet mode for Prolude. Time to take shoes off. Do some damage around the flank here. He's not going to get anything for free. No one's going to come in his direction. He's going to have to go and hunt for these kills.
but they're mostly trying to rely on Prelude to maybe get a sound cue, if not, maybe get a point of contact. That's going to force Spart's hand. He's starting to push a little bit further forward. He's in an elongated gunfight versus space. Eric Boom is just waiting for the call to jump out from that door.
Oh, Spark down from the count now. Prelude's positioning becomes even more important here for Millennium 7, and finally he plays his hand. Weeman down. Millennium 7 still look disjointed, maybe not so much anymore. There's the first kill. Eric Boom comes out, and, well, I mean, Neptune, he's got him so weak, has to finish that gunfight, and indeed he does. Now Metals for the 1v3. First kill in. 20 seconds here left on the clock for the bomb plant to go down. Mohawk looks away there momentarily, and, well, Neptune's going to not even need to go for the kill. Mohawk finishes things off. M7, make it close.
Yep, bring it back within one. And again, that's why we really put a exclamation mark on what Prelude was able to do. He utilizes Dead Silence just to get behind enemy lines, and he just waits for the information inside of the bomb site itself. Point of contact soon to follow, and then you just collapse inside of the A bomb site itself. You saw when Prelude found that one kill, all of Team Notorious arrows kind of turned towards their side of the map. Like, how the hell did he even get over here? Just completely breaking ranks, allowed Neptune to press on further forward. Find 2 in that round. Millennium 7 looking to continue on with this. A real good chance here to be able to even things up.
And I think this lane of the Search and Destroy, this is where you really start to kind of play it a little bit safer, right? You're just trying to figure out what Millennium 7, what strategy you're going to see in this defensive round. It's not that dissimilar. Streak going to come down here. That's going to be the information that Team Notorious want. Is it the real estate that they want? The problem, I was going to say, is that Eric Boom, as the bomb carrier, is that first entry SMG. And it puts you in a situation where now the bomb is down in a spot you need to go get it.
Maple's looking to make the play. Bomb's going to get recovered. I mean, Metals has already cleared all of the B bomb site. Not to mention how Prelude and Sparta are so isolated from one another.
But like, if anybody's going to do something special here in this round, it's probably going to be Weeman, right, with a late hit. That's the information. Weeman's probably going to act on it, right? So look out towards the window, have some kind of idea what's going on, and yeah, there's that kill going down. Spartan now for the 1v3. And he's already revealed his positioning. That is him done and dusted. Notorious. They fight back. That is a great usage of the streak. Granted, I think Eric's early move was a little bit bodacious, but in the end, it works out.
Yeah, it was an egregious push for sure out of Eric, but nonetheless, it works. And again, when the cruise missile does get called in, that Weeman earned, what, about like 4 rounds ago at this point? He gets the call in, he gets all the information, it kind of flushes a lot of these players out for M7. The kill's soon to follow, but I mean, from there on out, you just have to go over towards B. There's just so much space that was provided from everybody having to get inside of the building for refuge. Map point for Team Notorious.
Here we go. I don't want to say it, guys, but just look at the score.
Come on.
Millennium 7. Can they make this one go back in their favor? Well, the first few bloods are not seeming like that's going to be the case, right? Prelude knows how important it is to take these players out of the power positions and being preoccupied in that stance. He goes down. Prelude now, as he goes down, Neptune for the 1v4, tries to pick up a weapon. I don't actually think he got it. So now having to do it. The Vasnev going to get shut down. Team Notorious are not falling to the 5-3 curse here. They are going to take this Search and Destroy bombastic fashion.
Yeah, I would say it's a pretty steep margin as far as the S&D is concerned coming out from Team Notorious. They are looking to be in final form. Eric Boom went 11-5, and it really does say something that when you are an SMG on the other side of Neptune, that you have to somehow outpace him. Eric Boom does all of that plus some more. That's the objective player, for crying out loud. The amount of first bloods that he was able to get along the way is just absolutely absurd. And then that's why we talk about Maple at the beginning of the search. Brody, he sniped 2 rounds, and the one that was the most impactful was when he brought it out there in the final round to find first blood, sets up the Semtex for the second, all of the space in the world being set up for Decimate as they run the house on El Asilo, and now they have a 2-0 lead in the best of 5.
Yeah, it's, I think, more or less what we saw on the first go-around of Hotel Search, or, excuse me, Search and Destroy, just generally speaking, between these two teams. Just again, just more so exactly the same thing, right? We're Notorious, I think, just working off early snipes more often than not. I will say some of these early rounds, man. I mean, Eric with that spectacular play right off the rip, trying to make his way down the alley, and Weeman, of course, with his ace to follow up with that. Those kind of early plays, I think, really did set the pace. But from there on out, I think just a lot of kind of strategy reaching coming out from Team Notorious, and well, Millennium 7, man. I mean, they found some kind of reaction, right? They started to get aggressive. You could see it in the play, but it was just even 3 rounds deep. What was it, 4 rounds deep when they finally found their round? That was just too little too late.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the adaptations, again, from Team Notorious and Search and Destroy on this fine Saturday here for Challengers Finals are an all-time high, and it's everything that they needed to be able to work on away from Toronto. We have been sitting there really dissecting Team Notorious ever since, you know, the outcome that was the Texas Open when they were able to win it. Control wasn't necessarily their best game mode when they were there, but that's fine. But you cannot be bad at Search and Destroy. It was exploited continuously by so many different teams there in Toronto. Here in Las Vegas, Sin City has been quite wonderful for Team Notorious when it comes down to Search and Destroy. 1,300 damage, 6 first bloods. Are you kidding me? Eric Boom goes 11-5. 8 of those kills are not traded, by the way. To go 6-1 in first blood ratios is absurd nonetheless. To do that as the objective player and an SMG in hand on El Asilo just exclaims how well this kid is playing on this fine day.
Yeah, I will say this much about Eric, because he's starting to play that kind of aggressive role that we know him to be capable of from like the Black Ops Cold War Vanguard days. And that's not to say he hasn't been doing that in the past, but certainly I think not to the extent that we just saw in that Search and Destroy. There is an air of caution that I would say you have to take as the bomb carrier, that you don't get too aggressive, because if we do end up going to a game number 5, that might be something the Millennium 7 might be able to exploit, right? So there is an air of caution, I would say, you have to take about that if you're Eric. But nonetheless, he makes it work. He gets those 6 first bloods so successfully as he with his 11 kills. Notorious now 2-0 up in this best of 5. Next up, we've got a Control. We're going back to El Asilo, of course. This was a map that Team Notorious won 3-2 in the last best of 5 between these two teams. But let's talk about what players we expect to see here. Excuse me, let me talk about the best of 5 that we do have here. A reminder of how everything's gone down so far. 250-207 in favor of Notorious. 6-3 in favor of Notorious for the El Asilo Search and Destroy. And here is that Control coming up next, mate. I will say this much before we go any further here, Andy, and I know you're going to hate me for saying it, okay?
Oh,
but
I know where
Millennium
this is going.
7, and you know what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Millennium 7 have not done it once, but they've done it twice in the last couple of days. Where they've pulled off reverse sweeps in a Game 5 Round 11 versus European teams.
Dude, you just can't help yourself.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. If this happens, I am so sorry. Like, please don't hate me, Notorious. But it's worth saying, right? I mean, like, Millennium 7, their composure in these situations has been phenomenal. You just, like, even with how good Notorious have looked through these first 2 maps, I do not want to count M7 out.
No, you simply cannot. It's a Control. I mean, hey, you got to start the reverse sweep somewhere, and of course it always comes down to Control here as far as Modern Warfare 2 is concerned. They started on a hotel versus a Aphelion. You can see right here, as far as the map bans are concerned, Team Notorious wanted none of that smoke. Maybe try to force out the Expo, but it's simply not going to get it. Not out of this M7 squad. You don't want to be taking this team to Expo, I promise you that much. All of that said, I think that if you win this Control, if you are M7, I don't want to continue. I don't want to try to speak into it in existence, but the map set does become pretty good for you, especially with that Hydro map 4 and the Embassy map 5. So let's talk a little bit more about these little slaying SMGs, shall we? Metals versus Neptune. And Neptune's Control stats looking a little inflated, but that guy is just gross. 1.45 Control KD, 22 kills per 10 minutes as well. And Metals, to be fair, he's not too far off. I mean, 21 kills per 10 minutes is not bad at all. 111 Control KD to boot.
Yeah, the way I'm viewing this, at least like trying to break these stats down, is just given how close Metals and Neptune are in every column besides just the KD, which Neptune is obviously far and away the better player, at least just in terms of the raw stats. I'm just seeing Neptune. I mean, he's very clearly valuing his life. He's very clearly going on these huge streaks, which were inflating that KD quite a lot, I think it's fair to say, right? Whereas Metals, I think, obviously, you know, he's doing these things. He's kind of going in with really fast pacing towards these controls, doing a lot of damage, getting a lot of kills, but also kind of maybe not putting together those huge sprees we've seen him capable of in the past. Nonetheless, again, it has to be said, Metals, man, I mean, when he joined this Notorious lineup, I think in the past, Metals has always been a very underrated player. I think even going back towards like the Heretics days, I don't think people gave Metals anywhere near enough props for his role on that team. And even past that point as well, just what Metals has been able to achieve on rosters in the past, like last season on Rocker Academy, I think it was, right? Like,
yep.
he was always like the player that people wouldn't think about. Like it was Lucky and Journey, right? I think it's probably what people would think about when they kind of immediately think about that roster. And this season, I think he has improved his stock so much, just of what he has been capable of looking back towards Elite Season 3, Elite Season.
Oh, man. El Cielo Control in general for Team Notorious has always been a massive conversation point. This very much so could be the conclusion. Team Notorious won it just yesterday in groups versus Millennium 7. It went round 5. Let's see who ends up getting themselves closer with a date with Decimate here on El Cielo Control.
Oh boy, and that's a whole different kettle of fish. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, but for the moment here is a look over towards his control, as we said. Millennium 7 kicking things off on the offense here, and they want to go for a 2-2 split to kick this one off. It was Prolute and Neptune that were attempting to make some form of progression over towards B, but they do not get the full segment through, so Millennium 7 out, going to have to go back to the Old Faithful. Straight towards A they go, and it's going to be Eric Boom, and Metals flying through. Locker's side, Eric Boom for the double to kick things off. It will leave Neptune all on his own some, but that's okay, because Nep's up to the task. He finds 2.
Over towards the A control zone we go. First segment has been locked. Weeman around the flank. And why would you ever expect Weeman to be in a position like this? Neptune is one shot, quite literally no Simi. But nobody's in a position to really try to contest this A control zone. Finally, Maple, Metals, they're finally able to get themselves closer towards the A control zone, and it's a break back in towards the A control zone. That third segment is getting depleted.
Maple, though, thought his job was done. Unfortunately, it will not be. To be honest, Metals is close enough to do something about this, but he's got to go pretty fast, and instead I think he's preoccupied with hurting the transition, if anything else. Almost does it even more so than just the first kill. Prolute does take him down. And now from Millennium 7, an opportunity to completely just bang their way straight in towards the B site. They remove Eric Boom from that domineering position over towards House. All of these kills starting to come through here, Randy. This is problematic, and Neptune finds another one. Surely not yet another. Metals will shut him down, but the white arrow is there on the point.
They are on the zone, but you still have to be worried about player number 7, Metals. He's underneath the truck. Spart is not really aware of it. I mean, you have to worry about Eric Boom from the opposite side as well. He finds 2. Screams dead across the venue as well. And that first segment is being depleted at B. Just what was looking so good as transition from Millennium 7 gets stuffed by Team Notorious.
A good stop. Of course, Millennium 7, one of the crucial kills they got in that entire tirade was that kill against Eric Boom, removing him from House. So now they'll get the close spawns, and they won't really have much to worry about apart from maybe Weeman in the alley. Maple's trying to install themselves in towards that backline once again. So crucial 1v1 we found across the entirety of the map at this point in time, and every single one goes the way of Millennium 7. Weeman has already taken shots against players. That positioning is revealed. Neptune will take him down. This round is done.
Oh, it's over.
Oh, no!
Maybe it's not. Metals
What?
for 2 via the Semtex. That trophy system was not long for this world. Now Maple has an opportunity to try to contest it. Metals off from Tools, goes 1 for 1. Mohawk's the last alive, and he needs to play his life. If you can find some kills, that's great. But Team Notorious, stop that third segment from coming through.
The trophy just doesn't exist. There isn't one. Or if there was, it was, as you said, it was gone pretty immediately there. Millennium 7, they definitely thought that round was done. We thought it was too.
Oh.
Millennium 7 now working off the back foot. Neptune trying to produce something special here inside the tools. If anything, he is just a distraction play. Gonna distract a couple. Eric Boom gonna take him down before he can do any more damage. 40 seconds on the clock now. Subs starting to get aggressive. Spark gonna get shut down here. Eric Boom thinks this is an opportune moment here to fly across the map and garner some more control. Neptune gonna catch him out though. These trades still going down. 25 seconds left.
5v9. You gotta think that this is your last-ditch effort if you are Millennium 7. You need any kills around the back, you can touch this B zone. But the trades are sort of looking pretty good. Down to 18 seconds, Brody.
Full lives as well. That's the problem. Neptune gonna go down. We won't be seeing him anymore in this round. It's all or nothing. Do or die time from Mogork and Spar, and it's looking ever increasingly impossible. As Mogork very quickly, the last one left alive here, just trying to get anything he can to exit this round with, but Notorious, they stay strong on their defense.
Unbelievable. I mean, all of the throwables, literally, their pockets were empty going over towards that B control zone. They got rid of that one single trophy, and then the Semtex was just so graciously placed by Metals into the in between 2 different Millennium 7 players. They get exploded off of the zone. The Mustachio's hair length away from capturing that third segment. Denied. A defense hold. Only 5 segments have been earned. And now Team Notorious are feeling white hot. Metals is 11-5, 10-8 for Eric Boom as well. 10-7 for Net, but that's what almost you expect. Team Notorious on their opening offense going for speed.
It's aggressive from Team Notorious. If they put together a couple of kills, it would be nice. And, well, a teammate does come through from Neptune, to be fair. So this is a little bit more breathing room than maybe Notorious would have anticipated. Is it enough to jump the point, though? That's the question. Spark towards the right of the garage. No longer as Maple takes them down. The stack now surely going to come through sooner rather than later. Metals goes down up top in the party. Maple trying to get the advanced positioning, but he has been shut down as well. And now Millennium 7, an opportunity to clear this point. But the first segment is through. Player's now going to have to jump away from this one as Weeman goes down. And Eric, I mean, he's making the great escape at the moment, just causing more havoc. And finally, he does go down. Finally, Millennium 7 allowed to breathe.
A little bit late as far as what Team Notorious want to do off the set of respawns. They're not done assaulting B yet. Millennium 7 thought that we're going to go over towards A. I mean, you have players trying to bull rush their way over towards the tower, but Maple overextends himself, gets over towards the B zone, pulls a couple defenders back. That's the bait play. Now Team Notorious are over towards A. There's nobody towards top tower, and now you can get further to work, but Metals not in a position to get traded out. Weeman has to hold his life bottom line.
And Neptune clears Weeman out, though. And for Team Notorious, for all of their pressure over towards B, it's only amounted towards the one frag at this point in time. Maple, though, going to double up with an nade. Oh, no! Neptune doesn't finish his food this time around. Eric Boom packs a punch. And now Team Notorious here, going to triple stack this A zone. Weeman also starting to have a look over by B as well. For Millennium 7, it's a foregone conclusion that A is done and dusted. And Weeman already starting the revolution over towards B with the first kill.
Yeah, look at the exit. So, I mean, Mohawk's at least able to go 1-for-1 around the back. You still have Eric Boom to be worried about. Metals' his bottom tool. But Eric Boom is going to be clearing a lot of the upstairs of Kitchen. Down low, the join is SMG duo here of Metals. Everything is riding off your ARs being able to find success out from the spawn. And nobody from Millennium 7 is inside a house. So this is mostly all going to be done from the front. Prolu finds at least 2. That should keep Team Notorious at bay for now. They still want to try to touch the zone, and they will get cut down for the cause. Millennium 7, hold on.
5 seconds now for Team Notorious. At least they aren't really dealing with anybody right in their faces, right? That's the positive that they have at this point. Prolu wants to put that pressure on them, though. Trying to go aggressive here. That's a great first kill versus Weeman to really set the pace and the tempo. It's going to cause a problem for Team Notorious. They're going to have to go on the hunt here for Prolu at this point. Steady activated. They're not going to hear him flying around house, and Maple just waits very patiently around the backline before he goes down. So now that pressure has started to dissipate. Team Notorious now sending players of their own on the flank. Eric Boom down low inside Tools wants to double up here with Metals to start the pressure this point. Spark makes his position known, and those players now jump on towards the point. It's a 2 versus 4 here for Nep, for Prolu. There goes Nep. Prolu now up top in AC. He gets at least the 1 frag. Eric Boom can't take that player down. It's trades galore. The second tick about to be through here, and Weeman finds yet another frag. Can Mohawk do anything in this situation? Finds the 1. Metals now looking for more frags. Another kill for Kim. The help is on the point, and Team Notorious able to get the capture through.
Sheer resilience. Team Notorious never relent the pressure. Most times when you get teams and they try to go over towards B, you rarely double dip there, Brody, but Team Notorious do it. They get that first segment over by B, and I honestly thought they were about to triple dip. That would have been a party foul for sure, but then they end up cutting back to the middle of the map, recognizing that nobody from Millennium 7 was top tower. They get themselves over towards that A control zone, kept it mixy continuously all the way throughout it, and now Team Notorious up on series point, 2-0 lead here in the control.
If they need to pull off a reverse sweep, it needs to be a full reverse sweep now in the control as well. All or nothing, do or die for Millennium 7 here. Their hopes and dreams of getting Mohawk yet another Challenger Championship. Another one. Prolu and Spark as well. All rests on this. And it's a good start for Eric Boom in the middle. Finds that first frag versus Net, but the kill's starting to come through now from Millennium 7 here. They've garnered a lot of space over towards B. It's not fully cleared just yet. Weeman still causing problems and starting to pressure from up top, but he's got 5 bullets left in the magazine. Needs to hit the reload here. Is that distraction enough for perhaps Eric Boom to come around the flank? Well, Eric Boom finds 1, does not find the second. The trade's still looking pretty good here in favor of Millennium 7. This pressure on B is still pretty solid.
Yeah, it really is. They're not giving it up either. I mean, you have players that are still causing havoc. You got Mohawk top kitchen window. That B zone is looking pretty darn shocked to me, brother. Team Notorious nowhere to be found. You have to clear away top kitchen first. Eric Boom understanding that. He's able to at least find that kill, but nobody's in a position to try to contest this zone. B zone is gone.
Eric Boom actually going straight through Tools here. Disco runs right into Prolu. Somehow still actually survives that gunfight and gets away with the kill versus Ned. Do not go back, Eric. That would be getting a little bit greedy, my friend. Prolute going to be peppered up, though. It might be too tantalizing of a prospect to ignore. And yeah, in that particular instance, as the context does change, Eric, that kill is much more warranted for him. Team Notorious, you can see the way that they are making Millennium 7 feel uneasy here, but this transition has not been good whatsoever for M7 so far. They've got a couple of players through, but now they need to be more convincing. They've got to deal with players like Maple, like Metals up top. Big 1v1 here. That's a good start for defense here.
Yeah, sure is. The most important part is making sure that Maple can stay alive up towards top tower. Metals is getting so mixy right now. Has that silence. He's going to start wrapping back around through Billiards as well. There's also a player to be worried about on Team Notorious' side of the map, and that's going to be Prolute, looking for a little bit more. He's able to at least find one. Eric's going to be able to clean him up on the backside, but you still have two more players over there, Neptune and Spark, unchecked on Team Notorious' side of the map.
And Millennium 7 just continuing to flip the map at this point. They want to come in from behind. That's the best bet to remove players from the power positions, such as Weeman and Maple, the AR duo ship that's been problematic for so many teams here. Now Las Vegas. Metals down, Weeman down though, and now Maple's job becomes all the harder here because he needs to take these players out, and he probably needs to get more involved in this situation, especially as Eric Boom going to fall now. Maple facing a lot more pressure. Neptune is climbing this hill, and in doing so, providing coverage for his teammates. There goes Maple. Now the yellow arrows going to have to start to flood through, but I don't think you've got the choice in this situation. Prolute finds yet another frag. The second tick now starting to come on through, and everything relies on Eric Boom. Can he save the point? No, he can't. Spark for the double. Millennium 7, they find a lifeline.
They find a lifeline 1 round at a time for Millennium 7, and that B assault was just about everything for them to really set the pace. Put all of Team Notorious on their back foot. They find all of those kills over there, Brody, and they made sure that they held that life lead going over towards the A control zone soon to follow. And again, it really did feel like that Maple needed to stay alive up there. He was causing a ruckus top tower. He was finding a lot of good damage, but nonetheless, he just could not stay up there for long enough after all of his teammates were just dying around the A control zone. Millennium 7 at least push it to a round number 4. They need the full whole Team Notorious here if they want to get a round 5 defense.
Yeah, perspective streaks across the board as well from Spark, Prolute, and Nep. I know it's pretty early on for these guys, but if they can earn those, that'd be huge. Well, there goes Nep's stream. Eric Boom almost lines both they and Prolute up at the start of this round. In doing so, it sends Prolute away from potential defense. Oh, that's unfortunate for the Cool G time, and Eric just looks the wrong way, the wrong time. Prolute takes him down for it. Now Prolute looking for more. Actually able to find yet another frag there versus Maple. Weeman effectively all alone on the point. He goes down now, and now it literally is Metals. Last man standing. Eric's going to have to come away from the shed area to try and help out his teammate. The crossfire needs to go huge, and it just does not. Prolute finds number 5. Prolute for number 6 around the bar. Yes, he goes down, but that is a cruise missile that was sorely needed.
Yeah, that's going to be massive. Look at all the map positioning as well. Millennium 7, they're drawing the line of the sand, and Mohawk's looking to advance said line. He is inside of Piles, looking for a free kill on the Metals. He's going to get it. Barely even took any damage. Neptune also playing in this very annoying corner. Seeing, I believe, the barrel from Maple up top. Don't want to take that gunfight, though. Is able to get the first onto Weeman. Team Notorious looking pretty desperate, Brody.
Yeah, indeed they are. They've got 2 ticks at A. They could go for this if they really wanted to, as long as they kind of keep away from the line of sight of a player like Spark. And you know what? Never mind. Maple just eviscerates, and we didn't get to see that gunfight, but I almost wish we did in a way, because it was very quick. Maple finds another one over towards A, and that's the A point down. And these kills being made over towards B as well. This could be a very quick transition.
They're actually telling Maple to bump. Metals is going to capture the A control zone because you need an AR to get over here. Eric Boom is still causing a havoc over here, up on 5 in a row. Segment progression coming through over by B. Eric said silence has been reset. Just needs to turn around. Prolute. He's calling it a cruise missile. Someone's calling it the cruise missile. Eric Boom. He's still fighting more kills around up top.
Kills coming through. First tick's going to be through from Team Notorious here. Millennium 7, but they just can't get past Metals, who finds that double. And now for Millennium 7, it's go time. You have to have individual clutch ups in this situation. Second segment going to be through. Maple with the coverage around the backline. He is down. Prolute for the double. And now all on Eric Boom. He's looking to find one. Going to get shut down. And Millennium 7 refuse to go down here. There is still a wealth of time to go here in this control. 13 v 12 in lives.
Take a breath. Minute and 20 left. Millennium 7 have stabilized the map. Cruise missile being rolled by somebody? Am I hearing that correctly? Yeah, I sure am. Eric Boom's going to drop the hammer down. He's going to take down Neptune over by Garage. Now you got Weeman on the zone. Stall the clock once again.
Yeah, and you know where these guys are as well. looking to exploit that as Metals follows up with yet another frag, but Mohawk hasn't been dealt with. He's able to trade things out, and Spark does as well. The ARs are looking so good from Millennium 7, but Metals finds the double, and surely that's the hammer here as Team Notorious 3-0 this series. They are coming storming into the lower bracket final.
EU's last hope. Oh man, it's feeling like Texas all over again, Brody. They come through in a massive way. Here is the winning moment for them. Eric Boom stands up and lets out a nice little roar, and he absolutely deserved it. Man, what a masterclass clinic being put on by the EU lads. Team Notorious came to play here in the lower semifinals. This is after beating the #1 seed, after beating a Wobbabubs in the lower bracket just right behind me while I was casting another match. It's just really goes to show how much work has been put in behind the scenes for Team Notorious ahead of this event. They were collecting themselves left, right, and center. They were being put to the brink continuously, but nonetheless, Team Notorious, they will stand tall here in this lower semifinals match. A date with Decimate in lower finals.
Man, how did we get here? How has this happened? Notorious are just getting better and better with every single matchup. Boy, oh boy, this roster has just made so many improvements. The way that they looked in LSELO Control there was domineering. The way that they looked in the remainder of the series was also pretty damn good, I think it's fair to say. Here's a look over of that LSELO Control once again. We can see the first couple of rounds from Team Notorious, just huge clutch ups. And again, I think we've discussed it in the past, but the big thing for me about Team Notorious is the way in which they can just collapse at any given moment, and they've just got such trust in one another to get it done.
I mean, it really does say something when a team sticks together as long as Team Notorious have, right? Through all the shortcomings from multitude of Challengers Elite seasons, from falling short even over by Raleigh. They didn't even have their actual fourth, but top 12 ain't too bad when you get to play with Parasite. And then they continue on with all of that. A bad showing at Boston, still sticking together. Texas Open champions. What was it, top 12 at Toronto? They still stick together for this final dance, this final showdown. And they are looking to be in final form right now, Brody. A 3-0 versus Millennium 7. Mohawk will be denied the three-peat as Team Notorious looking to get themselves up on the main stage once again, but this time to play.
One more time. That's all we've got to see from Team Notorious. One more time. And they book a place in the grand final on main stage. As you said though, mate, it's against Decimate Gaming. And it's a rematch once again. I mean, look, they looked better in the rematch versus Millennium 7, but they won it the first time around. Against Decimate, they did not. We'll talk about that here in just a moment. But here's a look over towards the stat lines at the end of the game. Eric, 31 and 23, man. He just had one of the best series we've seen all year from him, and Metals as well. Business as usual for the subs, 26 and 18 for him. 21 non-traded kills, by the way, as well. Insanity. Just insanity. That's the way you can describe this, right?
Eric led the lobby in just about every single stat, barring maybe like one or two. Like, what? 3,400 damage, and the majority of that, Brody, again, was with the Vaznev on LSELO Control. This guy was just about letting them have it no matter what weapon he picked up off the ground or what he spawned in with. It was the right plays being made continuously, and that's all off the back end of some very selfless play. I mean, people will sit there and look at WeeMan and like, oh, it went 13 and 22. For 2,600 damage and 15 assists, are you kidding me? Like, the ARs are just layering down so much damage, and it allows Metals and Eric Boom to get to work. And it's like you said, Brody, it's that trust for Metals and Eric to trust that Maple and WeeMan are going to be in that position. They say we're holding that angle. You trust it. You go farther forward. You find those kills required. And they've really put Millennium 7 on ice here. Again, Neptune, dead even, 22 and 22. Mohawk had 3,300 damage himself, but there was, I wouldn't say no follow-up, but it wasn't as potent of follow-up as what we got the last time these two teams played. Commiserations to Millennium 7. Unfortunately, will not be making it to the main stage here in Champs. They lose to Team Notorious here, but the job's not done yet.
Job's not finished, mate. That's for sure the way we should look at this. Here's a look over again at that best of 5, or rather, it was just 3 maps. We don't even need to talk about the Hydro Hardpoint or the Embassy Search and Destroy. It wasn't necessary for Notorious. That looked a lot more ruthless. Going back towards that Hotel Hardpoint, right? I mean, look, we'll give Millennium 7 props for coming out the gate swinging in the way that they did. The tempo that they set within the first 2 to 3 hardpoints, Sandy, I was concerned. I was actually a little bit worried for Notorious coming out the gate that Millennium 7 looked that good, but as soon as Notorious started to get the groove going and started to get themselves into the game with what was, I think, if we go back to it, like that rotation from Restaurant towards Rooftops, getting at least 100 points between those two hills, excuse me. Just insane difference in playstyle from that point onwards from Notorious, and that carried through the remainder of this series. A more convincing Search and Destroy victory this time around, and a more convincing Control victory this time around. Notorious, they're marching on.
Yeah, in a pretty dominating fashion. I mean, like, remember, you honestly said it so wonderfully in that hard point. They were down by like 60, 70 points. They deny so much time at the end of the first set of hard points away from Millennium 7, and it was that turning page right there in Restaurant that Team Notorious showcased that they were the better team today. Unbelievable that Team Notorious, it really does feel like everybody from European Call of Duty got their hands in the air. Team Notorious putting on the EU Spirit Bomb, trying to make their region proud.
Yeah, indeed they are. Well, Notorious, they go through, but that means, unfortunately, we are going to be waving goodbye to Millennium 7. They're going to finish it in 4th place, which is not a bad placement whatsoever for this roster. A roster that has been effectively banging at the door of a top 4 finish for a very long time. I mean, they got first in Season 3, first in Season 4. So for Millennium 7, I think finishing this high in our placements is not a surprise whatsoever. They join the likes of Aphelion, Awobabobs, ESG Rocker, and Clutch Rain inside the top 8. Andy, that means we're down to our final 3 teams here at the 2023 finals, mate. Oh boy. At this point, I could not call it, honestly. All 3 of our remaining teams have been spectacular.
You know I don't do predictions, Brody. You know I never touch it with a 10-foot pole, or I guess as Austin might like to hear it, a hockey stick. But nonetheless, man, it is just one of those things. You can never really count any one of these teams out. We started off with 16, the best teams globally. 4 amateur Call of Duty here, 4 challengers are duking it out to be up on that main stage. We already have Omit. They have confirmed top 2, but we still have one more spot available.
One more spot, one more match here, folks, before tomorrow. That glorious grand final on main stage. God, it just gives me chills even thinking about it. Well, Notorious, they go forward here towards a matchup against Decimate Gaming. A rematch once again. Last time around, they lost it in a Game 5 fashion. Can they do better here? Find out after the break. Welcome back, everybody, here for the final time today. It's time for the lower bracket final here in the Call of Duty Challengers 2023 finals. We're switching our casters out one last time as well. I'm Infinity, this is Visions. Austin, I can't wait for this match, man. There is just so many storylines we've got to talk about. The rematch here between Notorious and Decimate, the lower bracket run that Notorious is starting to put together, man. God, mate, we're in for a treat.
We're in for a treat. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. The last match of the night. Not just the last match of the night, but the match that determines who moves on to the grand final to play Omit. You can take a look at this run. Team Notorious have been in the lower bracket for what feels like quite a long time today. It's been a long day as well, right, Brody? So they suffer that 3-2 defeat the first time around in that winners round 2, and now they've been able to go through Wubble Bobs. They get through Millennium 7. Ever since they've been in this lower bracket, they have not lost a map.
And they've done it relatively convincingly, I want to say. Like, we just saw, obviously, them going through Millennium 7, and they did it in pretty indomitable fashion. I think it's fair to say, beyond like maybe the resistance that Millennium 7 were putting together in the first map in that best of 5. And then obviously, while we didn't get to see it on broadcast, we saw the 3-0 versus the Wubble Bobs being also a pretty handy victory for Team Notorious. So you can really feel the momentum building here for this roster. 6-0 in the last 2 series, Austin. It really does bode well for Team Notorious if they want to make it all the way towards that championship bracket. Here's a reminder, guys, if you guys have short-term memory loss, Derek Boom, Metals, Weeman, and Maple on the Team Notorious lineup, and they just look so good right now, don't they, man? I mean, that's all we can say at this point.
They do look really good, man. And I mean, like pick whoever you want to talk about. I mean, you could talk about Eric after his performance, through that last series, but you could also really talk about how Weeman and Maple, I think, have stepped it up to a different level. I think that they're performing to a very high caliber at the moment, and that's being shown through their gameplay. A lot of clutch moments being shown as well. But man, this is a team that has been together for a long time. They've been through the highs, they've been through the lows, they know what it takes, and right now they're delivering.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Again, I go back towards that matchup versus Millennium 7, and you're really starting to see the confidence coming through this Team Notorious roster, the team play that we know going back to Texas that they've been capable of in the past. And I think that has been the question, I think, for Team Notorious, just generally speaking this season. It has been a case of consistency, right? Of just pulling that through time and time again, making sure they do it every single competition. And while it really wasn't there maybe over the last couple of elite seasons, over necessarily at Toronto as well, I mean, if you're going to peak at any point, it's probably going to be now you want to do it, right, Austin? So there's Notorious. They're looking pretty good. They're on a roll. But might they come unstuck against Decimate Gaming? That's the question.
I kind of also have to stop there for a second. I think Maple is just straight up eating Tic Tacs, by the way. It's what, at least what it looks like. Maybe that's how you get cracked for your last match of the night. You know, what do I know? But either way, like you said, Decimate Gaming, these guys have been just completely lighting it up as of late. Bink, Noisy, Flames, and Estriel. It's a hell of a story for a lot of these guys because it felt like for a while we were kind of referring to this team as like a lot of misfits kind of thrown together, right? For the longest time, it felt like they were kind of all over the place throughout the year on a lot of different rosters. Some of them found success here and there, but together, I mean, they've been hitting new heights. We saw that at the Toronto Open where they went through the upper bracket all the way to grand finals. Sure, they fell short in grand finals, and now it's, I guess, a matter of, questioning whether or not they will crack under the pressure. If they lose the winners final, they have to regain, they have to find a way to bounce back here, and we know they're capable of doing it here, but it's a question of who's going to step up, who's going to match the pressure and the slaying right now on the opposition.
Yeah, that's the question, and for me, I mean, who's going to be slaying out on Decimate? It's probably going to be Estriel and Noisy. Like, and I want to give like Flames and Bink their credit because they've had some insane moments, like seriously just silly moments over the course of the last couple of days. But I think when we talk about consistently who is showing up in pretty much every single matchup, the SMG lineup for Decimate at this point in time, mate, are honestly insane. Like, just the way that they are running around, the confidence in which they're showing, they're really feeling themselves. And I mean, it's not something that we have not seen in the past, right? Because we've been talking about Noisy as potentially the best sub in North America. I think I'm starting to believe that at this point, to be honest. And Estriel as well. I mean, he's had his best event in a very long time here this weekend. So, honestly, those two, if they start to heat up, Team Notorious might have a problem.
It's very, very true. I mean, this sub-duo has been electric. And when they start to get hot, yeah, you feel it. And it is felt on the map as well. We'll see if it comes to light for now, we'll take a look at what we have coming up here with our map set. Fortress Hardpoint into a Fortress Search and Destroy, followed by an Ellis Helo Control. It feels like we've gotten just about Ellis Helo Control almost every single time throughout the day. And then we will see a Hydro. We have not seen a lot of Hydro on broadcast, and if need be, we'll go back to a double dose of Ellis Helo Search and Destroy here, Brody.
Yeah, and we go back towards that last best of 5 between these two teams. A reminder that it did go all the way to a Game 5. It was a Search and Destroy that did go the way of Decimate Gaming. That was a Hotel Search and Destroy, by the way. That was a 6-3 victory to Decimate. And it was a weird series, I think, when we talk about kind of the strengths and weaknesses about Team Notorious, where it lies, about Decimate, where it lies. You've got the low-hanging fruit, right, Austin, of like, we expect Decimate to win the hard points. We expect Notorious to win the controls. And then the S&D, I think, as well. It's really going to come down to the 50-50s. That last best of 5 between these two teams, it did not go like that whatsoever. So we'll see, man. Honestly, I really don't know, but we are starting things off on a Fortress Hardpoint. Last time around, it was a 250 to 169 in favor of Decimate Gaming in the last best of 5. Let's see if we have a similar scoreline here, or will Notorious carry the momentum through?
Oh, baby. Last match of the night. Who makes it the main stage? We're going to find out. And how about the start here for Team Notorious? Spink has to kind of do some recovery right away. We'll pick up Secret. So nice little double to come away with it, but now going to start to turn towards the hard point. Pressure coming out here early, and well, so far so good for Decimate, at least holding on to this side of the map. Now they got to pressure P1.
Trade starting to ensue here, though, right at the start. Flames up top. This is a lot of coverage, and it's just basically holding Notorious at bay here momentarily, keeping them away from a protective rotation over towards New. Has to be cautious, though, because he's about to get chowed from behind, and that is lovely done from Maple there to pick up that kill versus Flames up top. Now the coverage starting to be provided here by Team Notorious in terms of kind of breaking out of the jail that is a prospective P3 hold, while Notorious have done an excellent job of that.
They have done an excellent job of that. I mean, they were able to flip the map. I think they even get potential eyes onto Estriel. Yes, they will, but Eric will be taken out here. So 25 points already on the board. A nice transition to New. Close spawn also in the back for Eric Boom, so he can maybe reinforce, but the kills not really there right now for Team Notorious. Maple, the last one up, realizes his positioning. He's already on 3 in a row. Gonna have to try to play his life and maybe work to the back.
It's huge. You want anybody with an AR really to try and take Estriel around the back line. Estriel is going to run right into him, but just gives him a little bit of a head and no more than that. Eric Boom, as a matter of fact, will finish off that gunfight. Now just Flames watching around the back line, and Flames is all you need if you're Decimate. Flames finds 3, and now for Decimate, you're in a stellar spot. Team Notorious spawning up by streets, and Flames is picking up heads.
Yeah, he just finds all 4. How about that from Flames? The AR starting to feast here on Fortress Hardpoint. A great moment here as Pink is starting to slide around like he's got a submachine gun in his hand. For goodness sake, have to find a way to shut him down, but it's not looking possible. Scrap time, sure, gonna go over to Team Notorious, but Decimate Gaming, they have numbers here for the rotation.
Spot early on here for Decimate. If the ARs hold true, it would be crucial, but they're starting to crack at the seams here. Flames down, the last one left alive. We'll need to produce yet another sensational 4K. Good for the first. Weeman and Eric Boom will be the next players, but Eric Boom is actually preoccupied here. They're making sure they do this properly. Team Notorious, that is so perfectly done, Austin. They get those kills, but they do it patiently. They make sure they also deal with Decimate coming off the spawn.
That's exactly it. They also make sure no one really gets comfortable there for Decimate Gaming, so they're just kind of scattered in the moment, but still, a chance to try to push through the front. Eric Boom says no, no, no. Finds himself some great assistance, and now Noisy solo play for him in the back. Also, will not be successful. So, starting to see Team Notorious build themselves up a lead after this 20 seconds will be secured. Everyone for Decimate Gaming, though, in position, set up. Just have to make sure Team Notorious don't start to get forward.
A moment of calm here as Notorious look to make their way across the map. First kill for us as Estriel is good. That's a lot of coverage around that mid-map from Decimate. Gone. We might actually going to look for another one here against Bing. Estriel goes down. Now Notorious really starting to fly.
Wow.
Noisy, you can feel it under pressure, right? He's now the last remaining player. This has been surgical from Notorious. It takes 10 seconds for them to flip the map. Eric Boom on 5 in a row.
Decimate Gaming really struggling right now to play out on the trades. Play off the point of contact, right? You're seeing it through the outskirts of the hill. A lot of 1v1s are also being won, so key moments right now for Team Notorious. Eric Boom, 6 in a row. Cruise missile in the back pocket. And with that fast break, they have a chance to maybe soak up the remaining 30 seconds here. Decimate, a little bit hesitant on this hit. Don't want to give up map control, but you also don't want to give over all this time for free. Eric's got a read on it. First one, no problem. Getting a read on the second is going to be Metals. He will be good for another kill. And look at them flying, Brody. Team Notorious pressuring P5 already.
Wow, this is insane. And that Semtex does not connect. Eric Boom gonna find it. This is number 9 now in a row for Eric Boom. He is definitely feeling that momentum from the last series. You gotta stop him if you're a Decimate. Can you, though? That's the question. Ezreal certainly can't. That's 10 in a row. Now for Eric Boom. Surely not number 11. Finally will get shut down. But that 10 spree over the last couple of kills has been everything for Team Notorious, and they're really starting to put the hurt down.
Yeah, and look at the issue right now here for Decimate Gaming. Noisy, Ezreal, both just 6 kills combined. More than double negative here as Noisy. And Ezreal, well, he might be on his way to that point here too. So you've had no sub pressure, where on the other end, you've had all the sub pressure in the world. Eric Boom and Metals, they're currently top fragging. That's the difference. That's what's going to have to change for Decimate. Just about a hard point lead in favor of Team Notorious, and they are still lighting up the kill feed with yellow.
Yeah, Noisy just under pressure, pushing down on him, and he just gets shut down inside the hard point. Team Notorious now looking to put the lead back in significant favor once again. And Decimate Gaming, you have to be really careful in this position. You're currently spawning over by P3. The way that the ARs of Team Notorious have been set up in the past, it's very easy to continue to get spawn trapped in this situation. Ezreal and Flames, though, looking to escape. Great first kills here will alleviate some of that pressure, but you've still got the likes of Metals and Co. watching all of these spawns. One player has slipped the net though, Austin. It's Flames and Ezreal too. They flipped it. Decimate, they're out.
Metals on 4. Good read on the bank. He's able to find it. You did talk about the flip, so Metals is likely going to have to push through, but I'm sure he also wants to work for this cruise missile. How about the hop up? Up top he goes. Pre-fire is good. Finds Flame. Snaps on bank. Oh my goodness. Metals for 7. Streak is earned. He won't get through to the back, but I mean, this has been 3 hard points in a row, all controlled from Team Notorious. They are starting to grow this lead, and it's getting out of control.
And the thing is, fundamentally speaking, Decimate are doing no wrong. Like, they are doing everything they need to do. You know, we saw them really commit early on in towards that P1 rotation, excuse me, to try and flip the map, to try and get in from behind. But when Metals does that, what can you do? And this is such a massive problem now. Team Notorious, they're 70 points up. They've got, I believe, 2 streaks in the back now between Metals and Eric Boom, and things might go from bad to worse as Notorious now looking to hold once again.
I mean, just look at the way these boys are shooting right now. Metals isn't missing a bullet from, you know, medium range up top single. This is a problem. Decimate, I mean, they can't stop the bleeding. They can't win a gunfight. And Team Notorious ready to run away with it right now on the gallows. Flames, last time around, got a 4-piece. He has not been able to find that same success. A break is required. 3-man hit through open, and Maple's nade blows up the play. It explodes in Decimate Gaming's face, and now it is completely out of hand.
Yeah, would you believe it? A Maple nade that does not land next to Eric Boom as Notorious now going to find that double. Decimate Gaming not even out of the 100-point club just yet as Team Notorious well and truly in the driver's seat for this game. Bink, though, starting to heat up here in the middle of the map. 4 in a row. Wee Man does shut him down, and now that's mid-map pressure gone. Team Notorious, they're on the way. See what damage they can do. Ezreal just watching over towards the front. We said it, Team Notorious, they've got 2 streaks through, and there are ways you can splash this so it takes players out. It doesn't actually do anything around the backline, but it's going to be a double streak coming on through, and here comes Notorious.
Oh, this is beautiful. Now you have to go big if you're Ezreal on the point. He is everything right now for Decimate Gaming. How long can he live? The answer, not long at all. He is dealt with. The break is in. The double streaks work out. And now it is panic mode for Decimate Gaming. They have to funnel through the front, but it is not looking possible. The slow start has hurt them. And now this game is well over 100 points for the differential.
Yeah, I mean, what, Team Notorious now 30 points shy of victory here in this game. And oh my god, Maple just continues to tear them a new one. That's 15 seconds that if you're Decimate, you really didn't want to give away, but you don't have any autonomy in the play. Team Notorious now go into munitions. They're about 15 seconds shy of victory, and now they're on the way.
They can get it done right here, right now. Last time they broke it in 10 seconds. How fast can they do it this time around? And well, there are the kills. Top rails control is good. The break is just about good as well. Noisy, the last one standing. And Noisy will find a 3-piece. A good moment. But Maple, will he be able to get the trade? No, he will not. So you will see. Team Notorious have to try to set up another hit. But Decimate Gaming, I mean, they still have to play perfect hardpoint.
Decimate hit. They could get a clean hold on this hill. Maybe put together some streaks. Noisy is on 4 in a row. there might well still be a way back into this game, however implausible it sounds. Estriel now looking for more, finds another kill that he probably shouldn't have gotten versus Wee Man, and this has been a dominant kill feed from Decimate over the course of this hard point. Team Notorious could technically still finish it here, but I think as those plays start to come on through, as those kills start to come on through, that's no longer going to be the case. Now moving over towards the rotation, those streaks still on the cards here between Noisy and Estriel. Noisy going to lose his. Estriel is everything on this wraparound. Has it been red? I don't think it has. The stun check now, it most certainly will be. Estriel did not get that 6th kill through. As a matter of fact, Flames that does. He's still on the hunt for it, and there it is. Team Notorious still 9 points away from victory, but Decimate are broken.
Oh, right now they are playing some of that perfect hard point that we already alluded to, but it just takes one break. Team Notorious should not be panicked in this moment. They just have to wait patiently, exactly like Eric's playing. Just try to chip at them. Wait for the streak to come through. That is going to be used. It finds nothing. Metals is now combined for 2. Numbers on the point for Team Notorious. They can end it here.
There comes Noisy. It's going to be streak coming out from Estriel there. So Decimate Gaming now really just a desperation time. Bink finds 2. Estriel with the 3rd. Team Notorious, they're slowly starting to chip away at the points required here to get towards that 250 point mark. Still, time enough to do it inside the scrap. Eric Boom, he knows it as well. He is ready to make the game-winning play, but every single kill is going Decimate's way, and you say it right, they flip the map. Eric Boom wants to do it here, but he can't get it done.
Okay, before it felt like it was just too out of hand. It wasn't possible, but now it is actually looking possible as long as they can contain Team Notorious. Do not let them through the middle of the map for free. Noisy needs to watch this crossing go big, and the timing does not work out for him. Estriel, what does he have for us? No, it's Bink and Flames. They both hold the line. Team Notorious, they're still trapped at the back here, Brody.
How is this happening? How is this happening? If this goes all the way towards a Decimate victory, it would be one of the biggest breakdowns we have ever seen at this level of Challengers Call of Duty. But here Notorious come. They don't want to let it happen. And with those kills, all of it now on Flames to try and get it done. It takes a while, but Notorious will bring this game home. A game number 1 victory here on Fortress Hardpoint. A very different outcome to last time around.
Oh, maybe a sigh of relief from a few of the members after that. And well, no comeback will come through. It does get a little bit close, though. It makes us wonder if it's actually going to happen. I mean, they had the perfect situation for it to work out for Team Decimate, but I mean, it was like 240 at one point in time to like 140. So, you know, you're looking at that scoreline, you're thinking, oh, one good break, right? Oh, a little bit of scrap time. We'll get the dub, we'll secure it, but they have to work for it. Have to dig a little bit deep in this map number 1, but they sure do come out firing as they grab the fortress.
Man, that game was significantly closer than it should have been towards the end of that. You've got to give them props,
Yes,
mate.
it
I mean,
was.
again, Decimate, they were what, like 130 points down or something like that? Like, it was an insane amount. And they almost make the comeback happen through the second set, through munitions, through the rotation towards Blacksmith. They get almost every single second of time that really required. But let's talk about the early game here, Austin, because Team Notorious, I mean, they just came out absolutely dominant. There was just those 2 big sprees that we saw there from Eric Boom and Metals and stuff like that just contributed to Team Notorious having the scoreline that they did.
Yeah, you have to also kind of take in the fact that they're coming off of a really hot series, right? They're jumping out of that last series, jumping right into this one, and I think it clearly shows. Decimate, they've been sitting around for a little bit. Sure, they're shooting bots, you know, sure, they're getting warm, but realistically, a team that's been actually playing against other players has been winning maps. It's a bit of a different kind of vibe, and well, Decimate Gaming, I think, take a little bit too long to get to that point, and it's more the subs than anything that I think that take too long to really get online. Bink has a hell of a game. He drops 36 kills. 30 of them were non-traded. He was just absolutely beaming a lot of the members on Team Notorious, but Estriel, Noisy, both had a combined 6 kills, I think, when we went into that P5. Estriel's the one to bring it back as he drops 25, but Noisy could really never get it going.
Yeah, and that was the key thing as we talked about it going into that hard point, right? I was saying, like, you know, you're really not going to be able to shut down players like Noisy and Estriel. Well, how about that, right? I mean, apparently it is possible. Noisy just didn't have the game that we normally expect out of him. Double negative is just not what you want to see out of a player of that caliber. I mean, I feel kind of bad for gassing him up now because he didn't exactly deliver that in game number 1. But you know what? You said it, mate. There's going to be a lot of momentum on side here for a roster like Team Notorious that have come off 2 consecutive 3-0s. They are definitely feeling themselves I will say, going further in towards this series, I still feel like the further we get in towards this best of 5, the more favorable it becomes for Team Notorious, especially as they take a hard point away from arguably the best hardpoint team in NA.
Yeah, I don't know if they have that title anymore after Omen, right? It feels like they're now starting to slip up here and there. They haven't looked nearly as consistent. Sure, in Elite Four, coming into playoffs, they were like 13-0, but maybe we haven't really seen that same Decimate. And, well, again, it's because one of the members, I feel like, struggles. And if you even go back to what happened with Decimate in that grand final in Toronto versus the Iwoba Bobs, you know, Noisy did struggle quite a bit that series. So, you know, I love Tyler. I love that man. He's been around for a long time, but you have to ask yourself, is the pressure getting to him? Will he be able to step into the position that his team needs him to step into? Because you don't have a lot of chances to try to rebound versus this Team Notorious team. Here we go. Map number 2 in the cards here, Brody. We need a big bounce back from Decimate.
Yes, we do. Will we see it? That's the question for us. Decimate. In Search and Destroy, last time around, they lost 6-4 to Team Notorious in the first and then 6-3 on the second. But First Blood already going down in this one. It's Flames who will pick off Maple. Sniper Rifle is going to be out.
Noisy gonna get a lot of shots there onto Weeman. Metals goes right underneath the iron sight there of Big. So caught off guard, isn't able to shoot back. And now look at the pressure from behind. Eric Boom, he's deciding to fly into ammunition. And right back out he goes. Noisy might be able to get the trade. And well, he's now weak. Should be a free kill, but no. Eric maybe caught on reload and Noisy's able to exit.
Metals took some shots off as well, right? So they know where he is, more or less. At the very least, his positive in this situation is he's isolated these players away from one another. There would not be an immediate trade, but he has to check a corner that's very unlikely to do so. They're going to cross each other, and there we go. That really did feel inevitable. I'm so glad that went down, because I would have been so weirded out if it didn't.
Yeah. They're able to get on the board here, so that's what you needed, right? I think whenever you're playing up against this Team Notorious team and, you know, they open up a hard point like that, you just got to make sure that you're bouncing back and just not giving them any kind of momentum. We saw that in the last series versus M7 where they went right into the S&D and then pulled ahead 3-0. So a really good first round. Good job of kind of finding some of those trades. Noisy, I don't know how he lives and finds that kill into Eric Boom, but that is a great little moment from him to get involved early here in the S&D.
Slippery, for sure. Great way to value your life out at the end of that round. Now Team Notorious, their offense. Eric Boom off the start has a feeling that somebody's going to get aggressive bottom up. That's not going to be the case. The snipe off's going down, and Estriel, all he needs is the head of Maple. We'll see you in the next round, mate.
Yeah, Maple loves to take those one-on-one challenges with the scope. He's been doing it all year long, and feels like more often than not, he's the one that comes out on top of them. Not the case there. Now 4v2. Estriel still holding the cross. Should have been able to give the info that Metals has made his way through. Eric Boom gonna follow up. Pistol shots are pretty good, and well, a little ambitious, but the follow-up is there. Trades are good. Decimate Gaming take a very early 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and he's just trying to get control of the early A, right? I mean, if the Team Notorious were anticipating some kind of aggressive play coming out from Decimate, that wasn't the case whatsoever. That First Blood does come through from Estriel, and Estriel's just presence and dominance over the A site meant that Team Notorious didn't even really have a shot at finding their way through. So early on in this Search and Destroy, Austin, through the first couple of rounds, Decimate coming out pretty well so far. Team Notorious got to get some movements pretty early on in this one if they want to put a stop to it.
And we'll see if Maples kind of decides to pull out the scope again, if he's willing to continue to take these challenges, or if he wants to try to switch it up. Noisy back to top double. Saw last time how he was able to kind of work through Weeman. And this time around, the defensive set very tight here for Team Notorious. So they're playing for point of contact from Maple. As soon as they start to hear that they're crossing into the site, I have to imagine they're going to call a play to all hit through open, all hit through close, and play a retake as soon as they know numbers are in the site.
And once again, comes down to whether or not this early snipe can be pulled off by Maple, and he's just going to get jumped over there. Flame actually does jump back. Noisy getting aggressive, and Maple can't get the up-close and personal snipe off. So now we go 3 for 3 as Weeman has picked up a kill elsewhere. Eric Boom trying to stop this bomb from going down. You might require somebody from Team Notorious to get aggressive through open, because Eric Boom can't do everything.
It's still all for the front right now. Eric's finally going to start to take an alternative route to threaten a flank, threaten a pinch. But this bomb has still not went down. Decimate Gaming have to make a call, and here it is. But the timing could be perfect for Team Notorious. They're now here, but Noisy again. From inside of open, able to put together a second wallbang shot's good for Big. Now it comes down to Eric on that pinch play I talked about. He might find good timing here to at least get one.
Bink's watching though, and Eric's not going to win that fight. Decimate once again, third round on the bounce now. They're really coming big at the start of this search and destroy, and so much of it, again, we've discussed the strategies in the past, right? For Team Notorious, when it comes down to search and destroy, it's whether or not Maple can pick off some of these early snipes, and whether or not they can get SMGs through. Neither of those two things are happening right now for Notorious.
And they're working around Maple right now. They're dancing around him. I mean, it's, again, not too often we see someone like Maple with his caliber of gameplay with that sniper rifle not find success, not find picks. And now I think he's finally going to start to switch it up. So, yeah, attack in hand for Maple. Oh, how about this from Eric? Boom. Just flies out. Is able to grab himself a first blood, but Flames deals with Metals. And now Numbers no longer here for Team Notorious. Wee Man still ready and waiting for a challenge to come his way. But have to be a little bit careful here. Still a lot of time to work with. Decimate Gaming just need to hold on to the setup.
Bink follows up with another kill again. This feels like it's fallen apart so quickly. Maple for the 1v3 though would be a spectacular way to surge back in towards this. Has to find a route to escape. That's the question. Of course, Maple not a dead silence player here. Not the best amount of utility in the arsenal, but are going to catch Bink off guard. And very quickly, this 1v3 becomes a 1v1.
Yeah, I don't like that play at all. Even if Bink has dead silence popped there, I mean, you're just sprinting in with no information. The door's open. You know Maple took this route in. Oh, Maple! With the knife in hand, able to pull off a 1v3. What a critical round it is. But, I mean, Decimate Gaming, they really just give it to him.
Yeah, that was really individualistic there from all three players, to be honest, in that situation. A rookie error. I mean, I know we're looking at rookies right now. This is, I mean, it's challenges, right? I mean, that's what we're looking at. But regardless, it was not something you expect to see of teams of this caliber. I think they'll know that as well. They'll be frustrated with how that round went down because you feel like you go 4 up in the search and destroy and the argument is done. Now, no, not really such the case. It's given Team Notorious a second win here in the search and destroy, and you can feel that with the strategy. Look at this aggression coming out.
Oh, they've read it. Flames is just going to sit at the back of the map. Puts together 2. Maple stuck on the site. But Metals is also down low. Nade's going to tag him. And oh, man, that's unfortunate for Metals. He was in a key position, but they were clearly well aware of it. So Maple again. Do we ask for another 1v3? Shots taken if he grabs that. That's the bomb down. Now this becomes much harder. Has to work for a tough gunfight. Not to be. Think able to shut him down. No 1v3 this time for Maple.
Yeah, great reaction coming out from Decimate there. You see that aggressive play coming out from Team Notorious. I do wonder to a certain extent whether they actually expected it or not, right? I mean, Notorious coming out, winning round number 4 in the way that they did, in the way that Maple did. You could feel that they were feeling themselves. Great response from Decimate to put a stop to the momentum. Smiles across the board there. Noisy's always smiling, man. I don't know what it is. I mean, something could go terribly wrong. And Noisy would still be like smiling, grinning all the way through it, but it's not going wrong. For Decimate here, 4-1 up now. They continue that momentum.
Well, this is where we start to talk about some of those much-needed rounds here so that the game isn't impossible to work back into. And, well, Eric does a good job of it in round 6. Toes and feet being spotted on the cross. Estriel looking for an angle as he has brought the sniper rifle back out. Looking to try to connect with something with the boomstick in hand, but Eric going to use the time. Oh, they almost lined up. They will get the bomb down, but 3v3 we go. Make it 3v2.
Yeah, worth saying the bomb is partnered here for that munition side. You can watch it. Estriel, Metals, what are you doing? Estriel's right there. Metals just walks like he's Charlie Cox. I have no idea what's going on there. But Estriel now still needs to clutch up, regardless of the fact that he was gift wrapped that kill on towards Metals. Looking for something. Wee Man finally going to shut him down there. Well played from Team Notorious, even with that weird moment in the middle.
Yeah, a little weird. It's almost like Metal's controller kind of disconnected and couldn't react because Estriel just found a free kill and he took a sniper shot right in his face. So either way, still able to come out with it, and it starts with Eric's play, right? He rushes right to top single. You can see Decimate trying to throw a bit of aggression and just something different into their play style here on the defense, but it's shut down right away. Eric wins that first battle, runs over to the site. They don't waste any time. Play for that bomb plant, and it works out quite well here for them. So still in it, but have to piece together a couple more rounds. Decimate Gaming still up by 2.
Here we go. Team Notorious changing strat once again. That nade from Bink is a good one. A lot of information from it, even if you don't get the frag. And it unsettles Team Notorious early on in this round as well. They are still waiting for Decimate to make that first bump towards A.
Well, they like to take their time before they work into the site. Doesn't feel like there's going to be any sniper play, but you take a look at where the defenders are right now for Team Notorious. This is going to be all about trying to get through the flank and maybe taking a route top double or top single. Eric Boom, point of contact made. Knows there's still players inside of ammunition, and it's just going to simply post up and continue to watch this cross, and now that nade is going to shrug him off the angle.
Yeah, they're throwing more utility at the direction of Eric Boom as well to see if they can take him out of the equation. Elsewhere, though, that flank that you were talking about has been sprung by Team Notorious. Metals on the initial will not win that first battle, but Wee Man will win the trade. Now towards the front, Eric Boom not going to expect Estriel to be up there. I don't know what he was thinking. But now Maple for the 1v3 once again. There's a reason that he's been in a multitude of these situations. It's because he's going to be the player the furthest back, runs straight in towards the site, and will be shut down. Decimate now on map point.
Yeah, that's like a day one spot, isn't it, right? I think everyone was caught off guard maybe with that play in the first month, and Estriel decides to pull it out late into the year, and well, you're almost never going to be centering up there. Why would you? So it works out, and they're able to just hold on, defend. And like you said, Brody, like that play that you could see from Team Notorious, it was kind of about stacking 3 members over by P1. Maple was also utilizing the sniper, and Bink kind of likes to poke and prod around P1, so he was hoping for that pick. You find that kill into Bink, that enables the subs, but it never came to beat. They shut it down, and now Decimate Gaming here on map point.
Aggression coming out early on from Team Notorious here. In previous rounds, Eric Boom, his entire role was to just watch that bottom area. And this one, it was to get aggressive. And now even more coming out from the likes of Maple, who will follow up with a second kill. Goodness me, that was a fast one.
One you'll happily take here for Team Notorious. Not really a lot of analysis in this round other than gunfights were won. Challenges were shut down. And like you said, very, very quick one coming on through. To try to keep Team Notorious in, it has to combine, though, for another 3 rounds, equaling a total of 4 in a row. So can't afford to make any more mistakes. Have to be on point. And we'll see if they'll continue to throw in any curveballs here coming up here in the next one.
Yeah, again, changing strategy being made here by Team Notorious. Is it too late, though? That's the question for me. Decimate just need to find their way to finish this S&D off. Been so good on these initials. As we talked earlier on, just playing around Maple, making sure that he isn't able to be effective. He has switched away from the sniper over the last couple of rounds to see what he's capable of. But look at this from Decimate now, posturing for potential B push. They've got to get past the likes of Eric Boom and Wee Man. They're watching this one. Eric Boom now getting aggressive.
Oh, Eric's in an awkward spot, but he's still able to find the toes of one. Bink gets Wee Man, and Estriel throws a chow at Eric. Options here to go to B. Metals trying to watch the cross. The stun might lock him down, but Estriel's now just combined for 2. He's going to back away. Pre-fire from Bink, and Metals almost catches perfect timing as he dolphin dives through the door. This would be a 1v3 to keep his team in the game.
That's a lot to ask, isn't it? Bink's already taken those first few shots off. Metals now has to waste 3 to 4 seconds away before he can hit the regen. Actually going to almost find the kill against Bink, but it's not clean enough shots. Now that puts him in a bit of an awkward spot here. Metals looking to find the perfect way around this 1 versus 3. It just is not to be. Decimate finally hit. The hard point might not go the way, but the search and destroy most certainly will, as the team play is right back where we expect it to be.
What an excellent recovery here from Decimate Gaming. I really like a lot of their plays and a lot of great reads as well. I mean, you have to credit them for, posting up in some of those rounds, knowing that Team Notorious love to throw in aggressive 4-man hits, like to throw you off guard. And when you win rounds like that, sometimes it really does shake up the opposition, forces them to play a little bit different. But they never fell for it, never got baited into the trap. And they also did an excellent job of shutting down Maple, right? How often have we said that throughout this year, Brody? When it comes down to Maple and a scope, it feels like that is just something that always connects, always finds success. But they really did work around it, and they forced him off of the scope there halfway through that map.
Yeah, I've said it before, right, with Team Notorious, their search and destroy is relatively formulaic, right? I mean, if they can get themselves into the groove of working off the first bloods from Maple, working off the aggressive SMG action that we expect out of players such as Metals and Eric Boom, that's really where they find their success. And I think right from the rip there, that just didn't work, and I don't necessarily believe that Notorious ever really found a way to make it work for the remainder of the search and destroy. They were very clearly rattled, and beyond a couple of rounds, which, maybe Team Notorious shouldn't have won. Looking at that 1 versus 3 from Maple in particular, they didn't really have much to say in this search and destroy. This was all Decimate, that the way that they were kind of positioning themselves around the map, the way they were executing onto the bomb sites in particular was very, very good. And that again is what we've come to expect from this Decimate Gaming roster. The way that they put themselves together in the last few months in search and destroy has been getting better and better every single time. That was pretty good from them.
Great collective performance too, coming through for Decimate Gaming, right? 9-3, 9-6 here for Estral and Flames, the duo that we kind of keep referring to. A lot of them non-traded. I think that's what you really look at here. Team Notorious, I think, struggled to put themselves in positions where they had a chance to look for a trade, to actually get a trade. It was never really to be. It was a lot of solo plays that never really worked out. A lot of 1v1s that maybe didn't go their way, followed by a couple of 2 pieces here and there. But Decimate Gaming, very, very strong. And now we got ourselves a series, folks. 1-1 the tally after that map number 2. You're going to feel really good about it because Team Notorious have been pretty decent so far in the day. Remember, that's the first map that they've dropped here in the lower bracket. So I feel like that's just going to be good for Decimate here in their mentals going forward into this LSELO.
Man, this just continues to be weird. A really weird dynamic between these two teams. I already discussed earlier on what the last best of 5 was like between these two teams, how we've kind of come to expect Decimate to be that hardpoint team, Notorious to be that control team, and then those Search and Destroys to be kind of back and forth, but Notorious's S&D has looked pretty solid. This series, again, just proven to be yet another roller coaster ride of Notorious coming out swinging in that game number 1. Granted, they almost lost it towards the end, but they came out swinging in the way that they did to win the hard point, to steal that one away from Decimate. And now we have Decimate tying up the series on Fortress Search and Destroy, finding a response to Notorious to where their strengths lie in that game mode. Next up then, LSELO Control. I'm not even surprised that we're seeing an LSELO. We've seen it pretty much every single map on broadcast for Control today, and really yesterday as well. And that means we've seen it a lot from these two teams as well. It was in the last best of 5, and it went to a 3-1, I believe, to Decimate in that one. Decimate, I think, pretty handily took it.
Yeah, they did. They found a lot of offensive success, and it's also important to note that, you know, this ban was up to Team Notorious, so this is kind of like a salty run back, if you will, right? Here for Team Notorious saying, yeah, you guys got lucky, you know, but we've been winning LSELO Control over these last couple of series, so, you know, we are primed, we are ready. We have a couple of additional reps now in the mix, but that said, Decimate, you know, watching very closely over that last series, might have been able to pick apart a couple things. And, well, the biggest thing to pick apart is trying to find a way to shut down Eric Boom, because he went ballistic in that last LSELO Control. I mean, he was quite literally the reason that they were able to win some of those offensive rounds the way that they did. Some also clutch nades over the top from Metals to kind of stop that first offensive round from coming through there for M7. So a lot of clutch factors, but I think most importantly, Eric, he just had an absolute heater of a map, dropping 30+ kills.
It's been not just the map, right? It's been like the series as well. Like, generally speaking, we discussed it again. Like, Eric Boom had one of his best series we've seen pretty much all year versus Millennium 7 in that last best of 5. So if he just can continue to do that moving forward in towards the rest of these respawns, he'll be fine. It's really been an interesting topic of conversation with Eric to see his growth over the course of the last couple of years, really, right, Austin? Because we go back to like what was Maverick Esports back in like 2021, and Eric was like a highly explosive player, but I think he had that kind of quality about him which he didn't know when to stop, right? And I think we still even see that with some of the highest level players and challenges today, where it's just like, yeah, you can kind of be cracked out of your mind like Shoxy if you really want to, but you need to have some level of restraint, and I think Eric Boom has grown and really learned that over the course of the last season or so. Team Notorious better for it as well. We'll see whether or not he can capitalize on such play style as we get in towards this Control. He is going to be the first player running straight towards Shed, opening things up with that first blow.
Oh, Team Notorious, they've called the bluff. They've stacked all of their members over by A. They've read it, but they're not winning the gun battles. Metals needs to get something done up top. Only good for one, and the trades will favor the side of Decimate Gaming. So a chance to get on the zone early. First tick already being worked on. First point of contact coming through for Eric.
Yeah, and you're going to need to try and individually, I guess, salvage this point. If you are Team Notorious, you're spawning very deep towards Pride Rock side. You've got Decimate Gaming players positioned well around this control zone. Your best bet in my mind would be to just try and play for exit, and that is the game plan for Team Notorious. There is a ton of time on the board, though, here for Decimate Gaming. 2 minutes or so on the clock now for them to make this transfer work. Can he cross the minefield that is the middle of the map? First few shots going out from Noisy here, but that's well done from Metals to try and capitalize on this transition. And he finds a second as well, stunned up his flames. Metals might be able to escape.
Oh, he just doesn't get the read in the corner there. Flames now actually combines for 2, and what will this do to the spawns? It looks like some of them are going to spawn behind Pride Rock. The others are going to spawn right behind the building in the back. Flames starting to pick them off, but won't be able to finish the first. Second, no problem. And finally, Eric is there to deal with Flames. Stop that spree. Meanwhile, Weeman, he's been back here for probably the last 30 seconds. He made a really early rotation. He's just trying to be annoying.
Yeah, you know the fact that the Weeman wasn't in that kind of ensemble of kills, that he is here, right? You know exactly that someone's here. You know it's going to be Weeman. And again, Decimate, I think we saw this before in that last control. They're not even going to bother dealing with him. They're just going to go all the way around, the long way around, try and get inside the back line. Will that work out is the question. Binker's already starting to cause problems, but we haven't cleared the point just yet. Metals is still hanging about. Does pick up one before going down. There goes Eric too. And this is what I mean. And Weeman can try and get some kills from long range, but as long as he stays out of his line of sight, they'll be fine.
Well, Weeman might have to look at making a move towards the zone. If his teammates don't find kills, there isn't really a full attack just yet, so a lot of players kind of lingering through mid, so Weeman should be okay, but no, Bink actually finds him. Estriel now ready to throw himself on the point. Good shots onto Eric. Last one up now. Gonna be Maple in the back. His teammates spawning in Narnia. Numbers are here. They're looking for the stack.
Here we go. Can they get it done? Looking for the third tick. No one's going to touch in time. Team Notorious once again blindsided by the exact same strategy as last time around. For Team Notorious, I mean, like, if you're on the defense, you have no choice but to get somebody inside house, right? I mean, it affects the spawns. It's not just about trying to get kills inside the football field, inside the alley. It's also about making sure you manipulate the spawns, stay spawn as far away as possible. For Decimate, though, it is the exact same strategy, right? Making your way around the backline through tools, through the top side of party. That's where you get your way under the point. They don't even bother to deal with Weeman until, like, what? Like, the penultimate kill of the round? Like, that is just Decimate right there. They're doing it again.
Yeah, it's also the difference of having an AR compared to a sub, right? You can't be as flexible, can't be as loose. Have to look longer range. Doesn't work out well, but oh my, Noisy. He's opened up with a bang. Nice little double. Metals trying to desperately find that trade, or at least kind of let his team know if Noisy's made the cross. They will know exactly where he is. The nade from Maple finishes him off. Metals now has a chance to push forward. Doesn't touch the zone and will catch Bink by surprise. Now he can make his move and start working for the first tick.
Yeah, pretty much every single player that would have been a threat, at least around the party side, has been eliminated, but there is still threats to deal with around the backline in the form of Estriel. Weeman on the hunt to deal with Flames inside their window, and there you go. Notorious now potentially a chance to drop back on towards the point. Weeman still feeling like he might want to get some more kills around the middle of the map, and there goes Weeman, the little Batman jump down to take Bink out of the equation. Team Notorious, though, every single time they feel like they've got enough movement on the map here, enough control on the map to get on the point, there are still Decimate players continuing to chow this. Flames and Noisy right back at it again. Metal's the last one here, and well, he does pick up one. Eric Boom dies on the point, and that's everybody from Team Notorious out of B.
I will say that was pretty fortunate there for Decimate Gaming to find that retake. They weren't necessarily in position to stop it. They had to work their way back into the zone and play retake, and they do it very well. Now in the back, oh, Estriel from the top of the tower. Little double up for him, 3 in a row. He's looking pretty solid with this AR, I will say. Has a chance to get a look at Eric, but teammate will finish that off thanks to Noisy. So 20 seconds left. Only the first tick on B. A chance to use numbers here to get to one of the zones, but you're running out of time. You got to make a move.
Yep. Noisy spotted out Weeman from afar here. They don't know that Noisy's here. The fact that he hasn't activated versus Weeman there is enough to catch a couple off guard. There's first. It's going to be pretty weak, though, for a potential re-challenge here. So now just wants to try and kind of a creative route around this point. Wait for the rest of your team to come and help out. Flames from up top is going to be the next one to do so, but he gets shut down. Now Noisy, it's time to activate. Goes for the pre-fire around the corner, but Eric Boom has moved. There's the extra 60 seconds that Notorious wanted, but the R5 kills behind.
5 kills behind, minute 10. Try to work for 2 ticks. They already have some great positioning here from Eric. He's also able to dodge out on that nade, so chance to get going. We talked about how he was just such an impactful player last time around versus M7. Slow start for Eric so far, and well, Flames makes it that much harder. He eliminates one of the ARs and takes out Eric's subdual, but has he found the gap? The answer looks to be yes. Finds Flames, has to turn. Noisy will get the trade. It's getting a little bit low on time, and well, Maple needs to play his life. That's a great Semtex over the top.
Just positioning here is basically everything. He can catch these guys off the spawn point while the rest of the Notorious jump on the control zone. But Maple's not finding these kills. He's finding a lot of damage. None of them frags. Finally picks up Flames. That is a tasty one. Now the swing against Noisy. That is yet another frag, but now wants to get involved. Again, Maple, your role in this situation is to make sure these guys stay away from spawn. He plays that role to perfection. The rest of Notorious sitting comfortable. They got their pillows out. They got their cushions. They're sitting pretty on the point. And that's another round here for Team Notorious.
What a follow-up that was, though, for Maple. My goodness, Eric's the one that starts off the play. He's at least able to grab that first kill, top AC, and once you eliminate that player from top AC, it makes it a lot easier to start to push through the front, get through the soccer field, and get numbers on the point. That's exactly what they do. Maple follows it up, and he's able to put a few more players down there from Decimate Gaming. Buys more than enough time to get the stack. Team Notorious, they answer back with an offense of their own.
Such a huge offense coming out from Team Notorious there. They were down quite significantly, so to get that done is everything for the Notorious boys. Now they want to follow it up with yet another round. Positioning coming out from Maple, picking up first frag. Weeman also alongside him. The AR is going to start this round off pretty well here for Team Notorious on the defense. They're just going to make sure they don't allow any of these players, to kind of cross the 50-yard line, and that more or less is going Notorious's way at the moment. They've pretty much eliminated every single player, but now Decimate's starting to formulate something over towards A.
Team Notorious almost fully contains everyone on Decimate Gaming, but there's the break. Able to finally get out of spawn, win some pretty important battles to start to get something going on the A point. Good kills in the back here from Weeman. He's just making sure they have a chance to get out of spawn as he sits on the back truck heady. While this happens, Noisy ready to battle him out, working for that second tick of progress on A. It's just about there, but Weeman, he's getting damage into everybody.
Yeah, and that's crucial, right? Because Eric Dream's now able to fly off the back of that on towards the point, and Noisy, I don't think he'd hit the regen by that moment in time. It means that second tick progression will not come through for Decimate. Team Notorious still a chance to save this A zone. 35 seconds left on the clock. Desperation going to start to set in sooner rather than later for the players on Decimate Gaming, and Flame sitting up top now, providing that coverage. Estriel down low inside the zone. Will find two. That should be all she wrote for the A zone. An extra 60 seconds will be right on the board, and we are seeing that same set off the back of it from Team Notorious. They have metals this time inside house.
Oh, this is so wise, though, from Maple. He goes all the way to the back of Pride Rock, and he knows what they're going to do. Look at this play. This is just so heads up from Maple. Weeman can also throw in some team shots. They do a good job of finding one of the ARs. Flames just barely gets to the back of Pride Rock, and now Bink is also forward. Starting to cut off the respawners here. Could be in the cards. First kill is good. Bake now needs to try to find the remaining players in and around the point. Eric, last one up. He's able to slip away, so he can still try to play retake, and Bink's now the only one pushed forward.
Yeah, and I would say this position is pretty favorable, to be honest, for Team Notorious, right? As long as you deal with Bink, which is exactly what you do. This position of kind of like pushing somebody up towards house hasn't worked on the defense of Team Notorious. You really need to kind of like cement yourselves on towards the foundation, making sure you're getting yourselves on the point, dealing with Decimate as they attempt these flanks time and time again, because that's exactly what they're going to keep doing. Seems like it's the game plan as well for Team Notorious here, as Eric Boom does open up the defensive proceedings with that first kill versus Noisy, and a great read on towards Flames as well. Eric for 5 in a row. He's just spotted out target number 6. Will Estriel fall?
Almost like Estriel will drop. AR in hand, Eric. He's brought it right back. 4-11, and now he is even. Streak in the back pocket. Noisy gonna drop. Good team shots come through. And now Decimate Gaming on their last legs, on their final push to try to get to the B point. Have to touch, have to stop this clock, and have to stop it now. Eric's gonna pop the Teddy just to make sure. Well, the wallbang shots might have just been enough. One more player will follow up, but one by one they fall, one by one they go. Team Notorious, they hold on to a very nice defensive hold.
And I do wonder to a certain extent whether or not the Notorious did figure out what they kind of need to do there towards the end of that defensive round differently versus Decimate moving forward, right? Because again, we talk about what hasn't worked in the past, what like sending someone foot forward towards the football field. No, this time around they force stack on the point. They make sure that they are covering top party, top bricks, make sure nobody gets in behind, and just kind of plugging up all those gaps will lead them to success here in this defensive round. 2-1 now for Team Notorious. 1 round away from a very crucial victory here on LSCLO control. Notorious right out the gate of this one. Straight towards the B they go. First blood by way of Noisy for Decimate, and Maple. He is being pummeled by Semtex. Somehow still walks away with a kill.
Yeah, that's a heck of a snap there for Maple. Impossible situation to be sure, but still gets one. Great utility usage, though, right off the bat. Not a whole lot of trophies in play, it would seem, but it doesn't stop them from getting over to the A point. However, not the entire team is here just yet for Team Notorious. Flames from the back will do a good job of taking one off the point, and now middle map control being contested for Team Notorious. Eric looking for a way through, and he may have found another one.
Team Notorious now starting to get really annoying with these SMGs. Eric, as you said, mate, he is flying across the map, and as Team Notorious now clear out Flames, they've got a lot of space to work with here in this one. Decimate, they are going to go for this. You can feel the way Estriel's moving up top in checkers, looking for some more of these kills. I think Estriel did give it a look and thought better of it as soon as those shots were being put into him. He will be sent away now, and there is a lot of time for Notorious to make this offense work, but these transitional gunfights need to be theirs, and that is a great start from Eric. Wants to double up, but looks away at the wrong time. Luckily, Weeman is there for the trade.
Force everyone into mid. No one's taking a route to top party here, so should allow you to really just focus, hone in on where this push is going to be coming from, which should be the soccer field. Fink has got a read on it. Nice pickup. Trophy system now down. The setup looking a lot more stable now for Decimate Gaming. They can take a small breath of fresh air. Everybody from Team Notorious has to start to check all their corners. Look at how patient they're playing this, and they do have the time to do so. So they can slowly work their way up, but now they're going to get some good shots on the Flames, and Flames is going to drop. This is going to ignite the play.
Those first two kills were everything for Team Notorious. They've cleared so much space of that. Decimate have wound down quite a lot of time off this clock with their defensive efforts so far, but here it comes. Team Notorious back on towards the point they go. For Decimate Gaming, got 3 players around the front. Estriel trying to put something together around the back line. He's playing his life pretty well, to be fair. He's distracting these Notorious players, and he's finding strength with it as well. There goes Maple. Big 1v1, but Weeman will clear it.
Oh, Weeman has to be careful there. I don't think he was fully regen, but he's good. He's still alive. Now there's 40 seconds left on the clock. 1 life advantage, but this just comes down to, can Team Notorious find a way to get onto the point? Eric here alongside Metals to maybe get the play going. Noisy, a lot to look at. Good shots from Maple. Gonna force him to back down, and now Metals has been able to find 1. Metals opens up with 2. That's the play they needed. Now they can push forward. Now they can get a touch.
Yeah, and the player's going to be spawning out as well. Eric Boom continues to be aggressive. Eric finds 2 of his own. He's got a streak to use if he wants to use it to garner some space, but will he even need to at this point? Team Notorious, they've got 2 players on, but look at the way Decimate are playing this one for the defense. They want to try and defend things both through the flank and through those bricks side. Estriel opens up with the first. Now more kills starting to come on through. Noisy for the double and everything. Now on Weeman to save this point capture. Just 1 more kill. Weeman not going to get it. Flames goes big.
Oh, but Eric's here. Eric bamboozled! Flames! Turns into Jack the Ripper. Finds another one. Bink now follows up. How about that double? And that may have just done it. Decimate Gaming defend long enough as they're able to extend this to a round 5. Oh, baby, we're going the distance.
Oh, boy. Couldn't be any other way, could it, way that this control has gone so far. You can see the celebrations, the reactions there of those guys, because that was a control round that really did feel like at one point with Metals coming through with that double and then Eric Boom following up with another one like it probably should have been done, but great decision made there towards the end for Decimate to flanking from behind to make their way from the backline right behind the Notorious roster and catch them off guard in the way that they did. Weeman could not pull off the miraculous 1v3 to win out this control. Now around number 5, I was wondering which team would get that defense. It is Notorious.
Yes, it is Team Notorious. After, I believe, that round 2, Decimate kind of limited to only getting 1 of the zones. So, take advantage. Will secure them. The favored side. We'll see what Decimate can do. They haven't really been quick off the jump, and you need to win battles like that. They try to create space. Now everyone already pushed to the back of the map. A lot of information, sure, it's here, but you've got to find the kills.
Yeah, Estriel. Gonna get Weeman out of position there with the Semtex. Great follow-up coming up from Noisy
well
as well.
done.
The team play looking pretty hotty for a Decimate, and yeah, they're clearing quite a lot of space over by House. That is crucial. You give yourself some breathing room. It's something that they kind of lacked it within the opening 45 seconds of this round. Team Notorious, though, they've still got players in these high places. They have no idea whatsoever that Weeman's in this position. It's because it's so abnormal. Normally, you check up top in the radio tower, and if nobody's there, well, you're good to go. Weeman proves that not to be true, as now he is really starting to heat up, finds that second kill on the point, goes Maple for a frag too. Notorious being so annoying at the moment.
Oh, this does open up a potential play at B, though. The only one here to defend is going to be Eric, and Eric is able to find 1. trying to cut through mid, won't have the chance to do so. Bink for a quick trade, and now B under threat. Team Notorious are just sprinting over here. Have to play retake. Estriel from the front. Good for one, but can't slip away. What can you do on the point? Flames over the top, snaking away. Can you cut the head off the King Cobra here? Wee Man has to answer that question, and Wee Man's good for one. Second tick, though, it was locked as the streak comes through.
Yeah, that's a big streak. I really feel like for Team Notorious, right, you want to win this round and you want to do it right about now. Flames, though, still an opportunity to try and capture this point. He can only find one. Eric Boom for the trade. That will save that point. And now for 25 seconds, you're really going to be in Windies. If you're Decimate Gaming here, Maple up top, able to survive. The great crossfire coming out from both of these two ARs. 20 seconds now for Decimate to find their way on either of these 2 points. Flames going to attempt to make his way up towards the upper side, but he gets shut down once again. The AR's going big here for Team Notorious. One last hurrah.
Oh, look at these medals. Oh, he hits the game-winning route right there, and that is it. No time. Decimate don't get a single zone, and Team Notorious, they get revenge the second time around on Ellis Elo as they take the 2-1 lead in the series.
And that was such great streak usage coming out right at the end, right? It's a big risk. I think we didn't see whether or not there were any kind of nades or stuns thrown over the top that preceded to get rid of the trophy systems on the point, but at the very least, it did make them scarper away from the point. It effectively fully saved that B capture coming on through. Again, we always talk about streak utilization at the upper level of challengers play. We've seen some really terrible streaks in our time casting this level of COD, mate. That was a really good one coming out from Notorious. Textbook usage, and it will make sure that they do hold on to B, and then of course those ARs over towards A, mate. What a stellar round 5 from Team Notorious. Here's a look at the highlight reel. Then we can see all of the antics, the trials and tribulations on that path towards a round number 5. It was just so back and forth early on.
It was back and forth very early on, you know, offense for offense right away to kind of kick this one off, and then Decimate struggling in the round 3, letting that one slip away after what was, like you said, a lot of back and forth. But for me, it felt like as we got a little bit later and later into this Ellis Elo control, Team Notorious did such a better job on the defensive side of the map, making sure that they were winning their breakoffs. And that was the differential, right? Because when you go back to how Team Notorious won their second offense and were able to actually put it together, it was because they had great breakoffs, a lot of time to play with, over 2 minutes to work to that B point. Decimate never really felt like they were in a position like that to have a lot of time to work towards a zone and then work towards the second. It was always kind of a desperation moment to try to get it done.
Man, this series, I'll continue to say it, mate, it has been so weird. Again, we had a kind of previous best of 5 to compare it to. That went the distance to a game number 5. It was a hotel search and destroy in which Decimate were able to take it away. That was a weird enough series, but we had returning maps coming into this one, right? We had a Fortress Hardpoint back then in the first best of 5. That was a 250 to 169 in favor of Decimate Gaming. In this series, it was a Fortress that went the way of Team Notorious. In this one, Ellis Elo control. Last series, it was a 3-1 to Decimate. This one, it was a victory here. The Notorious once again. Ah, man, we are seeing adaptations on both sides of the board at this moment. We're seeing, again, high-level Call of Duty play coming out here in Challengers. You can really see these guys have put the homework into one another, and they know exactly what to expect now that they've clashed once already.
Oh, Hydra Hardpoint. First one of the day for us on the broadcast, and what a way to get it, because it could very well be the last map here in this series, just to put it all on the line for everyone again. Team Notorious win this. They're in grand finals. They're on main stage for tomorrow up against Omit to play a best of 7 here in front of the crowd and here in front of the entire community. The stakes could not be higher, but can you get it done? Decimate struggled in the map 1, and I think we chalked that up to a little bit of a slow start, right? Decimate, you know, they're the ones that have been sitting around for a little bit. They dropped in that winners final. They're coming down to this lower final, and it took them a little bit to get going, but they did get going through the second half. You need that right away. You can't let Team Notorious run away with it. This is a very streaky map. If you start to combine money hills, it gets out of hands. We'll see if they can get themselves into a cycle where they're really lighting it up, coming out hot, because they're going to have to, Brody. We're loading it up. Map number 4, baby. Here we come.
Man, first Hydro, last Hydro for us at the very least, Austin. And these Hydros, man, I mean, they have always signaled. I mean, I'm not trying to, like, bring it into existence. But every time we've seen a Hydro, not necessarily on broadcast, but every time we've seen one this weekend, it is signals to game 5. Like, it's pretty much every single time we've seen one. No, nevertheless, I mean, it's been part of a reverse sweep most of the time, but we'll ignore that little part of it. Regardless, will that be the case for Decimate Gaming? That's the question we got to ask going in towards this game number 4, do or die time. Otherwise, they will be out in 3rd place. For Team Notorious at the start of this one, things going pretty well, but Noisy already utilizing those water rounds to cause some carnage. Picks up one, but Eric Boom with the trade.
Oh, good shots there from Estriel. That's a tough gunfight on the Wee Man. Eric ready to pounce, and he'll quickly follow up with a trade, but that does expose the hill now to going neutral. Chance for Metals to try to soak up time, but he's now losing the members around him, so he's just gonna have to hold his position, play for kills, keep them off the time if he can. Good first shots come on through. Trade will follow again from Noisy as we go back and forth, and scrap time now being secured for Decimate.
Yeah, this is fine for Team Notorious, though. They've got control of that all-important P2. We do see a rogue spawn coming on through from Weemon, although we've seen that in the past where we can kind of see players like that make the best of that bad spawn, and that might still well happen. They probably don't even need him, to be fair. Finally, Weeman does go off, but Maple is the one at the moment just holding these guys at bay over by top and bottom dome. Bink is forced to turn around to try and deal with that threat from Weeman, and finally Weeman does go down, but they just burn about 15 to 20 seconds of the clock, and finally now Maple has to get involved, finds one, and now the players are on the way.
Hold has been terrific so far. Team Notorious not letting anyone slip through just yet, but maybe there's a moment through the front. They are shut down. A water play also coming in. Metals reads it, and oh, it's a full wipe. Perfectly done for Team Notorious. And now they can also start to get a lot of freedom to push it onto the map if they want to. They're going to just make sure no one's spawning behind them here from Decimate before they do. But they're going to have a nice lead heading into P3.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Team Notorious in a really good spot. And again, kind of seeing the virtues of having that P1 and P2 rotation right there. Here on Hydro, Decimate, they know they have to have a good hold over here by P3. And a lot of it's going to come down to what a player like Bink in the backline can produce, and what Noisy across this little mid-map coverage can do as well, keeping Notorious at bay as they continue to spawn up over by P2. Noisy, a lot to do. Here comes the challenge. Double challenge from Metals, and Eric Boom is good enough now to garner some space. Estriel up top in red, though, being so frustrating. And now Notorious, they're starting to knock at the door here. Estriel, a lot to do. He goes down.
Does go down. 50-50 battle now for the hill. 35 seconds up for grabs. Team Notorious get themselves in. Noisy trying to battle back, but a lot of angles to look at. Flames for the side, 1 HP. Will be taken out, and again, Team Notorious might be good for it, pending they find Estriel. They will get Estriel, so Team Notorious will reap the benefits of the back 25 seconds, going to, again, extend their lead. Well, this is the moment where Decimate Gaming have made their way across the map. They have the rotation. This is where you're going to have to hold and defend Team Notorious off of this P4 hill.
And it's always worth saying as well, as we move over towards P4, this is the hard point on Hydro that is the toughest to break. These spawns are rock solid. And there's a lot of puns intended in that, to be fair. There's a lot of work on this map, but Decimate Gaming looking pretty good off the back of it. First kill coming through from Weeman will enable Team Notorious potentially to start to put a flank in, and Metals does actually find a route through. Estriel gets shocked by the back line. Metals finds a second as well. How has this happened? How has this happened? Within 20 seconds, Notorious flawlessly sweep that hill.
I'll tell you how it happened. Maple threw his floaties on. He took a long route through the water, goes all the way around the back, flips the spawns out, and grants Team Notorious the close spawn. There's still a chance to try to get in here, but Decimate Gaming, they are crumbling right now under the pressure. And, well, you have to get scrap time, and they can't even get that. Weeman is defending it with his life. Team Notorious now well over 100 points. Decimate Gaming starting to run out of time. They have to turn it on here, Brody.
Yeah, we go from the hard point that is the, well, I mean, generally speaking, it's supposed to be the hardest to break of the lot here on Hydro, to one where the spawns can go absolutely buck wild. It's always fun to see where these guys spawn out when it comes down to this hard point. Team Notorious looking to try and approach around the back line here. They've already lost their first player, but Eric Boom and Weeman starting to find some kills here. Will isolate Estriel inside. Noisy, the help that was on the way, does go down, and it is flawless once again from Team Notorious. It takes 20 seconds, and they are right back through. This just keeps getting worse for Decimate.
It is. It's because it's very frantic right now. They're chasing kills. They're trying to go into these gunfights while pre-aims are being held, and they still can't find a way in. Eric Boom for another double up 5 in a row. Team Notorious, they are stomping the competition. Decimate Gaming starting to run out of gas late into day 2 here in Vegas. And while they're also, again, running out of time, and the kills just keep on coming and they don't stop coming.
Team Notorious, 100 points to the good over Decimate at this point. Eric Boom now continuing on this spree for the scrap time. I mean, Decimate Gaming, they might well find that kill, but it's really all for naught at this point. They have to start getting the momentum in their favor right now. And you look at the usual suspects of Decimate that normally do go off. The likes of kind of like Flames, Noisy, Estral. I mean, even Bink has had his moments. They're just not there. We are not seeing those superstar performances, even looking back towards map number 1. That needs to change right now. An opportunity for Noisy here to do some damage around the dome side, but he can't do anything. Overwhelmed is he. And Decimate really are not soaking up that much time off P1 at the moment.
A lot of it going neutral. Bink, lot to do, but again, you don't have the favorite side of the map here. Decimate Gaming not only need to contest this P1 time, but they also need to find a way to get through, and that is not looking very probable. Key gunfights there for Bink. Maybe this is the way they do it. If Bink can earn a streak, that's how you can blow open these spawns, and Bink is starting to live up to the hype that we just called for. 6 in a row. Streak is now earned. You have to use it here for the break.
Yeah, you have to. There is no choice at this point. At this venture, Notorious, if they get the full 60 here, they put this game away. You have to imagine short of something silly. Decimate starting a challenge here towards Castle side. Estriel putting some shots in towards Metals. We'll send them away for a reposition here at the very least, but that gunfight is still going to go down, and Estriel will find it. Now, effectively, just Maple. Bink's going to bring that streak down, and there it is. You called it perfectly, mate. The streak needed to be used, and indeed it is. Decimate, they're through.
Oh, but they have to hold on here. Weeman has created a bit of a window. Metals is going to take it. He flies forward. He's in the hill. Now you need a big moment from Noisy in the back. Can Tyler win the 1v1? Support's also on the way. They know the importance of this 20 seconds, but a lot of it has already been soaked up for Team Notorious. Kills are looking good. Now we take a look at the new hill that's about to pop, and Weeman anchoring in the back will be shut down. Spawns are all the way across the map for Team Notorious. This is still doable for Decimate Gaming.
Now this will give Decimate Gaming a moment to recollect themselves here. 80 points down against Team Notorious. That is a huge margin. Decimate need a really good hold here, has to have it, and I think Bink needs to really start to put together yet another insane spree, yet another cruise missile would be nice to have, but he does get shut down off the back of 3 in a row. Now Flames is going to pick up where he left off around top red, picks up a double. Again, it's a problem that now Maple and Weeman need to go deal with before they can get close to the hill, and Flames just continues to streak out. 5 in a row, does get shut down before the 6th can come through. Big kill for Weeman, and as Notorious now pressurized around the front line, they're looking for a 30-30 split here on P3.
You still have the close spots though, and Noisy Semtex blows open the hill. That should be good enough to secure it, but Eric gonna give it another go. He is here. He has been able to find 2, and this is also just delaying Decimate Gaming. Metals at the front of P1, ready to get a read on this hit, and well, maybe one slips by. We'll see if he gives that call out to his teammate or not, but there is a moment here where you have to try to find a break. Spawns are all over the place. Some of them coming through here for Decimate, some of them coming through for Team Notorious across the map. There's a chance maybe to get to the back.
Has to be well timed, and indeed it is. You know, Flame's going to open up proceedings with that first kill there, but unfortunately Estriel did reveal his location, so this is now something that Notorious can act on, and that's why I kind of audibly gasped, oh no, as he went back for that kill around the market square. Notorious therefore now off the back of that information able to take him down, and they're looking pretty good for a hold here. If they soak up this 35 seconds, Decimate, they will need to play perfect hardpoint for the remainder of the game, and all the kills continue to go the way Notorious. Finally Eric Boom gets shut down, but if you're Decimate, you're fighting for scraps.
Yeah, you're fighting for it. You have to go. You got to keep them pinned at the back as long as possible, too. As long as you can let the time go neutral, that's great, but they won't be able to play their lives. Team Notorious will get an additional 12 seconds here, trying to build that lead up further and further as they have their eyes locked on Championship Sunday. They just need one more hold, 24 seconds. That's all it's going to take. Decimate Gaming, now it's all on them to get the job done.
All right. 24 seconds for Team Notorious. Decimate have to hold this one. A lot on Noisy here. Big 1v1 to kick things off. And Eric Boom, oh my god, just destroys him. Now Team Notorious are through, and for Flames, you've got to go right now. He can only pick up one. Bink and Estriel going to trade things off, though, as Maple does find one for the Team Notorious side, but Estriel still needs to go huge. Big kill, and he is bouncing from wall to wall, but Team Notorious, they continue to find their way through.
Where's Noisy? Noisy there for one. Needs to get two, and he does. Will there be a follow-up trade? Yes, Bink able to get a toe into the hard point. This might be enough to extend it at least one more hill. A battle in the contest for medals. What a snap. It's chaos. It is mayhem in the generator room. But things will not end just yet. You take a look at the setup, though. Team Notorious, they're in position. They can end it right now on P1.
Can do it here. Decimate have to go. Two players through the middle of the map now. Flames is now really the last hope. Noisy going to fly out from red, and he picks up one. Both of those players, still a chance here for Decimate to hold on, but Maple trying to fight for this time. Maple for the first, but will not find the second. Notorious now spawning up by P3. Metal's going to surge his way through. They breached.
You have to get control. You have to keep him off the time. And if so, you can extend this to P2 and remain in control. But Eric, he blows open the play. And oh no, maybe that was enough. Team Notorious just trying to get a few additional seconds. That's all they're going to need. But this is a smart play from Metals. He has a chance to take an alternative route around the back. Catch them by surprise, in from behind. Noisy's weak on the point. They still have to hold. And now Team Notorious may have done enough. The walls are closing in. The dam is broken open on Hydro, and Team Notorious get the job done. They advance to top two. They're going to the main stage.
Congratulations to Team Notorious. Let's see their reaction there at the end of that game. They are carrying Europe on their backs, and that means we will have a European representative alongside a North American side and Omit in tomorrow's grand finals. Wow, oh wow. Notorious, the amount of momentum that they carried through those last three series was utterly insane. And you can see the frustration for Decimate. And I don't blame them. That is completely heartbreaking. We were talking about how they've been smiling over the last few series, over the last few games, just consistently, even in situations which are pretty dicey for them, Austin. And man, they not smiling anymore. They are very clearly frustrated, and I would be as well. Notorious, I mean, they slapped him about for the vast majority of this Hydro.
Oh, man. What a well-fought series. But what a change of pace when it comes to the hard points. Decimate Gaming titling them one of NA's best. But EU, here to get the best of them. Here to shut them down, maintaining control through the majority of both of these map 1s and map 4s. They were there for it. But man, oh man, do they ever have to dig deep to get the job done in order to advance to grand finals. And well, that grand finals now will be NA up against EU. Omid, I'm sure, will be studying. I'm sure we're also watching this matchup as they get ready and prepared. You take a look at the stats. Stellar performances coming through from Metals. Weeman leading the charge, but you can see it as well from Eric doing what he has to with that sub in hand. A lot of non-traded kills across the board. And it's not like Decimate Gaming weren't slaying here, Brody, but when it came to the objective work, when it came to the important kills, Team Notorious were there to deliver.
Man, it's just the way they were just playing that Hydro. Again, we discussed it, right? Notorious, they just have this potential to play so well as a four-man unit, right? I mean, it's just the synchronized play, you know, just hitting stuff together, making sure they're consistently baiting and switching. When Notorious get that right, they get it right very, very well. Notorious, man, they just look so, so good in that Hydro. That was one of the better hardpoint performances we've seen throughout the entirety of the weekend, really. I mean, we saw one at the start of the series, even though the scoreline doesn't exactly necessarily show out. But man, what an incredible series for these guys. Honestly, mate, I am just elated with what we just saw. We just got an incredible series, Austin. Before we bring Proper back in a second here, just want to hear your final thoughts on that series. Decimate, they're out in third place.
Listen, man, you can only have two teams that make it to the grand final at the end of the day, and we love these squads. We've been watching them all day. We've been telling their stories. We've been gassing them up, but there can only be 8 players that play on that main stage for tomorrow. So very well fought for Decimate. They have put up an incredible second half of the year. These group of guys, a lot of people underestimated, had completely kind of wrote off And to see them do what they did at Toronto, to see them do what they did here in Challenger Finals, getting top 3 is certainly incredible. But at the end of the day, Team Notorious, better. Going through this lower bracket, just completely dominating it, man. Got to tip your hat, but well fought. It's been a long day for these guys, man. I mean, it's been a long day for everyone, to be fair. But as they go through this lower bracket run, it feels like they can't be stopped. So big congratulations to them, man. Well fought.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's bring Proper back in. Let's see what he has to say about that matchup, because it was a banger, and just really the entirety of the day, to be honest. Proper, mate. I mean, usually this is the point where I'd be like, hey, you're smiling, would you believe it? But we had something to smile about there, mate. I mean, just what an incredible lower bracket final.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? Team Notorious are able to make the run happen? Are you serious? Like, they beat a Wubba Bubs, they beat EU's Finest, they beat Millennium 7 again in a decisive 3-0, and they just take down Decimate up on the main stage to close out the day. Look at this bracket! This is insane.
Unreal.
Omit. The only drop a single map into Grand Finals versus the Wubba Bubs. Team Notorious, they get knocked down a peg after losing to Decimate in a map 5 grueler. And they make the run happen through Wubba Bubs, through Millennium 7, and then they beat Decimate in 4 cleanly at that, on that Hydroelectric. Oh my god, I'm so excited for tomorrow.
Man, this bracket, I mean, just staying here for a moment because, you know, as we said, Team Notorious making their way through that lower bracket run, 3-0, 3-0, 3-1, granted Decimate. Don't make it look a little less nice, right, with that Search and Destroy victory, but you really cannot underestimate the way that Team Notorious are playing thus far. But it has just been an insane bracket overall. We came in today with a 50% Europe, 50% North America bracket. We leave today with a 50% Europe, 50% North America bracket as well, with the final 2 teams. Austin, man, just looking at this here, I mean, there's big surprises, right? I mean, where do you start? Wubba Bob's out at top 6. The Toronto champions, they were done relatively early. That big reverse sweep from Millennium 7, man, we've just been treated to so many different moments.
Yeah, it's been an incredible weekend. It has been an incredible day of Call of Duty here in bracket play, but that's exactly it. Where do you start? So many upsets, you know, expectations that we had set, like you said, for teams like a Wubba Bobs, you know, teams like Decimate Gaming, trying to get back on form, going through this upper bracket, you know, don't get it done in the end. So much crazy things happening, man. Reverse sweeps from M7, Money Mo, you know, doesn't go back to back to back, but I mean, I wouldn't have it play out any other way. I think we're in for a fantastic grand final for tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed we did. Well, we're looking over towards the finals pricing then to show you guys how the split of the $150,000 has gone thus far. From bottom to top there, Clutch Rain and ESG Rocker walk away with $3,000 apiece in 7th and 8th. Wubba Bobs and Aphelion Esports, the European squads, $6,000 apiece in 5th and 6th. As we get into the top 4 then, Millennium 7, of course, the roster that was unable to get more Challengers Championships under their belts with $12,000. Decimate Gaming finishing in 3rd with $24,000. Tomorrow, the winner walks away with $60,000. Second place with $36,000. Honestly, guys, I'm not going to do the silly thing and ask for predictions because that would be really mean.
Good, because you're not going to get it from me.
We're not going to do it. I wouldn't ever ask. I honestly am just so excited. It's going to be incredible. Again, just to have that kind of North America versus Europe face-off tomorrow. Omit taking on the Notorious squad that's made that deep lower bracket run. We are in for a treat, guys. Before we go, I want to ask your final thoughts, starting with Austin here, bud. Man, what a day it has been. The penultimate day of the 2023 season. I mean, it feels almost very emotional in a way, right?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does. Like I said, you follow these guys the entire season long. It has been an incredible season. You go from open to open, from elite to elite. There has been so much Call of Duty to consume throughout this year. But when it comes down to it, man, this is like the event. This is the bracket that everyone looks forward to see what shakes up, what happens. It's been a blast to cast alongside you guys. You know, I wouldn't want to do it with anyone else. I'm just happy, man. I'm overwhelmed right now. It's been a fantastic day. I'm just excited to see what happens and who we crown Challenger champ going into tomorrow.
Yeah, very excited. And Andy, I know you're very excited as well, mate, tomorrow. We know it's going to be a blast.
I honestly am on cloud 9 right now. I'm very excited to be able to see what these two teams do look like on the main stage. It's going to be an entirely different venue set up for them. Getting up on the main stage, Team Notorious will not be collecting a check, not quite yet. Last time they were there was at Texas when they got presented said check, but now they have to play in a best-of-7 grueler versus what is unarguably the #1 team that we have here on the weekend versus Omit. They have done their homework. Now it's Team Notorious's turn. No real time for celebration quite yet. You've made it to top 2. At least you're able to get a decent lion's share of the prize pool as a whole, but man, I gotta tell you, there is still a lot more that needs to be discussed for Team Notorious before they can make an argument to really take down that Omit squad tomorrow morning.
I mean, they're certainly starting to, right? They're certainly starting to get their name in the mixer. Man, what a journey it has been, folks. 7 months worth of action here in the 2023 Call of Duty Challengers season. Day number 2 of the 2023 Challengers Finals is done. And at the end, we said it. We started with 8 teams here. We are down to just our final 2. Omit going head-to-head with Team Notorious tomorrow in a North American versus Europe matchup. An all-out brawl to decide who will be our 2023 Call of Duty Challengers champions. I cannot wait. As I said, guys, we are done for all of today's action. Thank you so much to everybody for tuning in here at Call of Duty Challengers. We appreciate all of your support, not just today, but over the course of the entirety of the season. It's been a pleasure casting for you guys, and I'm sure I speak for the entirety of the rest of the casting team here saying that as well. As we said, though, tomorrow it all goes down on main stage at twitch.tv/Call of Duty. Omit taking on Team Notorious. Catch it live at 9:30 a.m. Pacific, 12:30 Eastern Time. It is going to be an absolute banger matchup as we crown the 2023 Call of Duty Challengers champion.